Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome one, welcome all to SimSpeed TV. It is time for the biggest event of the year, the Bathurst 1000 in the 2023 V8SCOPS Premier Series. Oh, goodness gracious. I look forward to this day every single year. 161 laps around Mount Panorama, with a huge complement of drivers from the AusNZ sim racing community here on the iRacing service. We're currently in gridding, and now the drivers are getting set up for what is going to be a grueling long race at the Mount Panorama circuit. Live on YouTube, Facebook, and Kick, it's myself, Reese Gardner, with Jay Kennedy alongside me in the comms box and handling production. Dan Yeaman is going to be joining us very shortly for the race coverage. I can't believe this, Jay. Once again, Bathurst 1000 is upon us. We saw some fantastic laps in qualifying and the shootout yesterday, but now this is where the results are made.
Yeah, hello everyone. I can't believe that we're doing this for the 10th time. That's the thing that's blowing my mind, but I'm really looking forward to this. I look forward to it every year. I know how much work we put into it behind the scenes, and looking forward to having another great day of racing. Fingers crossed it's entertaining as it always appears to be. We always end up with a grandstand finish in this race, one way or another. We always see a surprise in the top 10 as well. Who will that surprise be this year? That's one thing I'm looking forward to finding out as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. I mean, this track, it's so challenging. It's so difficult to get right over a single lap. Try getting it right 161 times with manual safety cars thrown into the mix as well. There's so much history at this place, both in the sim and real worlds. And Bathurst is truly one of the highlights of any sim racing calendar. But it doesn't just go back to 1938. The Bathurst area has been host to motor racing since the early days of the 20th century. It started, of course, with the Peel circuit, starting in Kelso, going up to Limekilns and back again, racing motorcycles, as well as at the Yetholm circuit, which was the host to the first Australian motorcycle Grand Prix. Then in 1926, they decided to run a gigantic loop all the way up to Palmer's Oakey. That was the latter part of the 1920s for motorcycle races, and then the Vale circuit, run in the 1930s. So much history in this area, and it culminated with the Mount Panorama circuit opening in 1938. Of course, the chase wasn't there when the track was first built. 1984, the pit lane exit and entry were built, and then in 1987, the chase was constructed. Goodness me, so much history all compressed into just a couple of minutes. It's amazing.
It's an amazing city, isn't it? Just embraces motorsport and understands that if you do motorsport well, you can make a town thrive from it. And if you've ever been to Bathurst for a race weekend, you know how much buzz there is around the place. So, and one thing that we've said how many times, Reese, you can tell how amazing a racetrack is based on the cornering name system as opposed to numbers. We don't know the corner numbers at this track. We only know the names, and they are infamous within Australian motorsport.
Yeah, 23 turns in total, but as you say, the number doesn't matter. It's only the names. We go from Hell Corner at turn 1 all the way up to Griffin's Bend. Mountain Straight is the best opportunity for slipstreaming in the early part of the lap. And then we go up through the Cutting, Sulman Park, McPhillamy Park, down through the S's, the Dipper, Forest Elbow, the Chase, down to Murray's Corner at the final turn. This is an absolutely grueling track. I tell you what, I'm just hyped. Can we get this gridding time over and done with already?
Well, how about I do you one better? Let's go through that grid because it's already been set. We already know who is starting where. And for the third year in a row, Andrew Gilliam starting on pole.
Absolutely. Just an incredible lap in the shootout session yesterday. Andrew Gilliam said there would have been a few more tenths in it, but still an incredible lap time, 2:02.686. He's going to be driving with Job Stewart for this event and part of a new squad as well, joining Altus Esports after Pursuit Sim Racing was absorbed into the Altus fold. Beautiful stuff. In second place, the Trans-Tasman Racing team of Josh Anderson and Richard Hamstead, car 51, putting in a fantastic lap in qualifying as well.
Yeah, it was very, very good lap from Anderson last night. He was very, very unlucky, but I think Anderson and Hamstead are a good shout today because Hamstead's been there before. He's won the championship, won the inaugural Bathurst 1000. He knows what it takes to win this race. Anderson, the reigning Aussie racing cars champion in the real world, they're a very, very strong pair.
Yeah, that they are. Just a fantastic job there. The car that qualified in third was the number 94 of Jared Filsell and James Scott, but due to an incident in the open qualifying session, that car is getting a pit lane start. So it's going to be a tough job for Jared Filsell and James Scott to work their way up through this field. Still, they are two of Australia's fastest drivers in the sim world, so I'm expecting them to really make some moves early on.
Yeah, don't forget Jared Filsell has won it from the rear of the grid before, so they cannot be discounted in this race. It's going to be a very, very big ask, but if anyone can do it, it is that team. Now, there has been a late driver change in this team. Jake Maloney is out. He's had hardware issues. I tell you what, they've got a brilliant super sub coming in. Brady Myers is driving with Emily Jones.
Wow, absolutely fantastic to see Emily Jones back on the Bathurst 1000 grid. She's certainly a quick one and is going to be a good support to Brady Myers, and I'm expecting her to make some excellent moves through the field as well. That is, if they don't have a successful lap one, which I'm assuming they absolutely will. Starting in fifth place, we're going to have the number 93, 9.5 Sim Sports, Dylan Rudd and Griffin Gardner competing in the Racecraft Simulations Emblazoned machine. Just another excellent driver pairing. Griffin Gardner and Dylan Rudd, both very quick. Dylan Rudd has been gaining a lot of pace in the last couple of years, and Griffin Gardner has always been quick. Former V8SCOPS race winner as well. Yep,
this would be a very, very good pair, and don't be surprised to see these guys on the podium. And cool to see the throwback livery as well. 9.5 and Fishy both running throwbacks. And this one here is a very well-known throwback. This is the old SP Tools Stone Brothers livery. Thomas Freeman and Corey Shepherd in the number 6, starting in 6th.
Indeed. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. Corey Shepherd, also good over a single lap. but Thomas Freeman also a quick driver too. Let's see if they can avoid incidents early on, starting from that 6th spot. The first of our Evolution Racing Team cars starts in 6th. Robbie Gibbs and Marcelo Rivera are going to be taking their number 2 car from the 7th spot. Another good driver pairing. Marcelo Rivera is an incredibly quick driver in any car, and Robbie Gibbs has been just getting faster and faster as time goes on.
Yeah, Robbie won the AOG V8 Super Series, I should say, that we broadcast a few months ago, and was very, very dominant in that. Marcelo Rivera, probably more known for GT racing, but he's done a few of these before and has been very, very competitive in the past. So they'll be a very strong pairing. As well, these two guys, Tom Free and Jamie Stovald. Jamie Stovald has been coming on leaps and bounds over the last couple of years, and Tom Free has been a very, very consistent competitor in this series.
Yeah, that he is. Freya, of course, getting into the top 15 shootout with some fantastic laps in the open qualifying session. Not too sure what the form guide is for Jamie Stovald at the moment, so I'm looking forward to seeing him get into the car and see what times he can put down in race conditions. Then we round out the top 9 spots with the number 12 Evolution Racing Team entry. Hayden Veld coming into the ERT fold. He's going to be driving with Matt Bowler in that number 20 machine. Actually, it is the number 20 in the session, but it should be number 12. Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like a Bathurst 1000 tradition for a few teams to get their numbers wrong when joining.
Yeah, we found a little bit of a glitch that the league sessions making numbers go a bit haywire, so the whole numbering system is a little bit out of whack today, but number that is right, the youngest ever V8SCOPS race winner, Ryan Leonarge, alongside Dylan Pereira. They will be out there in position number 10. That'll be a strong chance to be dominant by the end of the race. Very, very cool heads in the background of that team as well, helping support them throughout the day.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Ryan Leonarge in the Bathurst 1000 fold once again. Leonarge is fighting for the overall V8SCOPS championship lead with Andrew Gilliam. That's the top 10 done. In 11th place, it's the 017 entry, Piff Puff Racing. Ryan Borg and Jason Bentz going to be starting from the 11th place grid slot. This is a good driver pairing. They've been together for quite some time, and I really think that they've got potential for a result today. There's plenty to think about with that Mustang.
Brian Borg's a very, very intelligent driver. He may not have the outright pace of some of the guys at the front, but he did a great job. Well, sorry, Jason Bentz did a great job in qualifying. We know that Brian Borg's very, very consistent and solid. So they might be a surprise in the top 5 come the end of the day. They'll be right there or thereabouts. I don't think they've quite got the pace to win, but they'll definitely be there contending at the end. Another team that'll be contending at the end will be these guys, Dylan O'Shea and Sean McNamara. They look like they will be very, very strong. I was a bit worried about Dylan O'Shea during his grid formation lap. He had a little bit of damage on his car, but his lap time has counted. They will start from P12.
They will indeed. The lucky 13 spot is going to go to the ERT number 115, a veteran in this car, Ian Ford, starting with Lachlan Capel in that car that has been a part of V8SCOPS competition for a very long time. This is one of the cars that I think is going to be good on strategy, because strategy has always been ERT's strength, particularly when it comes to Ian Ford, even in single driver events. So let's go forward with that one. Starting in 14th place, we can see that the Altus Australia 111 is taking the slot. Teo Sorono and Geordie Sinney. Dan Yeaman is with us now. And tell you what, Dan, I'm looking forward to seeing what this car can do. 2 quick drivers once again in this machine.
Yeah, as indeed. Thank you for bringing the introduction there to the broadcast today. Apologies to those who were expecting me on when we started. A bit of a busy schedule for me this morning elsewhere away from home. But, I mean, yeah, best of our Altus Australia cars in terms of qualifying times today here, this 111. So see how the long game plays out for them here today. And hopefully, they'll be able to work their way forward and be able to match. I'll get closer to the Altus 201 up towards the front of the field. Next, though, in line will be there the SSR WPC 143 machine, and that there of Jordan Ross and Damian Johnson. Car ended up last in the shootout yesterday, but still well and truly in the front half of the field. And certainly these two drivers, a wealth of experience between the pair of them when it comes to the V8 and endurance racing, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Damian Johnstone was the one to take that car through the shootout. Jacob O'Reilly and Ben Faulkner will be the first of the cars that didn't take place in the shootout, driving for Vermilion Motorsports Black. A beautiful range of teams competing in this race. And, starting from the effective start of the midfield is definitely a place where there's a lot of chaos potential. These guys just avoided getting into the shootout despite putting in some fantastic laps in qualifying. The Americans down under entry of Adam Blocker and Philip Kraus. These two guys competing together and competing against each other, and very fierce rivals in American leagues like the Lionheart Racing League, but they team up for V8 competition. You can always expect them in the Enduros.
Yeah, they've been making themselves a regular presence now for the past year and a bit. And don't count them out just because they're from the other side of the world, that's for sure. Sharing that ninth row with them will be the 9.5 SimSport entry of Riley Bilson and Cameron Jones. This car unfortunately ended up on its lid during qualifying before it even got a chance to set a lap as well in that third group incident as they headed out on their outlaps. Was given permission to get back out on track and set a valid time. So in that front half of the field still, just on this ninth row, hopefully in an okay place for these two drivers here to be able to work their way forward, I'm sure, once this race gets going soon.
Next up in the 10th row of the grid is going to be the Pleb SimSport car. Number 47, Kurt Stenberg, the lead driver in that car. And Pleb SimSport has been a part of the Bathurst 1000 for a few years now. I'm interested to see what Stenny will be able to do in that car, paired with Colin Warwick for this one. And one of the more striking liveries out there. Really like that color scheme. I always enjoy some pastels out on track in the sim world. And joining them on the 10th row is going to be the second Vermilion Motorsports car, Connor Nixon and Matty Jones taking the 168 away.
Yep, looking to hopefully have a better run of things here today. Unfortunately, trouble for that 168 machine at Sandown, which put them out of position pretty quickly, unfortunately. There, Richie Stanaway, Brad Newman joining him today. That's been a driver's swap in the lead up to the race this afternoon. But the Rutchie's Dock Shop, number 62 Ford Mustang, will be the first car outside the top 20. Starting there on the inside of row 11. They'll be sharing that with the 777 Altus Australia entry there. Apologies for 707. That definitely belongs to the SSR Works Racing entry further up the field. But yeah, Mike Taliancic racing here once again, looking to definitely go better than what happened, if I remember correctly, Reese last year when he was paired with Andrew Gilliam, and unfortunately came unstuck during a safety car pit stop cycle as well. He's sharing that car with Zach Hanlon, who's been subbed into the 777 today to be on row 11. 23rd place in behind them is going to be Brett Locks and Thomas Hinge sharing the Team Jinx Shifters number 209. Again, stalwarts of the V8, the series and endurance racing. They'll be hoping to make their way forward as we're almost at the halfway mark, with the 12th row rounded out by Mike Whiting and Blake Delaney sharing the 025 Fishy Motorsports entry here.
Quite a few Fishy Motorsports cars out there tonight. The second Team Jinx Shifters car with Aaron Gilbert and Chris Coxhead in that one. Aaron Gilbert, the current championship leader of the V8 support category, and Chris Coxhead. If you want a Bathurst 1000 veteran in the sim world, go to Chris Coxhead. He has competed in every Bathurst 1000 to date. Let's see what they can do. With Alpha Venturi Racing, the 093, Jake Burton pairing with Jordan Siberis for the V8SCOPS Enduros. Burton, of course, more of a privateer in some respects. He also competes for Trans-Tasman Racing. Let's see what they can do from the 26th grid spot. And then Fishy Motorsports 307, a Red Bull tribute livery with David Kirby and Michael Angus taking the 307 off the grid. Then we move to the Banter Alliance Racing, number 427, James Chastanerf and Andrew Ritchie paired up for the V8SCOPS Enduros. Always like seeing that car out there, one of the most striking normal liveries that we see throughout the course of the season. And 29th spot, the ANZ Motorsports number 9, Ben Christensen driving with Henry King, who's the administrator of the support categories here. Ben Christensen also a safety car driver in the supports categories, but they are good races in their own right. Rounding out the top 30, Altus Australia once more, Rob Carmichael paired with Toyota 86 Series driver Ruben Goodall. There's some good laps potential from that car. It's going to be a big fight up from 30th, but I'm sure that they have it in them.
Yeah, that will be the question mark for them today as we're in this back half of the field. Who are the drivers here who are out of position in terms of pace, and who are the drivers who might have better race pace versus qualifying? That's for sure. 31st place on the grid is going to go to the Phase 4 Motorsport entry of Ben Morris here, with Paul Young sharing the car for these endurance races. On the 16th row with him is the second of our Alpha Venturi Racing entries in this excellent Valvoline Racing GRM tribute or inspired paint scheme here. Zach Vlasbaum qualifying the car yesterday. Will be sharing it today with Nick Rodder here in the number 57 when they start from 32nd place. It's going to be an all gutter night race on Oz row number 17 here with the 947 of Benjamin Smith and Tyler Blackburn 33rd place alongside their stablemates of Luke Mitchinson and Justin Wallace in the number 13 there for 34th. And we come to the next row here, row number 18 on the grid, the next of our Altus Australia cars in P35 with Seth Brown and Andre Youssef sharing the number 5 entry here. And the next of our Vermilion Motorsports cars alongside them, the 026. Apologies for that one there. Right paint scheme, but Michael Whiting and Blake Delaney, well, we've already covered them in the 025. 026 will be Timothy Vaughan as one of the drivers. I'll see if I can get a read. And it's Oliver Pattinson sharing the 026 with Timothy today.
Well, we'll get that right for the race. Vincent Skilbeck and Glenn Morris taking the Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic 091 out of 37th place on the grid. Keep an eye out for that car. Skilbeck is a veteran of V8SCOPS competition as well. Glenn Morris can be a very consistent driver too. Justin McLean and Dean Powell pairing up at the Black Hawk Motorsport 662. This is the very low part of the grid, so there's a lot of work for these drivers to do, but McLean and Powell are very quick drivers in their own right. Craig Schultz and Peter Biancucci are going to race in the WMB SimSports 105. Schultz has competed for 9.5 SimSports in the past, and we know Peter Biancucci from our Southern Cross esports broadcasts here on SimSpeed TV. Rounding out the top 40, Fishy Motorsports 063. Troy Maguire starting with Matt Whitaker.
Yep, and that just leaves us with 10 more cars. 41st, the number 462 from the Evolution Racing Team stable of Dan Hall and Chad Lewis sharing that one to get underway here today. They're definitely going to have their work cut out for them. They're sharing road 21 with the second of our Phoenix Racing Team MHD entries, number 85 of Tim Mulford and Steve Vella, drivers who are usually racing in split 2 there. As a bit of an aside there. Next of our Race on Oz cars with the JTIT backing for this one, the 042 of Benjamin Faulkner and Joe Mahoney back here in 43rd place. Just to get the feeling not really where they would want to be, but they'll have to work their way forward if they want a good race of this one today. The second of our Banter Alliance racing cars, the 007 of Rick Clark and Warren Davis alongside them in 44th to get this race underway today. And then our final couple of cars with Fishy Motorsport 666 of Chris Miller and Paul Warwick here, starting in 45th place. They'll be sharing row number 23 with the SSR 269 of Ken Latta and Jamie McKnight, two veterans. And also, we now get into the point where we had our first cars that did not take part or either get a time done in qualifying, which will be for a couple of these cars, but also a few cars that didn't actually attend qualifying but have permission to start at the back of the grid based on their pre-qualifying participation. Reese, Lindsay Hobbs, Kyle Madden here, the number Excel Esports number 12 actually for this race today. That's one of the cars that was no time yesterday, as was the Accelerate Endurance entry here of Damien Cairns and Anthony Visma. It's the number 88 here at the Synergy Sim Racing machine of Brenton Hobson and Brady Baldwin that was not able to make qualifying, and that also rounds out the field. 49 cars out of a capacity of 50 present in the server here today. And now it just leaves us with a couple of minutes before we finally will head to the grid to get this one underway.
Indeed. We have 3 more cars in the session. Of course, they are the race administrators here from Oceanic Sim Racing, and the Porsche Cayman 718 is the car that they are in. That will be the manual safety car if there's a huge incident on track, or if a driver cannot make it back to the pits under their own power. This is how things are going to go in terms of driver pairing strategy. You have to do a minimum number of 54 laps, but you can't do more than 80 in a row. This is something the drivers have had to think about for quite some time. Spaces things out, allows the co-drivers to really get their eye in, and of course there will be waiver rounds under safety car as well, so that will make sure that everyone who's fighting for position won't have lapped traffic in the way necessarily. Let's see if things will work out nicely and we don't see too many drivers a lap down early on. The race start is only a few minutes away. We're going to step aside for a moment here on SimSpeed TV. After these messages, the race start will get on. The V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 is gearing up. Get hyped. All right. The pre-event qualifying session to set the grid is almost over, and we are gearing up now for the Bathurst 1000, part of the V8SCOPS 2023 season. And I tell you what, the atmosphere is starting to get heavy because I mean we're getting ready for a run off a standing start here that's likely to cause some chaos, especially in these conditions. Reese Gardner and Dan Yeaman with you here, Jay Kennedy on production, and it looks like we've got a pretty warm track out there, Dan. 40 degrees Celsius as it's just gone past 11 a.m. in sim time.
Yeah, this is going to be now a good test to see who's made sure to do their practice in warmer conditions. We're not going to see these temps really cool down, I would say, for at least 2, if not 3 hours of virtual time. And that should put us pretty much halfway through the race as well. So keeping that in mind is going to be critical. Of course, the tyres on these cars, they do fall off after up. This just means it's almost guaranteed that... and especially so if there's any kind of a scrub, slip, slide early on and the tyres start fading early, they'll fade away even faster and harder as a result. One final car that we didn't talk about today because they're not in the server. I did pre-qualify, but unfortunately the A1 Sim Sports entry unfortunately had one of their drivers unable to race after pre-qualifying was complete, Reese, so they weren't able to take their spot in what was going to be 50th place on the grid. So that is the reason for 49 out of 50 cars in the server right now getting ready to take the race start.
Yes, indeed. This is the biggest event of the year and the biggest grid of the year as well. There's so many cars here who want that glory, who want to take on the challenge and survive the mountain. This is just a beautiful setting as well for a motor race too. The Mount Panorama circuit, built of course in 1938 during the midst of the Great Depression, built as a scenic drive, and that's what it is for most of the year. It's public roads with a 60k an hour speed limit in both directions, but a few days of the year it is closed for racing. And what fantastic racing it's going to be. What I'm expecting, Dan, is at least care taken, hopefully, coming into turn 1 and 2. But when they get across the top of the mountain, drivers, I think, will get into that endurance racing mindset, and hopefully we'll see single file running towards the end of the lap, and then as the rhythm gets in, drivers can start making their moves. Yeah,
without a doubt, this is obviously a game of hoping drivers aren't here to make up maximum places on lap 1, and we've got everyone willing to perhaps maybe just take it a little bit easy here off the start. Yes, of course, drivers who can get a good run and find a couple of spots, all the more power to you all, but at the same time, try and focus on getting into your rhythm as soon as possible. Don't be super aggressive on the attack or the defense too, if you can afford it. And for the most part, you should be able to afford it here in the opening laps, because of course you'll have another 160 odd to be able to make things back if perhaps you don't quite get the best start here today.
There will be safety cars as well. There will be at least one, and of course V8SCOPS Enduro tradition is for RNG to decide how many random safety cars there's going to be. It's between 1 and 5. We don't know how many random safety cars have been generated for this race or when they're going to be happening, but you know, obviously sometimes a kangaroo jumps onto the circuit, this being country New South Wales, and race control will have to throw the safety car for that. Other than that, there's a lot of likelihood for organic safety cars as well, if drivers have a big crash and they can't get back under the pits under their own power. All right, everyone's gridding now. We have to wait for the last few seconds here as the Altus car assumes its position at the front of this field. Remember that the 94 machine that qualified third is going to be starting from the pits. Jared Filsell and James Scott will wait at pit entry. At pit exit. until the field goes by, and then they can assume their place at the rear of the field, and they'll be hoping that they work their way up from here. But the goal, I think, for the Altus 201 for the time being is nail the standing start, try and get a gap, and then manage it towards the first tyre stint. Stints will last about 24 laps, I believe, on a fuel tank, and tyres will likely be changed at every single pit stop here unless it's really late on and drivers just need a little splash to get to the end. We'll talk more about strategy when the time comes, because the time is ticking down. We're about to enter the final 10 seconds of this grid time. There are so many cars in this field that the rear of the grid is around Murray's corner and on the run down to the final turn. It's just ridiculous how many cars compete in this race. The revs do rise though, and we get ready for the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 for 2023. Away we go. And that's a good initial jump there from Gilliam and Hampstead, who have taken the wheel of the opening two cars of the field. Griffin Gardner pressuring Emily Jones for third. Already a move up the inside. Hayden Veld getting past Rehan Leonage in the number 79. Looks like a clean start through the rest of the field. Everyone taking it easy through turn one. It's only the first of 161 laps they have to complete around this place.
Yep, so far everyone's gotten, well, one corner checked off for everyone. Side by side here with Leonage, and that looks to be number 20 today. And to be number 12, that'll be Matt Bowler and Hayden Veld. To be precise, that is Veld aboard the car to start the race as they make their way into the cutting single file pretty much, although a little bit of overlap here and there, but I don't want to really go into anything too crazy there. The Fishy 025, the Banner Alliance 427 work their way up and out of the cutting this first time. They come out as they came in there at least. And now watch them streak across McPhillany Park for the first time. We're waiting to see how things go. Jared Philsell starting the 94 now towards the back of the field. He's already dispatched the two cars in the form of Chris Miller in the 666 Fishing Motorsports and the Excalibur Esports car, as Ruben Goodall sneaks by Michael Whiting, who's had to take the runoff at the S's, rejoins without any further issue there. But we saw Phil Sell and Scott, this same pairing, do this last year. Reese issued a pit lane start for a qualifying infringement and then proceed to carve their way through to the front of the field. Let's make that another spot here up the inside of the Accelerate Endurance entry as Damien Kensen gets the slide on off the exit of the elbow. And Michael Whiting losing more time down Conrod Straight. Doesn't have a flag to his name, but looks like he's going to slot back in there, but now down in 31st place, 7 spots lost on the opening lap for that Fishy Motorsports machine.
Yeah, I think he was serving a slowdown because he went straight on at the S's coming down the hill. So potentially just clearing that slowdown, making sure that they don't get an actual black flag to their name up the inside of Hell Corner. 9.5 Sim Sports 951. Jamie Stovald under attack here. He's got one of the ERT cars on the back of him, and run up Mountain Straight is crucial to get right. Hayden Veld trying to pressure and move that car into the top 10. He's already succeeded in getting into 10th place, looking at 9th, and the Piff Puff car of Jason Bentz has made up some good running as well, remaining in 11th spot for the time being. Clean start for Bentz and Borg. Up the front of the field, Altus Esports 201 leading by 1.4 seconds already. Yep,
nice start for Gilliam, and able to get a margin away here in the opening lap and a half. So look back here, Emily Jones co-driving with Brony Myers in that TTR number 1. Corey Shepherd starting the Fishy Motorsports number 6 after his qualifying results yesterday. Robbie Gibbs also after qualifying yesterday starting the ERT number 2 machine as they work their way down into the elbow for the second time. It's all orderly here at this point in the race. And for the most part still seeing all single file up and down the order so far as they'll head on down Conrod, and we'll get a chance to see here if anyone's looking for anything early on. The front of the field, looks like they're all happy to run single file, maybe do a bit of lifting, coasting Further on back, I can see Zach Hamlin's got Jake Burton looking for a move up the inside in the chase here, and that will be an exchange of position for 21st, and also in front of them, Brad Newman and Matty Jones exchanging places as well for 19th.
Yep, a little bit of side-by-side running has cost them to Kurt Stenberg, who's in the number 47 in 18th spot. But lap 2 is complete, and already we're into the 2:04s in terms of lap time. Andrew Gilliam streaking away in the lead, and the pressure is on for second. Griffin Gardner right on the back of Richard Hampstead here in the number 51. You want Hammer in the car at the start of a race. He is a stalwart defender. Every time he has been in the car here in V8SCOPS, I've noticed it's always really difficult to get past him, so he's the man you want at the start of the Bathurst 1000. Griffin Gardner, meanwhile, incredibly quick driver and good at attacking, so that will be a matchup for the ages, at least in this first part of the race, as that looks like one of the Jinx Shifters cars making a move there. Brett Loxton currently sitting in 23rd place. That's a little slow run out of the cutting. And the Altus Australia Mustang will have to back off just a little bit up the top of the circuit. They're reaching the highest point of it now. This part here, that summit right there, the run up to McPhillamy Park. From here, it is all downhill to the bottom of Conrail Straight.
Yeah, to clear things up for you a little bit there, to the 209 of Brett Loxton, that HJR, and she was trying to get a run on Matty Jones, who'd just been passed by Jake Burton up further ahead in the Alpha Venturi 093, and 777 of Mike Talents able to make their way through. That was back at Griffin's Bend, so it just put the 168 off the third line there, and also therefore will just be having to ease the power in on the exit of turn 2, and therefore lose a couple of spots. And now we see here Loxton eyeing off this spot as they'll work their way up to speed. Inside is open. No, it's not. Around goes the 168 and a roll through the gravel.
Okay, that's our first big crash of the race. He's sailing through the air, tumbling over in the gravel trap. I think that might be the end of the day there for Matty Jones in the Vermilion Motorsports 168. Big damage, no fast repairs in this event. That car is, careful on the re-entry. That car's going to be in the pits for quite some time from here. Actually, it looks like he's going to go around for another lap just to see if the car is still straight. Oh, that's such a shame there. Contact with the Jinx Shifters machine, and good on everyone else for avoiding that. Of course, the car, it seems, digging into the gravel and flipping as there's more drama.
The second Vermilion Motorsports car entangled. A bit of hip and shoulder at turn 2 has seen that car run a little wide. I think he kept it off the wall though. Driver at the 228 to start the race, which is going to be, pardon me, Jacob O'Reilly. So we'll see here. So the 995 95 SimSport entry there. Cameron Jones behind the wheel. From that angle there, looks like he might have just had enough there, but was in a little late as the 228 tried to cover it off, but couldn't, and got a hip and shoulder for his troubles. And yeah, just thinking back to that replay there, Matty Jones at the chase, the new gravel and grass physics, now we actually see cars rolling over as a result. That's not something that we used to see in the past here in the virtual world. Now cars digging in when they get in sideways to the gravel there.
Yeah, that's a shame there. So Vermilion Motorsports not getting the best start to the Bathurst 1000. Fortunately, the car was able to continue under its own power, so no safety car for the time being. Safety cars are generally only called if a driver is stopped on track and requests a tow from race control. Here we go then, in the 093, Jake Burton still at the wheel of the Alpha Venturi Racing 093, and it looks like he's managed to get past Brad Newman in the Ritchie's Dock Shop entry and starting to make some moves, getting up towards Kurt Stenberg. Here we go then. First replay of the race on board. This is the view from the 24 of the incident that we just saw. Goodness me. And keep an eye out here as he goes sailing through the air in front of him. No wonder he got out of the throttle just a tiny bit there.
Now, from that angle there, on board the old Australia 24 of Ruben Goodall, did that look like the 168 Vermilion car, which was there, and did it actually lose the rear almost before they made what looked like the first contact, which then put them sideways and across the nose of the 209s? It looked like as he came through there, Matty Jones, the rear end got away from him, and just that's what set up the fact that Loxton on the right side of the road there just looked like he got squished as the Vermilion car sort of had to try and gather it up.
No, I don't think so. It was so Loxton was getting up the inside of the kink, and Matty Jones just fully committed to the inside of the corner on the run up to the chase, and it looks like the Team Jinx Shifters 209 has gotten our first black flag of the race for this. I mean...
yep, that's a better angle of it indeed.
Yeah, there was a tiny bit of overlap, but not quite enough, and it was deemed, I think, that Matty Jones had the right to that corner. So, unfortunately, that's not going to fix things for them, because car 168 is now in the pits getting... what I would assume to be a long repair time done.
You would expect so, yeah, that is true. I mean, yeah, these are some of the things you think about and sort of be mindful of. But yeah, sure, you're not at fault for the incident, but your car's now practically out of the race. So having to be mindful of how you go about racing in these early stages, and you try and get a feel for, is someone super aggressive? Is someone is pushing to try and make spots? And do you perhaps maybe give up a spot voluntarily? Not ideal, sure, but it means your car might still be in the running. In this case, the 168 will, for all intents and purposes, probably be out of it at this stage. As we're on board now with Hampstead in second place still is this TTR number 51, but losing time to Andrew Gilliam in the opening stint so far. Griffith Gardner not able to find a way through yet though either, so all calm and orderly at the front of the field for the most part, though Gardner of the drivers in the top five, up 2 spots so far, so good progress, just looking for a little bit more, I'm sure, now that he's up behind the 51.
Yeah, it looks like they've settled into a bit of a rhythm here at the front of the field. Gardner, of course, was on the attack on the first couple of laps, but now I think it's a good opportunity for the 93 to sit in the slipstream and save a bit of fuel. You don't often do that very early on in a race like this, but it would always help. You're able to maintain your position, potentially go a little bit longer when it comes time for the first pit stops, and it might even shorten your final stint of the race, which could be incredibly important. This car, though, all of that is far and away from the mind of Andrew Gilliam at the moment. It's certainly an excellent first stint that this Altus 201 has been doing, just continuing to set fast times. That last lap time, as there's a lock up there from Hampstead into the chase, the 201's last lap time was a solid 5/10 quicker than anyone else in the rest of this field.
Yeah, they're pushing on aggressively at this stage. It seems, or at least just have a car that's definitely dialed in for this phase of the race. We'll have to see if that comes back to bite them as the tyres burn out, or if just with the clean air and the clean running Gilliam now got his eyes forward and not having to worry about the car at all, and he's able to drive it just the way he wants at this stage of the stint. As we'll see here, as a message from Race Control, going to be a 5-second time penalty for Zach Vlasbom, number 57 Alpha Venturi Racing, for an incident on lap 3 with Brett Loxton, which would have been, well, not quite sure if that's been just before or just after what happened at the chase. Can actually tell you there's 3 incidents noted for the 209 car on lap 3. One with the 24 Ruben Goodall, the incident of chase, which we've now well and truly had a look at, but also this one here with 57
I found it.
Up.
It was at the final turn.
Okay, so unfortunately it's come after the chase. What this will mean is that 5-second penalty, which, okay, so slow rejoining and maintaining pace. Vlasbom's in deep and late.
That's a big smack.
Does get to the apex curb though, and might have had that car pulled up. Contact did potentially help him turn the corner a tiny bit, but worked out okay, I guess. But what it does mean is, 5 seconds for the 209, was it? Sorry, or 57?
57.
It was, that makes sense. 57. My apologies, completely zoning out there for a moment. That car will serve that though at the next pit stop, so no need to keep track of that one until the end of the race, thankfully.
Yeah, absolutely. Battles going on further up the field here. The Fishing Motorsports number 6 still trying to pursue Trans-Tasman Racing number 1. Move into the chase. Meanwhile, defensive from car 707. That's the Piff Puff Racing entry with Jason Bence at the wheel trying to get through at the chase. Unsuccessful for the time being. Update on the number 94 car for those of you who are curious. It's continuing to make moves up through the field. They are up to 29th place now into the top 30. So, considering that they started from the dead rear of the field, they have made up a grand total of 20 positions so far, and we are only on lap 8 now.
It won't show up in the most positions gained tally because they were meant to start out of 4th place. So if we can imagine the 94 kind of existing on that little graphic there in the bottom right screen a moment ago, Brenton Hobson registered as the driver who has gained the most spots, otherwise up 17 for the 88 so far in this race. Just looking there into turn 2. Make that P28 now for Mr. Phil Sell, past Tyler Blackburn in that Gutter Night Race on Oz entry, and now eyes on the Alpha Venturi car, 57 ahead of him. And then it's Phase 4 Motorsport and one of our Fishing Motorsport entries, the 307. Might be his next 2 pickings here as we'll cycle up the order a little bit now. Reese towards the top 15, on board with the car currently sitting 15th. It's Cameron Jones in the 95 SimSport 995. They're looking at the back of Teo Sorono there in the Ultra Australia 111. And it's a fairly consistent snake all the way up to about 10th place with Jamie Stovall aboard that SSR 707 that we saw earlier, as another time penalty has been issued to 995 this time for a bit of a hip and shoulder with the 228 William Motorsports car at Griffin's Bend on lap 4. So 5 seconds to that car to also serve its first pit stop of the race.
Yeah, not too good for the 995. This is a very colourful pack, isn't it? Veritable kaleidoscope, as that's a big move for Cam Jones at the chase, just up ahead of these guys, making the move on Teo Sorono. That was a big dive under brakes in the zone. Goodness gracious, that had a lot of potential to go wrong. It seems like that 995 is now out on the attack with the news of that 5-second penalty. I'm presuming they will serve that at the first pit stop. So they need to make up as much time as they can while they still can. We're almost halfway through the first stint here. Still got a few laps before 50% of the first stint completed, but might as well start making your moves now. The Americans down under car. Meanwhile, Philip Kraus taking to the wheel for the start, still chasing down Teo Sorono, and Kurt Stenberg and Jake Burton are together here, driving for Pleb SimSport and Alpha Venturi Racing. These guys raced together as teammates for a very long time at, formerly the Custom Image Concepts Racing team, Dayco Motorsports, then Fusion Sim Racing for a short time, as well as Trans-Tasman too. Now they are in 2 separate cars for 2 separate teams. Let's see how they work this out between them.
Well, on that topic, both Stenberg and Burton are still with TTR at this current time. It's just the fact that for the Endurance Cup this season, Stenberg partnered with Colin Warwick, who's not part of TTR, and Burton choosing to go to join Jordan Saberis in his Alpha Venturi car, although very much in the style of many an endurance paint scheme. There's the fact that the 093 is not in its regular colours, as indeed some good news for those who might be wondering how things went for the William Motorsports 168 race. They're back out on circuit and looking, not too shabby, to be honest, given the amount of damage they would have sustained. 6.5 minutes pretty much fixing that car up, and 3 laps lost as a result. But they're back in the race, and thanks to wave rounds, they could get back to the lead lap of the race too.
Yeah, that's good to see that car back out there. Of course, these cars still have iRacing's old damage model active on them, and we're hoping that they get the new damage model applied to them at some point. But regardless, that has worked to Vermilion Motorsports' benefit. Meanwhile, looking back from Michael Angus at Jared Filsell here, looks like it's going to be another move for Car 94 in their fight up this field after starting from the pits for that qualifying infringement. And well, looks easy as you like. If you put Jared Filsell back in any field, it's undoubtedly going to be a case of just moving past people. His pace is simply supreme right now. Still not quite as quick as the Altus Esports 201 at the front of the field, but of course, Andrew Gilliam doesn't have any cars to get past.
No, he doesn't, and yeah, the fact of the matter is that we saw it at Sandown. That 94 machine was basically told its game, although now faced with a too wide, well, I'd say roadblock, which it should be the case, because here we really don't have much space for more than 2 wide.
Oh, yeah.
Zach Hanlon in that 777, sharing
Nice.
tries to stick it around the outside of Reed Park and can't do it, so that allows Filsell through on 1. Now he's eyeing off if there's a way past James Chastanov across the top of the mountain. Now, I think it was Filsell, of all people, I saw once upon a time historically before I was on commentary for these events, make a move. It was a late race move here at Skyline, mind you, so it looks like, again, conservation. He'll make his moves down Conrad straight, I'm sure, unless he feels like it's better off to get past here at the elbow. But I get the feeling he'll be happy to take a bit of slipstream, maybe a slightly easier run on the brakes here at the elbow. Indeed, take the easier opportunity at the end of the Conrad straight here.
Yep, getting into the slipstream of James Chastanov. Moving further up once more, coming into the chase. This is the fight for the last few positions in the top 10. Hayden Veld already jetting away from Jamie Stovold in the SSR 707, and it looks like Jason Bentz actually still looking at a position in the top 10. That 017 is one of only a few cars that's still running in the exact position it started. They started in 11th, they remain in 11th, and I think that Bentz and Borg are just feeling it out for the time being. They've been involved in battles, yes, but want to try and maintain position. Doesn't mean that they can't try to psych out Jamie Stovold in the 707, though, as the Americans Down Under car has a little look at Teo Sorono in car 111. Philip Kraus has got 2 V8SCOPS veterans on his rear bumper. I wouldn't want to be in his position. I'd be looking over my shoulder every moment I could at Kurt Stenberg and Jake Burton chasing down.
Yeah, that is true in some respects, looking at things. Burton, I think, pulling that car forward, I think, nothing on Jordan Severus, but definitely a disparity in pace between his speed and what Jake Burton brings to that car. So, with Severus doing the qualifying yesterday for today's start, so they'll roughly balance out somewhere in the middle, you'd think, because we do have a couple of drivers, I'd argue, so for example, Gilliam, the lead driver of the 201, but they're out front, they're happily minding their business. Griffin Gardner in the 93, he would be the lead driver for that car. And then same, Corey Shepard, lead driver for the number 6, Robbie Gibbs, lead driver for the number 2. Dylan O'Shea, Sean McNamara. McNamara did the qualifying yesterday for the 951. But maybe argue perhaps these days Dylan O'Shea might have the pace edge on Sean. As you've seen something elsewhere, perhaps?
Stenberg versus Kraus into the chase. Side by side almost. Stenny gave Kraus a little tap on the way into the corner, but Philip Kraus standing strong and holding on to that position. I've been keeping an eye on this battle. It is very close. We'll get another view of it here. Stenny in the draft. He had Burton pressuring him, and you'll see as they come into the chase, just an ever so slight tap was before the corner, but man, Kraus defending nicely on the way into the heaviest braking zone of the lap, and the cars remain in that position for the time being. It's still a big line of cars there. Cameron Jones in the bright yellow machine just up ahead there, but It's a long gap back to Serrano, Kraus, Stenberg, Burton, and don't forget Brad Newman. He's still chasing. He's still sitting at the back of this pack, just keeping an eye on everything that's going on, looking for an advantage.
Yeah, not quite right on the bumper of Burton, but allowed to drag himself forward as a result.
There's
We'll have a look here.
contact.
Yeah, top-down shot there shows it off better indeed. And just that tiny bit of a wiggle that it unsettles the car with, although it happened before they turn in for the chase, means that Kraus able to hang onto that car plenty fine there. Well, back to live pictures as they come over the top of the mountain once again, and still hanging with the 111 of Teo Serrano as well, who has been passed by Cameron Jones since we checked in with them a while back. Unfortunately, for anyone who was hoping for a bit of a revival of fortunes for the Vermilion Motorsports 168, that doesn't look to be the case, unfortunately. Back in the pit lane, and have been so for 4.5 minutes. They're now 5 laps down on everyone else in this field. So looking like they might have just decided to pull the plug on the race early and not try and work their way back forward, as it were. Stenberg looks like Burton's right behind him and has a good chance at a move here. But single file until they make the flick here into the chase, and indeed Burton actually going to stay in line for that one there as they make the corner. He'll certainly push Stenberg along by the looks of things, as that's a bit of an unusual manoeuvre, but we are about halfway into the fuel tank range here, Reese, at the mountain. Lachlan Capel brings the ERT 115 to the lane.
Yeah, you can always count on the 115 to try and do something alternate in terms of strategy to everyone else. So they're probably trying to reverse engineer the race from here. We are expecting that it's going to be a big series of full fuel tank stints and maybe half a tank to get to the end. They've decided to take that short stop now, try and put themselves in a good position to really even out the race to the very end. Let's see how that works out for them here, because I mean, it might still be calm at the moment, but it is the calm before the storm. There's always some kind of chaos that happens in the middle of this race to really shuffle everybody around. These are the battles very far down in the field. Not that far down the field, sorry. I'm still looking at the position tracker for Lachlan Capel there. This is a very nice fight for the last position in the top 10. We've still got Hayden Veld up ahead of them there in 9th in the number 20, the Evolution Racing Team number 12 team, which of course, again, is upholding the V8SCOPS tradition of at least one car having the wrong number in the session. That looks like it. Oh, that was a good initial jump from Jason Bentz on the exit of Forest Elbow, but seems like the second phase of acceleration belonged to Jamie Stobold there. Still in the slipstream, but is there potential for a move into the chase? It seems like Bentz is not catching up to him as quickly as he'd like, but he is going to go up the inside. He had everything he needed, and up the inside into the chase. He parks it on the exit as well. Stobold has no response. That is a move up into the top 10 for Piff Puff Racing. Oh, and hello, it's going on further on behind. Stenberg still trying to get past Kraus, and Newman's having a go at Burton as well.
2 by 2 as Kraus a little bit wide. Gets into the side of Stenberg there, which then means Burton gets past, and now Newman eyeing off that spot, which is now in the hands of the 47 machine at turn 1. So getting a little interesting here as they work their way out of the corner, and it's looks like with the outside run there for Stenberg. Square exit on the power first, able to get up to speed a little better, as now Burton eyeing off Kraus. And Kraus will roll there into turn 2 and finally give up that spot.
Oh, Newman
deep. Then he didn't want to give that one up too easily by the looks of things, by the way he ran in to the corner on the outside there, but that place will be exchanged as well in all of this fighting here. Pardon me, where are they? They are now up in and around 15th on back, or 14th at Shegs. They're still on the back of Teo Serrano as something big has happened. Indeed, Reese. Let's see what it is.
So this is the number 85. This is down the back of the field. The 115 just coming out of the pits and getting into the back of the Phoenix Racing Team 85. Oh, wow. That looks like big damage there for the number 85 machine. Steve Veller at the wheel of that car. He is maintained on track running, but he has a mechanical black flag thanks to that contact. So I get the feeling Lachlan Cable might have race control tapping his shoulder in a little bit.
And being told that extra replay. Not quite what was the plan there, but yeah, I get the feeling, despite the fact that looks like, yeah, Cable aboard that 115. Obviously, fresh tyres, plenty of grip, just not ready for the pace differential there at the Phoenix 85. Had their Steve Veller behind the wheel of that car at the moment. But unfortunately, that will probably see race control give them a bit of the naughty, as it were, as Jason, no, it's Jamie Stovall, also going to be a driver coming down early into the pit lane. So second car, but this one from just inside the top 10 there. As further on back here, this is going to be a fairly orderly pass by Jay Burton on Teo Serrano, being told to expect that's the case. And yeah, Serrano actually roll out there, Reese, before they get to the kink in the chase.
Smart thing to do this early on into a 1,000 kilometer event. I think that to Serrano's credit, he's been driving very cleanly so far. He's just been looking after the car, and that's what you got to do in a race like this. Also looking after the car very nicely is our leader, who now dominates this race by nearly 6 seconds. It's just been hot lapping at the moment for Andrew Gilliam out in front. They're getting the advantage that they need. Of course, that advantage could very easily be eliminated by a safety car, and it's sometimes around the end of the first stint that we see, worn tyres and drivers trying to make moves go awry. The battle for second is still happening as well. The number 51, though, with Richard Hampstead at the wheel, is starting to gain a little bit of a gap on Griffin Gardner in car 93. And just behind them, Emily Jones in Trans-Tasman Racing number 1, still fending off Corey Shepherd in the Fishy Motorsports number 6 entry. It's been a nice, consistent race from all of the drivers that we were showing on screen just then. Further back, this is Hayden Veld, who's now facing a pass from Jason Bentz, and it looks like Bentz has turned up the pace dial a bit. Piff Puff Racing getting further into the top 10 now. It looks like the Americans Down Under entry has just gotten past Teo Serrano as well in the 111, and now it looks like Serrano's going to have to face off against Newman, Stenberg, O'Reilly, and Filsell as well, who's now up to 19th spot. Interesting to see there. Where's Jake Burton gone? Looks like he might have down to 13th. Okay, interesting. All right, so there hasn't been much change there. Looks like Burton, I think, might have just been backing off a bit in the early stages and has now unleashed the pace of that car, with Chris Coxhead bringing the Jinx Shifters 203 into the pits as well. He has a potential for more positions for Phil Sell at turn 2. He's managed to get past O'Reilly in the car 228. Brenton Hobson, meanwhile, in car 88, they started dead last, and they are already up into 25th. It's been a good job from SSR 88 so far.
Yeah, I've just also, as we're now lap 16 in this race, just doing some backwards calculations for fuel and strategy and what that could potentially entail. So these cars flat out will do 24 laps on a full tank of fuel around here. So drivers here in the mid-pack who are saving some fuel, they can probably make that 25 laps while they're at it here. So when you go through it, we'll just go 24 to make it simple, because that's the minimum we should expect from a full tank of fuel. You go 24 laps at a time, and you try and split the 161 lap distance, and you can't do that. You're going to get to about 17 laps short of the race distance. So that would do some backtracking on the maths here. Get you to lap 144, and then you've got to do a 17 lap final. So for cars that have come in earlier than lap 17, they're going to be relying on some safety car, which as we said, we're expecting one safety car at some point during the race. That is almost certainly guaranteed. We just don't know exactly when. That is to be kept in mind. There's confirmation from race control that the incident between Steve Vella and Lockie Capel on the cars 85 and 115 will be reviewed shortly. But yeah, that's just sort of an idea. Oh, something at the final turn. Morrison, Seth Brown, I think it is.
Oh,
yep.
Dear.
They've entangled slightly, but thankfully no one's found the wall there on the reapproach to the Murrays.
Okay, tiny little bit of three-wide running coming up to the start-finish line. Michael Whiting now trying to keep Justin Wallace behind him, and it looks like the race on Oz number 13 will almost get that move done up the inside of turn 1. It's looking a little messy here for Seth Brown and Ben Morris. They were already together out of the chase, and then I think Brown thought he saw a gap there, but Morris was moving across. Yeah, unfortunately, the National Motor Racing Museum obscuring our view of that one. We'll get another angle. Yeah, that was not quite ideal for those two cars, but like you say, Dan, no one with heavy damage, no big spins, and we can continue on from here.
Yep, so in behind the SSR 88 there, you see, so Seth Brown's on the white line. The tiniest bit of overlap with this Phase 4 043 machine. Yeah, Ben Morris able to just gather it up there. Thank you, as I said, just a bit of car contact at this stage, although that might do, we'll see if that does much to the 043 at this stage in the race. Hopefully that's not the case. Come back to the live pictures and looking here at our drivers from 4th on back. Emily Jones, Corey Shepherd, Robbie Gibbs and Dylan O'Shea. This little 4-car tandem. They're also still relatively in close contact with Griffin Garner and Richard Hampton, just outside the frame there as they made the run off Murray's corner. There we go, as Phil Sell, another move for him there. That was past Kurt Stenberg, and that makes it, where is the 93? And is now P16 for that car. So odds on potentially cracking the top 10 by the end of the stint, although it's only about 6 laps left to do it.
Yep, indeed.
Here. For the sake of that educated argument, yeah, everyone is basically in a train up until P9 behind Jordan Ross. Yeah. Something apparently happening to Seth Brown in the Ultra Australia number 5.
It was the 777.
Oh, we're saying Zach Hanlon in the 777, which would explain why that car's got a bit of damage. Well,
big, well, yeah, big lockup at Murray's corner and gets into the tyre bundles on the exit of the corner. So, excuse me, the new grass and gravel physics here definitely offer a bit more grip to drivers now, but still, if you enter Murray's corner like that, that's the one place you're going.
Yeah, indeed. So unfortunately now, the 777 has got the scuffed and dinted panels on both sides of the car. So you just saw on that replay shot there, it already had the panel damage to the left side. And now the right's been matched, as it were. So unfortunate for them in that sense, lose a couple of spots, lose that momentum and rhythm. But also perhaps suggesting that car now definitely starting to get a bit dicey as we're about 3/4 of a way through the opening stint we would expect for most of these cars so far in the session. Just taking a look back towards the rear of the field, this is our last running car, unfortunately. Can confirm our Vermilion Motorsport 168 machine of Connor Nixon and Matty Jones. They have both left the server, and after 14.5 minutes in the box, have decided that will be day done. We're now also 12 laps down on the leaders. As O'Shea looking up the inside of Gibbs at turn 1, and Gibbs not going to fight that one too hard. He'd rather stick in the pack that is built here. So lets that one go, I think, for the time being. We're going to go on board and have another look at the last corner here, which will just be the setup, I think.
Although he'll get maybe no,
just awfully close there on the brakes, I think, Reese, and then we'll set it up on the exit for the run to Hell Corner.
Yeah, Dylan O'Shea, an aggressive overtaker. He's gained a bit of a reputation for that. He's managed to pull that car up and get the move done cleanly. Of course, helped by, I think, drivers still being in that mindset of It's early on. It's a long race. If there's going to be drivers pressuring us, don't fight them too hard. Replay again here. This is Corey Shepherd getting up the inside of Emily Jones at turn 2. That is a change now for 4th place. And Emily will be trying her best now to hold off Dylan O'Shea, who's, we already saw, started to turn up the dial a little bit. Won't be able to get past her in the S's. Let's see what happens at the chase. Oh, Jones goes wide coming into the cutting. Into the dipper. Looks like she's managed to hold them off, though. Still, Dylan O'Shea on the headlight flash. He is piling the pressure on the number 1 car. Emily Jones, very resilient. She's had some awesome results in the past, but I'm wondering if this is going to be a big move for Dylan O'Shea. She's in the middle of the road here. Does give O'Shea a little bit of space, and that's going to give him the inside line for the braking zone for the chase itself. And there we go. That is the move complete there. O'Shea makes up another spot. Makes his way up into 5th.
And yeah, not surprised that O'Shea would make that move because with the way Corey Shepherd checked out there in the course of half a lap, that's no surprise there. Phil Sell, another spot for him, will pass Philip Krause. He's now 4 spots away from the top 10 and brings himself into our top 15 on the timing tower, and looks to immediately be looking at making that 13th. Hayden Veld there, I think, might have just rolled out a tiny bit too in that ERT car and decided not to make a mess of things there, as we'll see the pass on replay, and then we might want to stay on replay and try and pick up the 777 if we can at the chase a little bit further down the field, perhaps. So there, that move done on Conrad for the 94. And then down here, things get a little bit interesting between the Altus Australia car, the Fishy 025, and the Phase 4 Motorsport Machine race.
Yeah, okay. This is looking a little awkward coming into this part of the circuit. And oh, little catch of the grass there. Do they get it pulled up? Indeed they do, but not the Altus Australia car. Zach Hanlon doing a little bit of lawn mowing and has to serve a slowdown on the back foot of that battle now. We should also highlight the steady climb up the field of the 88 machine. Remember, Brenton Hobson and Brady Baldwin starting from the very rear of the grid, and they are up into 22nd now. They are looking to pressure James Chastaneuf and the Banter Alliance Racing 427 car, and they are up that far away from the top 20 themselves. But we keep an eye here on the 017 Piff Puff Racing entry. Is now starting to gain on Cameron Jones and the 995. And remember, that 95 SimSports car, the bright yellow and blue Mustang, is going to be serving a 5-second time penalty at the first pit stop. And speaking of penalties, looks like we have another one coming. Car 115 for that incident with the 85 Phoenix Racing Team entry at Forest Elbow, a 10-second penalty for them. So despite the early pit stop, trying to reverse engineer the strategy, it seems the 115 is already on the back foot here, as Kurt Stenberg now trying his best to get a move done on Hayden Veld, and he has completed that. Looks like Veld is going to throw up the white flag and go into pits. And that's going to be lap 20 there for ERT number 20.
It is indeed, yeah. So that there will mean they are going to have... well, I can do one more stint that's not quite a full length as well by choosing to do 20-lap run, but then I'll need to be doing full length stints the rest of the race pretty much. As we'll cheer for a second Seth Brown, that's Dave, that's Michael Angus, sorry, aboard the 307, sharing that car with David Kirby, and in behind them, Zach Vlasbom. No further action, by the way, which just flashed up on the screen for that moment between Seth Brown and Ben Morris is in the next pack behind when they got together on the exit of the chase and approaching Murray's. There's in all of that one there. Morris had a bit of a slide off the exit of turn 1, lost a spot there to Justin Morris in number 13. Night race on Ozcars. I'm being told there's a driver swap happening on the pit lane and can confirm it for you there. That is the ERT, well, it's meant to be Evolution Racing Team number 12. It's number 20 today, and it's Matthew Bowler who gets behind the wheel, and they just get out ahead of the ANZ number 9 of Henry King and Ben Christensen. So that will ensure that car can reset on fresh tyres and not be stuck in traffic here.
So that makes it 5 cars that have taken a pit stop so far in this race. And we're starting to come up to the window of cars making a full first stint. Keeping an eye, though, on the battle for second. It looks like Griffin Gardner has started to draw up to the back of Richard Hampstead again. Just a little more this time. It looks like Jared... Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I was about to say Phil Sell making a move on Bence in the 017, but apparently it didn't quite go to plan.
Right, well, that's one that we'll have a look at here. So it was there, and then gets alongside, but he's in a bit quick, I think. And yeah, runs himself off the road, and as a result also moves Bence into the grass as well. Gives that spot back straight away, and we'll try for it. Looks like, well, even by the time we get out of Murray's corner, he's been able to get that spot away there. So the charge continues for the 94. I would think with that, giving the spot back there, that might be enough. Then again, perhaps they might feel further penalties more. Let's see it here from the top down to show just how much contact. And well, actually, only the right side tyres in the grass for the 94. Wasn't quite as bad as I thought it might have been from that trackside shot we got earlier.
It did go deep, though, as that is a driver change in car 88, with Brady Baldwin taking over from Brenton Hobson for the Synergy Sim Racing 88. So let's see what Baldwin can do after Hobson made up a ton of positions early on in this first stint of the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. Brady has said that he will try not to wobble, and I've certainly got my fingers crossed for you, Brady. Let's see how you do.
Yeah, been told, yeah, maybe cross some more than fingers, add some toes in for good measure. Maybe even go the full distance, cross your arms and legs. Or
eyes
maybe
too.
Eyes too. But I guess is there such thing as too much when it comes to the crisscrossing there? But then again, Brady may be a bit more comfortable on the dirt and going. But then again, these cars can go sideways too, so you know that might be all right. As we're being told, there's a replay to look at here for the Bathurst Australia 24 of Ruben Goodall and Rob Carmichael. And yeah, when you're now behind the Danger Lions car, by hopping over the curb and McPhillamy, thankfully, able to keep it pointing in the right direction there, Reese. So just an exchange of position and maybe a small Code Brown moment.
Just a little bit. This gap, meanwhile, is continuing to close here. In fact, it wasn't closing before. Corey Shepherd, look at his last lap versus Griffin Gardner's there, sitting in third. That is a solid 4/10 taken out of the number 93 car. I think now that, Shepherd spent a lot of time chasing Emily Jones. Now he's moved past, is starting to gear things up here.
Yeah, we'll also consider the fact that we saw it in the shootout earlier, or shootout yesterday, I should say. Sorry, the Corey Shepherd of the cars in the shootout, until we got to the guys right at the front of the field, was one of the fastest across the top of the mountain. And on that last lap there, I was able to show that strength as well. As Ken Latta will bring the SSR number 269 machine to the pit lane and looks to be staying in the car at this stage. Also, draw your attention to the in-sim weather. We are on our way towards 45 degrees Celsius track temperature. It seems, having just crossed 43 degrees. Reese, and indeed looking at probably another 2 hours of virtual time still before the temperature starts to ease off. So yeah, the drivers, they are in the peak of conditions and temps, and when it's probably going to feel the worst out on track as a result.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Fishy Motorsports car has been set up for those rising track temperatures, because Shepherd is still looking mighty quick at the moment. We'll compare lap times when these cars go across the line. 206.19 for the Altus 201. as they come across the line here. 206.3 for Griffin Gardner and a 206.0 for Corey Shepherd. Another 3/10 taken out, and it seems like that number 6 is the fastest car in the top 5, as that is the Americans Down Under car around. The battle that we were looking at before, now compressed again. Kurt Stenberg and Brad Newman. Oh, Newman's trying to get the move done again here on Teo Sorono, who goes wide in Murray's corner, off the circuit, lets them go. That has created a huge kerfuffle for those positions. But it all started with the Americans Down Under entry going for a loop, and I'm wondering how it was done. The battle is not over between Stenberg and Newman. Side by side on the way up the mountain straight here. Who's going to win the race into Griffin's Bend? You want to be on the inside for this turn generally. There's a huge crown in the road, and the banking on the inside helps you stick through the corner, and well, there it is demonstrated. Steady, wide, and actually lets Jacob O'Reilly in the Vermilion Motorsports machine through.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, yeah, let pass, I guess, yeah, let in a very loose sense of the term, as Newman's actually going to back off there. Looks like...
Oh, hang on a minute. I thought I heard something. Newman's engine is blown. I think he hit the inside wall coming up to the cutting, and
Yellow lights on the back.
potentially that combined with the downshift has blown the engine of the number 62. So Brad Newman and Richie Stanaway, their Bathurst 1000 has quickly gone south, and that means there's potential for a safety car here. Right on the exit of the cutting, there's no safe place to pull that car off. I think a tow will be requested now to race control. And look at that, the response is already on here for the leaders. The Altus 201 getting a pit stop out of the way. We might just see a safety car here. This is the best time to do it.
I mean, it's the end of the stint pretty much, as it looks like Shepherd is going to stay out.
Oh.
Well, this actually might work for them here, because the safety car hasn't been called yet, Reese. They'll get one more lap here at speed, whilst everyone's coming in, and I would suspect pretty much everyone here is coming in because they need to come in. Now, the leaders, I mean, obviously Gilliam's had no...
Safety car called.
And there we go. Safety car called here at the start of lap 25 of your 2023 running the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. And of course, these drivers here, Corey Shepherd, Emily Jones, Robbie Gibbs staying out. In fact, we're going to make that 6 cars now staying out. So through to Jordan Ross in the 143. They can continue round at pace here despite being under the safety car. And we'll take the chance now to head to some replays to start breaking down everything that happened here. Starting up back at the chase with the 62 and the 74 at the chase.
Oh, looks like... Oh, yeah. That's an interesting one there. I don't know who was at fault, if any, for that. But then Brad Newman passing Kurt Stenberg. It was a textbook pass at turn 2, nice and clean, but keep an ear out here coming up to the cutting. Listen to this. He got on the brakes and flipped the throttle to downshift the car. And I think the revs just went too high, or the drivetrain locked up, or something like that, and that has completely killed the engine.
Yeah, you can see the engine light there comes on as it crests the apex at turn 5, and that there it will indeed be race done. So, as we go back to the live pictures from the circuit, we'll see here that Shepherd definitely keeping their foot in it here. So, they've stretched the field. As we watch here, Emily Jones, second on the track, hasn't yet pit in this race. You can actually see now that as the pit cycles have completed, we've now got 10 cars still out on track that haven't pitted. They will now, looks like, start dive pit lane, starting with Shepherd ahead here as the race leader. Job Stewart has taken over the wheel of the Altus Esports 201 from Andrew Gilliam Reese, and he is the first car back out on track that has pitted so far in this race, P11 at the moment, although we would expect, of course, to re-inherit the race lead here as this pit cycle begins. Or continues, I should say.
So there is the stricken number 62 on the exit of the cutting coming up to Reed Park, and now pit lane is a hive of activity once more. Looks like Thomas Freeman is jumping in the Fishy Motorsports number 6. The safety car emerges onto the track, meanwhile, to pick up the race leader, whoever that may turn out to be. Excalibur Esports going in for the stop. Brady Myers is jumping into the Trans-Tasman Racing number 1. Daniel Hall taking over the Evolution Racing Team 462, which is way down the field in the 40s in terms of positions. There's Job Stewart having just taken over from Gilliam through turn 1, and I would expect that is the race lead resumed there for the Altus 201 car. So the drivers that have jumped into the pits on this lap, looks to me like Freeman and Shepherd have come out actually ahead of the number 51 Trans-Tasman Racing car that was in second place before the safety car. Interesting to see there. It looks like no further action for the incident that happened between Jared Filsell and Jason Bentz earlier. I'm sure there are some people who will be happy to see that. But yeah, that's a big shift here. Fishy Motorsports number 6 actually making a really good jump in the pit cycle here.
And so now starting to cycle a couple of cars that got trapped between the leader and the safety car through there. And we do have a couple of cars that are, two cars that are currently a lap down. Roy Clark in the 007 Banjo Alliance car is in this queue here with the leader, so they should be waved around here in a moment. Also seeing on my timing, the 85 Phoenix Racing Team entry is Steve Vella, still behind the wheel of that one there. Is though buried a bit further back in the field, so if we do get to wave rounds, that will presumably happen over down on Conrod Straight to allow the cars to form up on one side of the circuit and go in a nice straight line there to get that wave round process done. The only other car, in fact they are the only two cars that are on track and racing at the moment that would need a wave around at this stage of the race, as the number 62 machine is now cleared to remove itself from the circuit here, Reese, and we'll have to wait and see if they attempt. I'm trying to remember if they actually can or can't resume the race after requesting a tow, because I've got to remember, I'm being reminded you cannot, so indeed that is indefinitely day done.
Yeah, that's a shame. Put on the virtual tow truck and brought back to the pits. So it's a shame that we won't be seeing any more of Richie Stanaway and Brad Newman. Certainly one of the more spectacular cars out there, but yeah, that is the exact spot their race will end. So we are a couple of cars down now. Vermilion Motorsports 168 already retiring. We can add the Rutschi's Dock Shop number 62 to that tally. And it looks like ANZ Motorsports number 9 has been in the pits for a while too, upwards of 2 minutes now. I'm not too sure what's going on for Henry King and Ben Christensen in that car, but that's certainly not ideal for them.
No, not at all. It's been also told their wave frames will start, but once they begin lap 27 here, so just waiting a little bit on that one. So just having a look at the order of things and just trying to see here. So yeah, Job Stewart, driver change there in the 201, but I always work down the order. Dylan Rudd, driver change in the 93. Josh Anderson, driver change in the 51. So in fact, it's probably easier to say who hasn't changed drivers at this point, because if you go through the top 15 there, I can only see Thomas Freeman and Cameron Jones as two names that haven't jumped out of their cars yet.
Wasn't Corey Shepherd in the number 6 to start the race?
He was, yeah. So I'm going to completely shoot myself in the foot by saying that. You're right. Only Cameron Jones.
Okay, so we're hearing that the number 9 car, which I was asking questions about, was in the pits for damage repair, and this is why. Back on lap 15. Oh, okay. So, okay, that's the 662 that was slow at the exit of Murray's, and it looks like a reaction there from the driver of the number 9. Just spun up the rears and got into the wall. Right. That's obviously a shame for them. Plenty of cars in this field, almost too many to keep track of at the one time, so We eventually do get to most incidents that happen out on track. Of course, we have some good time for that here under safety car as the wave around, it looks like, has been called for Roy Clark, who's taken over the Banter Alliance Racing 007. He should be able to pass the safety car very soon. And then after another couple of laps touring around the circuit at 80 k's an hour, we'll be able to resume racing. Every car in the field having made their first pit stop. And now we'll hope for a long green flag run from here. More cars being given wave arounds. That's the Phoenix number 85. Steve Vella still at the wheel of that one. They will pass the number 62 one more time before it's officially taken off the racetrack. And it looks like the two cars that have just made their way past the safety car will be the only ones that are given a wave around here. The only ones that need them.
Now, interesting to note there, as we watched the field pass up through the cutting, the 62 machine is still parked up and well, I think I've now heard them at least twice be given permission to tow off the circuit, but they're still in position there and need to get that car, well, out of the way, so we can consider the setup period. So you can still see that Newman's, well, the car is still there, and therefore Newman should still be behind the wheel. As well as we're being told, and that's what I heard over the radio, and being told it's going to be found on replay in a second. Trouble for the Phoenix Racing Team 85 under this safety car. Some contact further on back in the field before they were waved through.
Right. That's not ideal, obviously. While we go to that replay, we're also I'm also wanting to highlight the 777 as well, Altus Australia. Very long pit stop for them. Michael Taliancic taking over that car from Zach Hanlon. It was 2 minutes and 10 seconds in the box for them. Total pit time of 2.5 minutes, but they are back out on track now. This is the contact that happened for the 85. Everyone checking up out of the chase. And... oh, okay. That's interesting. Not too sure what the driver of the number 57 was doing there.
Yeah. Oh, and it's happened again on Conrod. Just noticed the Piff Puff cars just tapped the back of the SSR 94.
Oh. SSR 94.
And
definitely with the biggest rise through the field so far. But, yeah, it seems that even under safety car, there is potential for contact, as the 62 has now been towed, and safety car will likely stay out for one more lap here. We'll be able to get things started again when we come around to start lap 29. Here is that contact that you were mentioning, Dan. James Scott now in the 94, and Brian Borg at the wheel of the 017. Just looked like a big check up there. They slowed down to 50 k's an hour when they're supposed to be doing 80. I'm not too sure what's going on there.
Yeah, just this concertina of, one car will back off slightly, and then they slow down below the safety car speed of 80, and then everyone... And so we're just getting this accordion up and down the field where someone leaves a bit of a gap, they speed up into the gap, as on board with Cameron Jones behind Brian Borg, and see, all of a sudden, the speed difference becomes huge. And I reckon there's also a possibility that he's putting the foot in ever so slightly to just ease into that gap when all of a sudden the car ahead hits the anchors. So yeah, we're just seeing a lot of, it feels like we're seeing a lot of cases of cars are leaving gaps and not holding a perfectly constant speed, which is to perhaps be expected, but then it means we're getting these checkups as the ANZ Motorsports number 9 will take an additional stop here under the safety car at the start of lap 28, and we have had confirmation from race control that we are going to restart here. Let me get to lap 29, Reese. So the waiting game will be no more very soon.
I think it makes sense that Henry King brought the number 9 back in there. If you're at the back of the field under safety car, you might as well come in for another stop just to top up the tank, and it'll allow you to either go a little longer or give yourself a little bit more wiggle room to work with later on in the race. Looks like Justin McLean in the Black Hawk Motorsport 662 has been in the pits for about a minute. There's also a driver change happening in the Phoenix Racing team number 85, who we saw get that wave around. Tim Mulford is going to be taking over from Steve Vella there.
Yeah, they'll want to get out, though, ideally, obviously, get out before the safety car starts pulling away from the field and such, get back to the train so that they don't end up in complete no man's land at this stage. Now they're back on the lead lap of the race, so get this driver swap done and then get back out there. We also had Black Hawk Motorsport 662 machine come down the lane for over a minute in their box. Justin McLean aboard the car now heads out and up Mountain Straight, so he'll get there in good time. As confirmation that contact under the safety car in the multiple instances happened will be all reviewed once we go back to racing here in a bit as we watch the field swing out. Now, interesting there, the 47 has lost its losing that. When did that happen exactly? Yeah, the 47. That
maybe under safety car. Might have been another incident of contact, but that looks like a fairly heavy hit to the back of the number 47. So either it happened earlier, but no, I think it looks like we got confirmation that it has happened under safety car. Man, seems like safety car procedures need a little bit of a refresh for a lot of the drivers here today. Try and maintain pace, maintain a reasonable gap to the car ahead until obviously they get the restart happening. It looks like it happened, quick replay before we go back to green flag running, it happened during that big concertina. We were on board with the 995 before, that's the car in front here, and the concertina happens here just ahead, and oh, there we go. Wow, okay. That's a shame there for the 47. They were caught up in the middle of that concertina and ended up getting rammed in the rear. Well, we're going back to green flag racing now. Job Stewart in the 201 ahead of Dylan Rudd, who's taken over the 95 SimSport 93. That is an elevation there to second place for them. In third, Thomas Freeman in the Fishy Motorsports number 6. The number 51 with Josh Anderson now at the wheel has fallen to fourth in the pit cycle. And we are away once more. Green flag for the Bathurst 1000, starting the 29th lap of 161. And it looks pretty orderly there through the first half of the field.
Yeah, not expecting anything too crazy here to say, and back there for a moment with the 47 and the 228, and unfortunately for William Motorsports Black, it was their car that ran into the back of the Pleb SimSport entry, and so they've lost their bonnet in the process of that concertina, as well as mostly single file here, and show at the nose from Cameron Jones, but he won't make a move on Brian Borg there. There are some bit of movement down the back of the field a bit more. Timothy White inside Nick Rodder before turn 2. Looks like same as we said there around the Accelerate Endurance car. Meanwhile, leaders getting up to pace. Thomas Freeman, though, has lost a couple of tenths to Dylan Rudd here off the restarts. We jump on board with Josh Anderson in behind him here. We'll see what can the 51 do to get back into the third place position that this car was up in second for the opening stint of the race. As we're being told, issues, and Rob Carmichael, the Altus Australia 24, backwards though, at the top of almost at the top of the hill.
Well, car's still running, and once the field goes by, he's able to get going again, though, with a little bit more damage to the front. We'll keep an eye on that, but leave it with Josh Anderson here to see if he can get past Thomas Freeman. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, it looks like the number 94 car with James Scott at the wheel is about to get into the top 10, right behind Dylan Pereira, who's taken over from Rehan Leonage in the 79. Here's the 51 making the move at the chase. Anderson gets up the inside of Freeman.
Job done.
And, yep, job done very nicely. The move was unsuccessful for James Scott. He wasn't able to get past Pereira. Car off at the chase. Cameron Jones has gone straight on. And he rejoins the track safely just behind these guys as now we see Sean McNamara trying to make a move on Freeman himself.
You've also got Ben Faulkner in the Vermilion Motorsports car, the 228. Presume it was separate to the 995 of Cameron Jones. So we're going to see here what's happened to Carmichael up behind the 025 Fishy Motorsports car of Blake Delaney. And it's a little loose, and it's solo.
Oh.
Doesn't hit the wall there on the Fujitsu side, but slams the concrete on the right-hand side of the car there. Very lucky that car hasn't bounced off the concrete, Reese, and back across the track there, which kept the race line open. So we've had trouble at turn one, further down the field. Back in the 40s, we've had some moments. So then we've got this here at Griffin's.
Oh no, don't go 3 wide on the run up to cutting, guys. Goodness me. The car 269, I believe Kenneth Ladder at the wheel of that one. And, oh dear, that's the 13 around. Hasn't created as much drama as it otherwise could, but unfortunately, number 13, they were in 22nd place when the lap started. Luke Mitchinson is going to have to wait for the entire field to go by before he gets going again, and that's going to be a 4 or 5 point turn to get that car back going. So safety cars really bringing incidents to the fore here, and it looks like he just clipped the inside wall of the cutting. He did that all on his own.
Yep, there was that little gap there, and just not able to make things work there. Well, unlike the first incident, we'll actually go to a quick replay of it here. So you can see it trying to perhaps show the nose to the inside of the 269 SSR car, but indeed clear. And in fact, actually gets his teammate there a little bit with what looks like potentially some netcode contact, as James Scott is up into the top 10 now. He's made 2 spots since we last mentioned his name at the chase. As further on back here, what is that, the 427 and the 269.
Oh, someone's off.
Oh, yep. Oh, the American down under car. And there's now Adam Blocker behind the wheel. So there, Ken Ladder, Andrew Ritchie in behind, who are scrapping, as Blocker will move to the inside. More so, I think, to clear a slowdown than anything, perhaps. As they sort that one out.
Yeah, looked like he was just giving Latter space to move past, and then he could resume the racing line. Andrew Ritchie just behind, having a poor run through turn 1, lost the rear slightly, and that's going to cost him all the way down Mountain Straight. Now it looks like Ben Smith in the Gutter Night race on Oils 947 looking to make a move up the inside of Griffin's, and throw Tom Freer in there as well. Freer moves up the inside. He has got that all-important inside line for turn 2, and Andrew Ritchie just has to let them go off camber around the outside of that corner. Only one way that's going to go. Here's what happened to the 995, and I tell you what, the 017 was very lucky to avoid that. I think good heads-up driving from Brian Borg, keeping an eye on his mirrors, and just letting that happen in front of him.
Yep. Well, started behind him, I think, to be precise, but then, he quickly becomes in front when... Cameron Jones doesn't have his normal braking performance, because, he goes up and over the curb there through the kink, and then the car is all kinds of crossed up. We saw it in the flat sixes, in particular on Friday night, Reese. And once again, there is a way to hit that curb. That was not it. As we head back to the live pictures, and we look here now, top 3 now starting to compress. Job Stewart's not had the same ability to run away as Andrew Gillen did. And saying, of course, we do have Dylan Rudd and Josh Anderson, different drivers in the 93 and 51 as well. Potentially mixing things up there, as Brady Myers, I think, has just made his way past Sean McNamara, sort of fending off a spot. And then here, Brady Baldwin, is that with Colin Warwick now in the Pleb Sim Sport car? It is. Ken Ladder in the 269 SSR car will go through there as well. And then 427's found the grass on the exit of the chase. Andrew Ritchie recovering now, lost a couple of spots in the process of all that.
Oh, this is getting messy here with the 427 still trying to negotiate itself as the 209 is tapped around a little bit there. Looked like the Fishy Motorsports Mustangs trying to work his way past, and fortunately that's resulted in no one spinning for the time being, but we'll see how long that lasts with this quite compressed pack of cars. And I'll tell you what, of the 209 evidently not too happy there.
Oh.
Brett Loxton taking over.
That was contact between the 063 and the 043 on the crest there on Mountain Straight, and it nearly put the Fishy Motorsports Mustang sideways and probably firing off into the walls there, so that could have been a lot worse. Ben Morris almost helping Maguire as Nick Rodders found the wall on the run into the cutting in the 57 Alpha Venturi car, but he's facing the right way again and looks to be trying to get going, so
just gets back up to speed in time.
Eventually, yeah, my word. Still slow by looks of things to try and get into rhythm, but jeez. Now a lot of cars. There was also a separate incident way down the field for the Blackhawk Motorsport car at Murray's Corner on that last lap as well. As we're being told, the 5-second time penalty, which will be served at the next pit stop for Dan Hall on the ERT 462 for an incident with the Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic car, as that's what happened to Andrew Ritchie. Really Motorsports 228 up the inside, a bit of contact resulted, and it put the 427 a little wide and then set off this whole 2x2 reaction here, and then that angle there unfortunately doesn't quite help us.
It wasn't the Fishy Mustang that made the contact there.
It got through perfectly there for Troy Maguire.
Yeah, good stuff there from Maguire, avoiding the incident there. But yeah, car 228 definitely already been involved in a few scraps today, and I think that'll show no signs of slowing down. Hopefully they'll be able to get some repairs done on that car at the next pit stop. We haven't checked in on the lead in a while, and it hasn't exactly been a runaway drive for Job Stewart in the 201. He's still got those two Commodores behind him, pressing hard, as a little bit further back, Jordan Severus going wide at turn 2. That's let Pereira, Johnstone, and now Jones through. And the Alpha Venturi racing car back to 13th place. And this is what got the 5-second penalty for car 462, just a move up the inside at turn 1. Wasn't quite complete, and that created a bigger incident behind with, it looks like, Taliancic and the 777 having to check up behind as well. But these are your top 3. Still in 4th place is the number 1 car, Fishy Motorsports 6, though, starting to form a bit of a cork in the bottle, with rapidly being chased down by McNamara, Rivera, Scott, and Bowler. The SSR WP Concreting car up into 8th now, and looking good for some more potential moves. It was relatively easy for Phil Sell and Scott to make the moves early on with such a big pace differential between them and the cars further down, but these cars here are a little bit closer to their ultimate pace, so they're going to have to work a little bit harder.
Yeah, they will, and I think that is a bit, I guess, part of the thing here, also thinking about the top 3 as well. I'd say Andrew Gilliam is probably the A driver, if there is one, for the Altus 201, ever so slightly over Job Stewart, just in terms of regularly running the car. And for example, Job actually coming off the back of round 1 of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup Contender Series this morning, so has been having to prepare for that there. And from what I was told and what I saw for myself, it was 10th and 12th in the 2 races for him, which puts him 10th on points after the opening pair of races. Top 15 from the Contender Series will be invited to the Super Cup next year. As Anderson, though, will decide to not sit in 3rd place and move his way past Rudd, potentially to eye off that P1 position in the near future. As it's now P2 for the first of our Trans-Tasman racing machines here. If just going back to the start of this as well, I would have said that, yeah, it's not by much by any stretch of the means, but you know, with regards to the 51, I would probably say Josh Anderson slightly, ever so slightly up on Richard Hampstead, perhaps on pace. although we are talking probably only a couple of tenths.
It's a matter of
best.
hundredths.
And probably hundredths too, yeah. And same with Griffin Gardner and Dylan Runnels. Actually, also pretty hard to split those two when they're both on their A game. So, yeah, it could be a combination of factors. Perhaps there's another incident between the 462 and the 091 on replay here, Reese. Although, didn't look like much of one from that angle. Just a bit of a slip and slide on the grass.
Not as big of an incident as what we saw before, but still a little bit too hip and shouldery. 10-second time penalty for the 228 as well. That's the Vermilion Motorsports black car with Ben Faulkner at the wheel that's missing its bonnet. And no surprise with the incident that car was involved in, that penalty was applied. So that will likely be served at the next stop. Here comes Brady Myers, meanwhile. Looks like he has cottoned on to the top three. It is now a four-way battle for the lead of the race.
Yeah, with the compression, it seems, happening here at the front, and the racing that's been going here now that Anderson's made his move on Rudd. Definitely setting a trend as Freeman, little lock-up, puts him under a lot of pressure from McNamara, and you've got Marcelo Rivera, that ERT number 2, as well, of course, as James Scott. So now 2 groups of 4 for the top 8 at this stage. It's going to be 2 by 2 now as they work their way up here. Looks like Rivera's going to roll out and not contest too aggressively on this one. McNamara, though, wants to fight with Freeman and gets a bit of slide out of turn 2 for his troubles. That allows Scott to get 2 spots in as much as 2 corners there. Rivera will stay back in 8th for the time being, and also potentially team up with Matt Bowler, ERT sister car there, so they can potentially work their way together in this pack. As we quickly flick to the grate there to see our top 4 come through. Then the next group of cars starts to come through before we focus back up on our leaders here across McPhillamy.
This is a very tight fight. Both of the Trans-Tasman cars involved in the top 4 battle, really picking up the pace now. Josh Anderson was 3.5 tenths quicker than Job Stewart on the last lap, and if he can nail the exit out of Forest Elbow, he should be able to go for it into the lead. But then you have to consider, well, are they just going to back off in the first phase of this stint? Are they going to lift off, save a tiny bit of fuel, try and extend their stint if necessary? Looks like that's what they're going to do. Not quite ready to go for the move yet into the lead for the number 51. Meanwhile, the number 94 making up another spot. That is the move complete on the Fishy Motorsports number 6, and looks like a few positions made up on that lap for James Scott. Remember, he was in 8th at the start of the lap. He has made some fantastic moves.
He has indeed. Unfortunately, we can't focus on all of them. We've now got here 23rd on back. Colin Warwick trying to fend off David Kirby. Troy Maguire, a pair of Fishy Motorsports cars, plus Ben Morris, Timothy Vaughan here. And in fact, we'll get the elbows out with Kirby in the 307. That puts that car in the grass on the exit of the chase, and then slots that car down the order somewhat. There is then a couple of cars wide. Warwick off in the grass. Yeah, we've got all kinds of chaos here with a couple of packs to try and make sense of it all now. Starting up roughly with Maguire now the leader of this sort of train that's building for 23rd on back, as it started here at the chase with Warwick and Kirby going side by side, and a bit of elbows there and a bump off.
Yes, and the drama's continued for Warwick here. Had the Fishy Mustang behind him, but it was actually rear-end contact there from the Commodore behind. So once again, that Fishy Mustang with, I believe, Troy Maguire at the wheel, around incidents, but not involved in them.
Yeah, he's been close, but thankfully, not quite part of them in recent memory for this race here. So keeping their nose clean and basically getting spots for their troubles as a result, which is what they would want in the grand scheme of things, because their car is still clean and they're able to work their way forward here. We'll check in with them later, as Anderson was close, but he's rolling that car into the chase by the looks of things on the speedo. Unfortunately, I'm not quite looking at him, so I can't quite confirm that with my ears for that one there, Reese. But looks like need to pressure Job too aggressively is the name of the game, as Cameron Jones looks for the spot on Rehan Leonage and will get there just at the end of the turn-in point, but gets squeezed on the apex there, which allows, pardon me, Dylan Pereira aboard the car now. Driver change happening under the safety car, and the cycle of stops that happened there. But that means the 7-0 will hang on to P11 for a little bit longer, but Jones quickly back up to speed despite that slide through the chase.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I have to say, good on both of the drivers involved there for not making it a bigger incident. You got to drive with your eyes on stalks to survive a race like this, and it is all about survival. That said, Cam Jones is still dialing up the aggression. Side by side a little further back, meanwhile, that's an exchange between Brady Baldwin and Tom Freer in the two Synergy cars. Baldwin up into 18th spot for the time being, still moving up the field in the number 88 car, but for the time being it seems the 707 is the one who gets priority, and no wonder, because they did end up qualifying a lot higher. They're actually 9 spots down from where they started, so Freer and Stovold have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, well, definitely better though than where they were, having initially opted to run the alternate strategy with a shorter first stint in this race. They did come to the pits again under the safety car with a shorter stop, and confirmation from, and can see in the in-game message log, both drivers of the Ultimate Australia number 24 have left the server, so we'd consider that one there for a retirement, and we are now down from 49 therefore to 46 cars. As watch again this fight for 11th as we come to the chase again. Jones catching in the draft, but no moves coming here this time into the chase. He'll stay in P12 for now. Likewise, at the front of the field, it got close again as they approached the chase between Job Stewart and Josh Anderson, but no moves being made yet. 51 happy to ride in P2 for now. I think unlike what's happening at the front here, Jones might be looking for a way past at some point, sooner rather than later.
Yeah, well, with that kind of exit from Hell Corner, you would guess that it's a move up the inside into Griffins that Cam Jones is thinking about, and Dylan Pereira, having taken over from Rayan Leonage, certainly going to be feeling the pressure. But looks like Jones not quite close enough to make the move coming into turn 2, and the cutting isn't exactly a prime passing spot. It can be done, but it's not advisable. So once again, the 995 stays behind the 79. Update as well on James Scott and Jared Filsell in the number 94, just up ahead of these guys. Made it into 5th and is practically walking away from the cars that they've just made their way past. Fastest car on track last time by 205.69 for the 94 Synergy Commodore. So look for them to start making an impression on the four-way battle for the lead in a few laps.
Yeah, with that kind of margin, at least 3/10 a lap on the cars ahead, they will make their way forward in short order as well. We'll see what happens when they get. Yeah, indeed, they pop into the background as short as we focus on our top 4, and give it a second there with that wider shot. We'll pick them up as this field flows through. So yeah, 4-1-4, and then let's go back to Johnson and sort of 1 again to round out your top 10 as it were. Jones close, but still not enough to find a way past, but he can force an error on the corner apex and exit from Pereira, but then he gets it parked up, which will hurt the run for Jones to Murray's. He'll still look for it, has to now get a dive under brakes to finish the job, and he will be able to do that this time. Nicely done. And Geordie Sinny will be able to take advantage on the run to Hell Corner as well.
Yeah, can Cine make it up the inside here? Deeper line into the corner. Pereira trying to hold the outside, but ultimately has to give the place to the 111 on the exit. 2 spots lost and 2 corners there for the number 79, but could certainly be worse. The top 4 battle. No signs of abating, but not much movement in the fight at the moment. Everyone's just keeping themselves in line here. And actually, having said that, looks to me like a move was made. I'll step on my own foot there with Brady Myers making the move in turn 2 on Dylan Rudd. Back into 4th place for the number 93. So that is, again, both Trans-Tasman cars starting to increase the pressure a little bit. But I'll tell you what, Job Stewart has been doing a sterling job of withstanding that pressure for the time being in the 201 machine. Another car that has made up a ton of positions through the safety car, through the pit stop cycle, is the 269 with Kenneth Ladder at the wheel. We saw that car making a move up the inside of the cutting earlier off the restart, and they were definitely involved in some big fights, but 30 places gained for this car. That is quite impressive. And I think you can always count on the Synergy squad to go for the long haul in races like this.
Yeah, first of our cars that didn't set a qualifying time in yesterday afternoon's session, so out of position, you would suggest, therefore, as a result. And despite being completely on sequence with practically everyone else, absolutely charging up the order. There is this machine. Jamie McKnight will step aboard that car at some point in the not too distant future as well. We'll see when they make that driver swap happen at some point. Tom Freer behind, I think, looking and feeling a little racier, and on the last lap alone was about 6/10 quicker. So would expect they might exchange positions there, which would, I guess, eliminate the 30 places gained from the 269's marker there, but still in company. There you go. We'll make that one very easy for the 707 indeed before Griffins.
Yeah, a little bit of formation flying will go on here between the 2 Synergy cars. Everyone's still running in the race, is on the lead lap. This is the last car running at the moment, the second Phoenix Racing Team car with Tim Mulford at the wheel. Currently on the exit of the chase, the leaders, meanwhile, just past Skyline and into the S's. Coming into the dipper now for Job Stewart. So still a bit of a while to go before we start seeing lapped cars become a part of things, as that's a pass at the cutting there. The 209 getting a little crossed up on the exit, battling with the Fishy Motorsports Mustang of Troy Maguire, who has certainly been no stranger to action in this event. They were involved in this 4-car scrap, and oh dear, wow, a little bit of a tap there for Maguire. That obviously allowed Chris Coxhead and Timothy Vaughan ahead to get away from them, but still keeping it clean, keeping it out of the wall, or at least that's probably the quickest commentator's curse of all time. Just clipping the inside wall there at the dipper. Once more from another angle. Slight slide there for them.
Yeah, that one angle there. Loxton a little opportunity to try to get the 209 nose up the inside of Maguire there, who'd had to let Coxhead through in the 203. As looking here further on back at the JTI T042, Joe Mahoney driving that car at the moment. Does runs it a little wide and over the curve. McPhillamy, we've seen that once today already, so make that 2 times. And thankfully though, still pointing in the right direction and carries on. Well, you said it was coming, Reese, and now it's very visually apparent, and the numbers are there to back it up. Less or almost a second now, give or take, depending on exactly where you look at it and when you look at it. There for James Scott, before he catches up to our top 4 who have gotten right back together nose to tail. So this will become 5 cars line astern. They are all dropping Thomas Freeman in the number 6 there. 6 seconds from the leader back to P number 6 at this stage in the race.
Yeah, James Scott took 8/10 out of Job Stewart on the last lap, and look at how much he's ranging up to the back of this top 4 battle now as they come up to Forest Elbow. Already had the slipstream for the last couple of laps, but now truly in it. And I think we can officially call this a 5-way fight for the lead of the race. Meanwhile, looks like the slipstream is on again for Josh Anderson in the lead of the race. He does lift off once more versus Job Stewart. They're just holding station at the moment, aren't they, the TTR cars? They're thinking about, you know, like 100 laps from now, where are they going to be? That's been the big strength of these teams that race at the top of this series. They always think about the long game, because it's those last few laps of the race that really matter.
Yeah, every couple of laps you can gain on fuel over your competitors, either in a pit stop under safety car now, or if we have some really long runs that enable you to maybe save fuel at the end of the race. As the 427 Banter Alliance car, Andrew Ritchie there, big moment on the exit of the cutting. Although, thankfully, stays off the walls and just instead loses 2 spots for his troubles. As Ando again, yeah, close, but again, he's more than happy to ride shotgun for now, as it's very much all 5 cars, practically no margin between any of them at this point now, as they work their way up and out of Griffin's Bend. So let's see here how James Scott chooses to play this one. Does he keep trying to press the momentum that he's clearly got over these 4 who are running Job Stewart's pace? Is he going to join these guys here at the speed they've got? And what we will do, Reese, is actually flip to a mid-race interview here, and I'll hand over to you and Brenton Hobson as part of the SSR number 88 crew here today.
Yeah, good run from you and Brady today, Brenton. That's something that you should definitely be proud of. You were one of those cars that started all the way at the rear of the grid, couldn't make the qualifying session yesterday. So what were your thoughts going into the race? How are you going to approach it?
Yeah, thanks, Reese. I guess the good thing about starting last is you've got nothing to lose, do you? So it's a pretty relaxed sort of a start to the race, really. We didn't have any expectations, and I certainly didn't expect to probably make it as far through the field as I did. So far, I think I made it plus 30 spots. Brady's made plus 1. Good on him. It's the opposite direction of what we expected, so that's good. And yeah, I mean, we're actually not too bad of a spot right here at the minute. So all things going probably better than we expected, really.
Yeah, you've gone from 49th all the way up to 18th. So what's the strategy from here? How long are you planning to keep Brady in the car, considering, you know, the minimum and maximum driver stints that you have to deal with here?
Well, it's a shame about the maximum driver stints, because I could just put him in and leave him to the end of the race. That'd be pretty funny. But I'll get back. I'll probably look to finish it, so we'll do some jiggery between here and there to make that work, I guess. But I mean, ideally you'd probably start your co-driver and free up some more laps for your main driver later in the race. But starting last, we thought, well, I'd probably get in and just try and get through the first stint first, and we'll just sort of make it up as we go. There's no real predetermined strategy, reactive to safety cars and things like that, and just make sure we meet the minimum laps without exceeding maximum at any point. So it'll be pretty fluid as the race goes on.
Yeah, you definitely have to be fluid and adjusting to changing conditions in this race. Starting to see some more cars come into the pits as well, with the Pit Puff Racing 017 coming in. That's another position for the time being for you and Brady. Obviously, you don't want to give away your strategy information, but we are starting to come up to the second pit cycle. So what's your idea for the remainder of the race? You might have to take a short fill somewhere, but you have to consider safety cars too.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, yeah, we'll have to pit probably before a few others, because we pitted just before that last safety car. So we're probably, I don't know, another 2 or 3 laps from the window for us on fuel. But as far as the splash and whatnot goes later, I'm not really thinking too hard about that right now, because I don't expect we won't see any more safety cars. So that'll all go up in the air anyway. And I mean, if it doesn't, we'll just deal with that at the end and do whatever we've got to do to make it home. But I think we'll leave Brady in again here for the minute. Let him suffer for a bit longer, and it's good at the minute. He's got some fairly clean air, so sort of got Adam all over him at the minute, but he's not in amongst too many people, so good for him to click off some laps. And in fairness to him, he's actually doing an excellent job. I mean, he's not really a road guy; he's more of a dirt guy, and we sort of just got together to do this for a bit of fun together. And he's absolutely killed it. He did awesome at Sandown, and he's doing really good here again today, which is a credit to him.
Yeah, I think the throttle control required for dirt racing really translates nicely to the throttle control required for Australian touring cars. Well, best of luck, Brenton. We'll leave you to spot for Brady and help him out in his battle here with Adam Blocker. Thanks for joining us, mate. Appreciate talking to you.
All right, see you guys.
Brenton Hobson there, part of the Synergy Sim Racing squad with Brady Baldwin. And, got to say, that car doing very nicely at the moment. Also doing nicely is this top 5 battle with James Scott now right on the rear of Dylan Rudd in the number 93. And they are looking more compressed than ever, Dan.
Yeah, it's keeping nice and tiny, but James Scott choosing to answer the question that I sort of proposed. Would he keep up his pace and try and work his way forward? No, happy to sit back in P5 for now because they're still edging away from the cars behind. Well, crucially, in that regard, for the next pack of cars, it's now Marcelo Rivera in the ERT number 2 who leads that lot there. If I can find it on my event list, it happened a while back, although we're not going to look at that just yet. In fact, that pass happened on lap 43 at some point for the ERT car, but this, unfortunately, further down the order, Reese, Blackhawk Motorsport 662 machine, and has come unstuck at some point, and it's going to be there.
Oh. Yeah, grazing the wall at the exit of Griffin's Bend. Could have been worse, but yeah, you don't want to get near that concrete. Oh, hello. Safety car has been called by race control. I think this is the random safety car we were talking about at the top of the night. Seems that a pixelated kangaroo has emerged onto the circuit, and everyone immediately responding by going into the pits. This is going to be an interesting change-up.
Yep. Can confirm no incident reports. Oh, my word, Anderson just gets it pulled up without too much well, not too much. That was a very sideways moment. Yeah, Max, and he's just tapped the rear of Job Stewart in doing so. So that could have been worse. As yet, you cannot afford to stay out here because the safety car is already waiting on the exit of turn 1 for these drivers here. We'll go on board with Brady Myers to watch Ando here. Woohoo! Full 45 degrees on the angle to get that one pulled up without too much of a hit to the rear bumper of Job Stewart's. He did just brush it. Yes, we'll now see if the order stays the same when they come back out of the pits. As yeah, quite literally every single car going to make their way in here. Now, critically, lap 44, 45. As I said, we expect more safety cars in this race by just the nature of the circuit and all that.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah,
TTR number 1 in the lead. It's a Trans-Tasman 1-2 coming out of the pits.
And they saved about 3 seconds in the pit stop. That's about 6 litres of fuel.
Yeah, and you know what? We were pointing out that Josh Anderson was lifting off in the slipstream of the 201. I think, now that this random safety car has happened, they've taken advantage of that fuel save, and they had a shorter pit stop.
They sure did, yeah. 31 seconds stationary for the TTR number 1. Emily Jones jumping aboard that car once again to add more laps to her tally. Same for Richard Hampstead in the 51 machine. Joe Stewart staying aboard, but just having to add more fuel to that car to top it right back off. So that is the shuffling there. And in fact, also, Thomas, slow stop for Jared Philself. If we check in with the 94 here real quick, you'll see that he has dropped back to P6, 37.5 stationary. Being right, of course, they were pushing all the way pretty much for until about 2 laps before the safety car was called. So
yeah,
that would
a lot of
explain
fuel
things
used
a bit there. But that's how it's all played out here in this second of our safety cars here today.
It has. Well, we're going to take this opportunity to step aside for a couple of moments. You're watching SimSpeed TV. It's the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 for 2023.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
You're watching SimSpeed TV. It is the Bathurst 1000, part of the 2023 V8SCOPS. It's Premier Series season, and it looks like our safety car, randomly, is about to end. The pace car is pulling away from everyone. The track temperature staying pretty stable at 43 degrees Celsius, and the field falling under the control of Emily Jones in the Trans-Tasman Racing number 1, followed by Richard Hampstead. Some excellent fuel-saving mileage in that last stint grabbed them those two positions with a shorter fuel stop. Reese Gardner here with Dan Yeaman in the comms box and Jay Kennedy on production. Tell you what now, Dan, this is going to be an interesting next stint of the race. Jones back in the number 1, Hampstead back in the 51, Job Stewart remaining in the Altus Esports 201. So I'm looking forward to this matchup.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one to watch here, is for sure. See also how drivers like Thomas Freeman go with this second run for him in the car, with Jared Filsell back behind the wheel of the 94 and behind that number 6 machine again. As safety cars in the lane, and therefore technically in the hands of Emily Jones to restart the race, although holding pace here out of the chase for a little bit longer at the very least. We saw Stewart go there pretty much at pit entry. Looks like we're going to wait till Murray's Corner or thereabouts for this second restart of the race. And indeed, on the apex, the number 1 puts the foot down, and back to racing speed we go. But Job Stewart is on the attack there for second. Can't quite clear Richard Hampstead. Can't pass before the start-finish line anyways there under the bridge on the front straight. But certainly wants to get back after it here rather than hang around in third. Exit. As we are on our way up to Griffin's Bend once again. And Emily Jones is probably quite happy to see a 6/10 margin back to second place.
Indeed, here we go then. Oh, Hampstead, he's going to fight back on the inside coming into Griffin's. I thought he would have gone deep, but he manages to slow it up just enough. The entry to the corner, on board with Dylan Rudd in car 93, meanwhile, chasing down these three. Remember, he has got the number 94 behind him, and Jared Filsell has gotten back in the car. James Scott taking a little break. Let's see what kinds of laps Filsell can put on the board in their campaign to get back to the race lead.
The answer should be fast, that's for sure.
Yes.
Just, yeah, because the question of does he choose to sit back like James did there once he finally caught the top 4, or if he'll be looking to press forward and put themselves even further up the order at this stage of the race. Definitely looking racy here in behind Dylan Rudd off this nice couple of corners here down the S's and the dipper. Meanwhile, further on back, a dive at the elbow. Haven't seen one of those yet today at the front of the field, and that causes the number 6 to find the wall on the outside. Thomas Freeman having got together with Bobby Gibbs there, and Trump back in the S's for Zach Vlasbom in the 57 Alpha Venturi car. He's able to get that car pointing in the right direction, though, as we keep our eyes on the number 6 machine here. And actually seeing a mechanical black flag has sprung up for the 427 Banter Alliance racing car. It's been an incident at the same time with the Accelerate Endurance, as here's this move again at the elbow. It's in aggressive, but I'd have to say it looks like that was about there. From that angle, at least.
Well, regardless, I think it was still a bit of an aggressive move there. There was contact, and oh my god, all right. So that explains why there's a mechanical black flag for the Banter Alliance car. Where is that?
That is in the S's.
At the S's, yeah. Okay. Might we see a safety car right after the random one?
That's the thing.
I mean, that car's not moving. There's no way that thing's getting back under the pits under its own power. The wheels aren't even in contact with the ground.
And safety car is called once again.
Oh, lordy.
For that one. And yeah, it's not ideal that we go to a safety car straight after a random caution, but it's one of those ones where, like, if we're going to have the manual safety cars, that is that's one of the reasons to absolutely stay to bring it back out. As we'll have a look at what's caused it here across the top of the mountain.
Yeah, racing is inherently chaotic, and sometimes stuff like this can happen. Oh dear, oh dear. What's the car there that made contact with them?
It's the Accelerate.
Yeah.
Which, funnily enough, that has a change of paint
76.
between. No, we've got the joys of the Trading Paints database, where even if using the same paint downloader on 2 different computers, we've got this paint on the main live feed PC, and we have that Kmart Racing inspired paint job on the replay PC.
Righto. Well, they're going to come back around again to the scene of the crime. And, well, Andrew Ritchie and James Chastaneuf will have their race come to an end there. That's an interesting incident. I think we might have to see it again from another angle, because it seems to me like part of it is due to the Banner Alliance car going slightly wide on the entry to the S's. But at the same time, the Accelerate Endurance car probably shouldn't have shown the nose there.
It's one of those spots where at this stage in the race, you try and back out and go single file if you're not ahead before you get into that part of the track.
Yeah, I'm looking at it again on my end, and we'll see it once more here. So, yeah, the Accelerate Endurance car goes a bit hard into the braking zone for it. Damien Cairns at the wheel of that car, and Andrew Ritchie, by the same token, I think saw him coming and went a little wide.
And this explains why I saw the Alpha Venturi car sideways in the S's. They've all had to check up for suddenly seeing a car sideways or on its lid there, and so very close call there for the 57 of currently Zach Glassbaum, who actually is one of the drivers who will come down to the pits once again here under this safety car to addition on top up further and actually do a driver change in that car again as well.
Righto. So I think if you're involved in an incident like that and you're already at the back of the field when the safety car's called, you might as well come into the pits and maybe get some extra damage repaired if you have it. Top up the fuel tank, maybe strap on some fresh tires as well. It'll definitely help you in the long run as long as you can continue to stay out of trouble. So, safety car quickly out once again. I think Daniel Stevens at the wheel of the 000 Porsche Cayman figured that he was in for a little bit of a break, but evidently not. And that is not where the sky should be.
Not even close, no.
No. That's undoubtedly going to be the end of Andrew Ritchie and James Chastaneuf's race. And, I mean, Jay pointing out that at least it's the right sponsor on the wall there, Clean Away. We'll definitely be getting the tow truck out and bringing that car back to the pits. And as mentioned in the broadcast chat, might need a crane as well. So, yeah, it's certainly not ideal to have that happen right after a random safety car going back to green flag racing. But Bathurst gonna Bathurst.
Yep. It's a nasty place to, tricky place to get around in the best of times. And, side by side at Skyline in the mid-pack on a restart lap. Definitely not the place I would have called as being the right place to do it, at least. But that car has now just been cleared to tow, so it looks like we will cross the lap 50 threshold. Cross lap 50 is, I guess, a milestone marker under the control of the safety car here at this stage. Now, I also need to have a look at... Actually, I wish I could have a look at, but I can't because I'm not able to see full information in this server as just being a spectator. Unfortunately, I can't check in on the lap counts that the drivers have. Oh, yes, I can. No, I'm just looking in completely the wrong section. So ignore my ramblings. Because also it's part of the fact is that we are too soon to be talking really about minimum lap counts for most drivers in this situation. And,
yeah, don't forget it's a minimum amount of 54 laps per driver. You can't do more than 80 at a time.
Yeah. The only driver that looks to have gotten remotely close would be Ken Latta and Henry King at 44 laps apiece. Now, everyone else more or less in the 20s or thereabout at this stage of the race. So, yeah, for the most part, it's a fairly even spread on lap count for most people. As we're going to have a look at Robbie Gibbs and this incident with Thomas Freeman again here, further up the field. So,
such a shame for the number 6 car. You know, they were running so well, and then to gain damage like this, it's definitely a big blow.
Yeah, they are still out on circuit, but down in P12 at the moment behind the Phoenix Racing Team 79, and yeah, won't have had a proper chance to really understand how damaged they are. Question as to whether the wheel is straight. From that angle, I'd say
Looks
yeah.
like it, a little bit.
And on board myself, yeah, that looks straight.
Okay. So, the only thing that we could really expect from that car when we get back to green flag conditions is potentially a slight lack of straight line speed. So I think they're still in the running. They can easily get that damage repaired at their next stop if they feel the need to. But still, it's it's definitely not ideal. You ideally want to complete a motor race without getting put into the wall. However, you may, but safety car lights still on here. I think with the Banter Alliance racing car now back in the pits, we should expect to be going green at the end of this lap, and that's going to be crucial here for the Trans-Tasman pairing up the front. Remember though, Job Stewart in the Altus Esports Mustang, he is right on the attack. At least he was off the last restart. I get the feeling that Richard Hampstead is going to be looking over his shoulder once again.
You see here, Hampstead put up that defence there on that restart there, so I guess Job Stewart now knows what to expect. Is he willing to fall in line this time, perhaps, and make sure he's not vulnerable to anything from behind? Because he's just a Dylan Rudd and Jared Filsell just there of this top 5 that have now, did form up before the safety car, and one would presume to stay together here after the restart here. So that will be important to keep our eyes on there. So I think after what happened there at that pit stop under the safety car on lap 44, they'll be aware that the fuel saving potential is quite advantageous. That's for sure. Because would have been about, based on the numbers, if the pit box timing on our end is nice and accurate here, and that is to close to 6 litres of fuel saved by the TTR cars.
All right, safety car pulling away. Fuel falls under the control of Emily Jones. Now, when does she decide to go? Obviously, the Trans-Tasman cars will be in communication with each other. They'll try and coordinate this start to the best of their abilities. I'm wondering if Job Stewart has got Andrew Gilliam or another spotter at Altus Esports just keeping an eye on those cars, giving him the alert for when they get on the power, because Man, he was close to them at the last restart. How close will he be this time? What will the 94 car be able to do as well? Jared Filsell now sitting in P5 and trying to get further up into the podium, potentially the lead. Remember, that car is one of the ones that we expect to be fighting for the win. They have recovered from a pit lane start for a penalty from qualifying yesterday. Here we go then. Out of the chase, down to Murray's corner. Emily Jones just keeping it nice and steady at 85 k's an hour on the way down to Murray's. Looks like she might go for the apex here to put the power down.
Which is exactly what she did last time, Reese, on the restart, and goes a little late, actually, late from the apex there. It checks up Richard Hampstead a little bit there, who immediately covers off Job Stewart, and Stewart's got a bit of overlap on him, can't cross over to the inside of the held corner here as we start lap 51 of the race. And now Dylan Rudd also right up behind Job Stewart too, inside covered by the 51 machine as they make the climb up the hill. And with the 93 in behind the 201, I don't think it's going to be able to unlock itself until about now as they all roll out a fraction before they set up for Griffin's Bend. And once again, Emily Jones gets about half a second to breathe here on this initial part of the restart.
Righto. To the cutting then. This is where we started to see the drama happen on the last restart. It's all about the run across the top of the mountain. And up the front, it seems like things are reasonably spaced out. They're giving each other room. And looking through the rest of the field, it's looking like it's pretty calm all through it. Mostly single file running, as Jones now leads by 0.7 of a second coming out of McPhillamy Park across Skyline. No big moves happening from the Pursuit or 9.5 cars, and it seems like Jared Filsell is just easing onto the pace as well as we check out Thomas Freeman here back in 12th after the problems that car suffered just before a random safety car came out. They are behind Dylan Pereira, who's taken over that number 79 from Rehan Leonage some time ago. Let's see what the straight line speed is like in this car. Remember, it got sent into the wall coming out of Forest Elbow, and it looked like a pretty heavy hit. We usually expect cars to reach about 280 in race conditions.
So 290.
Yeah, 290. And it actually looks like it hasn't been affected at all. 296 in the slipstream. So, yeah, forget we said anything. That number 6 is fine.
Oh, fine in a relative sense, I guess, yeah.
Hello.
There we go, a bit of side-by-side. The Gutter Night race on Oz and the 025 Fishy Motorsports car. That's for 18th place. The 947 of those race on Oz cars has got Benjamin Smith behind the wheel. Michael Whining driving the Fishy Commodore there. Resolve whatever that position and scrap was in that one as we get things up. And so it was a lunge from Benson. Oh, in way too hot there. Just about holds onto it as they come out. It doesn't keep the spot though. 025 gets back in front. Meanwhile, in behind that pack there, Ian Ford on the way back through the field after trying the early pit stop strategy and then having to get back in sequence with everyone thanks to the safety cars here. Plus also taking a 10-second pit penalty after making contact with the Phoenix Racing Team 85 early on after their early stop.
Yes, big gap back meanwhile to the 777. Michael Taliancic in the Altus Australia car and right in the midst of this pack as well. This is brilliant stuff here. Matt Whitaker in the Fishy Motorsports 063. Looks like he's taken back over from Troy Maguire under the random safety car, and they are pressing on behind Paul Young in the Phase 4 Motorsport car. And the rest of the field just trying to sort themselves out here. Interesting to note that the Pleb Sim Sport number 47 has its rear wing back. Remember, under the first safety car, they got rear-ended in the Concertina down Conrod Straight, and they've been dealing with damage for some time. Well, that car looks like it's been fully repaired.
Well, yeah, okay. You say fully repaired, I say repaired in the relative sense, perhaps. Who knows?
Well, visually, it doesn't look like there's much damage on it aside from a little bit on the front right. So, yeah, maybe not fully, but I think 99% is close enough. As we check back in now with the battle for the lead, it looks like the Trans-Tasman cars have gotten into a nice rhythm. Richard Hampstead starting to gap Job Stewart, and look at everyone chasing him. We have Rudd, Philsell, Gibbs and O'Shea involved in a battle of their own. Damien Johnstone as well. Let's see this onboard here, meanwhile, from Jared Philsell. Coming through the chase. Oh, okay. That was a big save there. Shows you how hard he's pushing.
Yeah, he had a little moment also on the restart lap at the cutting, which saw Robbie Gibbs potentially brush his nose across the bumper. Yeah, but yeah, getting sorted out. Back as there's a couple of cars at the start-finish line that have gotten together. The Accelerate Endurance and the Alpha Venturi 57 have somehow entangled here just after. No, I didn't even get to the start-finish line technically. In the case of the 7, so what has gone on here? I'm looking at on my end, and oh dear, that's not gone well for either of them there. At,
not
the far
great.
corner.
No, so Damien Cairns defensive on the way in. In comes Nick Rodder, has the outside on the exit, but of course only a slight bit of overlap, and ends up getting turned. Did Damien Cairns. A little bit of side-by-side contact on the exit of the corner. That is the case for that incident, but it's the only one that we've seen so far. Track is cooling meanwhile. It was at 43 degrees Celsius for a while. Now it's back down to 42 as we're now at about 1:20 p.m. in sim time. Lap times are looking around, the mid 2:05 second bracket, but the TTR number 51 is the fastest car on track at the moment, 2:05.19 on the previous lap, as that looks like a move just about there for Jared Philsell. He's right on the back of Dylan Rudd coming into Murray's, and oh, that is deep. Goodness me. I thought for sure he was going to go straight off the circuit there, but I think part of it was Rudd just lifting out and letting him go. So that is yet another position for the Synergy Sim Racing WP concreting car of Jared Philsell and James Scott, just one position away from resuming their qualifying places. That's a move there with Sean McNamara getting it done on Robbie Gibbs at the chase. That was nicely done. And then Philsell getting by Rudd.
Yeah, Dylan O'Shea actually behind the wheel of the 951 at this point.
Oh, yes. Taking back over from McNamara, yes.
Indeed. And yeah, Dylan Rudd just helping assist that pass, making it possible by just easing off a tiny bit there down the straight. We have had some trouble, I think, connection-wise, unfortunately, for the SSR 269 of Ken Latta and Jamie Knight, because they have dropped to 44th on the timing screens and aren't currently circulating on track.
No.
So that is very unfortunate, to say the least, for them. As the Alpha Venturi 57, no mechanical black flag, but a bit of damage they want to get fixed up as they go into the pits again here, lap 54 of the race. Meanwhile, Mike Taliancic and David Kirby going at it here, as apparently got another replay incoming here, Reese. Between these two at the cutting.
Okay, Taliancic sneaking up the inside there at the cutting, but the Red Bull Tribute livery holds the line, and was there contact on the exit? No, Taliancic completing the move around the outside of Reed Park. That is a fantastic little bit of racing. It goes to show that you can go side by side across the top of the mountain if both drivers are willing to give the space.
And definitely, yeah, was given space thanks to Kirby getting on the brakes there before they made the turn under the Fujitsu signage there at Reed Park. So that certainly helped them out there a lot as we watch here. Now, leading, let's say leading 5, but you still got, O'Shea and Gibbs there. Nose to tail. As there we go, the SSR 269 will return to the circuit and just go a lap down there with that one, unfortunately. Jamie McKnight back aboard the car and now has to let all the leaders go.
That's a real shame for that car. We were talking earlier about their titanic rise through the field. They were up 30 positions. So something completely out of their control. Internet issue or whatever it might have been. Yeah, it always sucks to have that happen to you in a long race like this, but though they are a lap down, means they could potentially be eligible for a wave around under the next safety car if there is another. So as long as you keep plugging away, the race should come back to you.
Yep, just look after the car now. As a replay between Timothy Vaughan and Aaron Gilbert, 026 Million Motorsports and the HO 203. Thankfully, that one a neat and tidy pass. Nothing too dramatic about it that we have to worry about as we go back to the, well, yeah, call this the top 7, realistically running nose to tail. At this stage, Johnston close, but a little bit of a pocket back to him in 8th. And then same for Matt Bowler in 9th place. Shorty Sydney was with these guys, but got stuck behind McKnight across the top of the mountain, unfortunately. So that meant that lost a couple of seconds in the process, and we'll have to try and claw them back. As here we go, Phil Sell up the inside under brakes on Job Stewart and gets the 94 to 3rd place. Yeah, nearly the end of 55 laps. Gets that one, gets a car back to where it did qualify in shootout. Get the car into the shootout. And get back to where they would have liked to have been at the very least in this race.
Yep, that's where the move was made, down at the chase, but you see that Phil Sellers still pushing very hard. He's working that wheel through every single corner, and he almost faced a repass by Job Stewart on the way down to Murray's, but was able to maintain enough momentum. No further action on the incident between cars 57 and 76. That's the incident that we saw coming out of Murray's corner earlier. Racing incident between those cars. So play on, and away you go. Looks like they're coming up on another lapped car here. It's yeah, that in fact is Nick Rodder in the number 57. That's just ahead of our leaders. So a bit of an awkward spot for them to be coming up to him, right through Reed and Sulman Park. How do they play this? I think Rodder will likely go off the circuit at the S's, take the tarmac runoff to let these drivers through.
I would say that's not really the best call here, because it means that you're then going to try and figure out a merge. It wouldn't be.
Yeah, true. He's not going to do it.
Yeah, wait for Conrad Straight. You can roll out there, because we do have there's this healthy bunch at the front of the field. You wouldn't be able to let all of them through there on the S's. So Emily Jones and Richard Hampstead and Jared Filsall are going to have to take a ticket here for a moment, and then they'll be surely given the ability to head on by. And indeed, Rodder starts to lift out there and stay left.
Filsall catches a bit of slipstream. He's looking for every advantage he can.
No surprises there, really. And Job Stewart can get by 2 here for the chase, and then Rodder just needs to sit it up somewhere. On the right side it will be. So there goes Rudd. Gibbs trying to get through 2 as Filsell's challenged Hampstead in the meantime for P2. And he's almost got the job done there through the chase. Job Stewart on board here with him now as we watch this fight for second. Can he capitalise and make it 2 for 1? Unfortunately backwards in Hampstead's case. And indeed, job done there by the 94 and the 201. Now, Dylan Rudd wants a piece of the pie as well. He can't quite make it work through Hell Corner, but there we go. The 94 continues to work its way forward in this race.
And they have officially gained 1 position on their qualifying run. As another view of Hampstead there, he was a little bit crossed up on the exit of Murray's, had to go defensive there versus Dylan Rudd, has managed to keep him behind, and in fact Rudd has lost a position to Dylan O'Shea in the sister 9.5 SimSport car. The 951 Mustang is now up to 5th place.
To note that one there. As well as there's been incident between car 228 and 47. Now I heard 228 jump on the radio. I saw them have an incident of some kind, which I believe was down at the chase. And yeah, that 55, that checks out in my head. But apparently some netcode involved there, which means that there will be no further action taken as a result of when it was, and this is what it was here. So there you go. So that was 47. Is it Warwick or is it Stenberg who was behind the wheel at the time?
Yeah, righto.
Car ends up there in the grass.
Very quickly on the brakes too.
It's currently Colin Warwick who was in the number 47 at the time.
And hearing that a race control request has also been sent through for Zach Glassblom. Never mind that though, because Jared Filsell is going for the lead of the race on Emily Jones down at the chase. The lead is exchanged, and the 94 is at the front of the field. Starting from the pits, suffered a penalty yesterday. Well, there you go. I think I think the people who didn't expect that are in the minority, considering the pace that Filsell and Scott have.
And yesterday we were talking about how Andrew Gilliam had made it 3 pole positions in a row for the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. Well, the fact that Filsell and Scott have got back to the front of the field, pardon me, just listening to the Banter Alliance racing cars come back out on track when after towing. That means that they cannot resume the race. That is a day done for them. As you just see there, that pass again for Jared Filsell. But similar to Gilliam's 3-peat of poles now on a Saturday for the Bathurst 1000 here. This is the second year in a row that Jared Filsell and James Scott have received a rear of grid and exclude from qualifying penalty on a Saturday and had to drive their way through the field on the start of Sunday to be able to get back into the competition where they should be based on pace and what we usually expect of them, that's for sure.
Well, it took them 57 laps to do it, but now they're in the lead, and I would expect Filsell to start streaking away from everyone else. Once Jared Filsell gets into the lead of a race, there's barely any catching him, as that was an issue there for the number 85 Phoenix Racing Team car. Goodness me. That's Mulford and Vella catching the wall coming into the dipper. Just a little bit deep in the S's. So now the Pursuit 201, the pole position car, looking for an opportunity to get past Emily Jones and back into second place in this race. They had lost out a little bit. They'd already made the move on the 51. And it looks to me like pace is starting to increase here. Across the line, lap time check, 205.45 from Jared Filsell, 205.9 to low 206 for the most part in the top 3, as that's an exchange there. Car 79, Dylan Pereira, leading by Thomas Freeman, and oh goodness me, this is looking interesting. Jordan Severus leading this pack in the Alpha Venturi 093. Brian Borg in the Piff Puff Racing car side by side with Jamie Stovold in car 707. Who's going to win the race into Griffin's Bend? Well, Borg has a nice slipstream, but the inside is going to belong to the SSR Works racing car. Borg turns in though and gets sent into, not into the tyre bundle for his troubles, but to the outside of the corner, and good avoidance for the other cars behind.
And Benjamin Smith trying to go around the outside of the 017 at turn 2 there, and that's a bit of a sideways action for his troubles over the exit curb. But yeah, Borg there trying to outbrake the 707 from what I saw from my angle, and just couldn't get there because Stovold able to use that camber on the inside and the way it dips, it falls away from the crown of the road, to be able to break that little bit later into the corner as well on the inside. And that just meant that unfortunately for Benson Borg there, hung out a little bit to dry and a little bit loose there through turn 2 as a result. And yeah, this top 5, which he bought 7 against, still definitely starting to string out a bit. And Jared Filsell 1 second already clear. And we'll see here if this margin increases any more in the next couple of laps or so as this stint ticks by.
Yeah, like I said, once Phil Sell gets into the lead of a race, he tends to just increase that lead non-stop, and it's already ballooned out to 1.2 seconds as he goes even faster, 2:05.32 on that last lap. The fighting is not over in this area of the field. The 995, which has had a very interesting weekend so far. Riley Bilson at the wheel of that one, gets a front row seat to this bit of action. Philip Kraus up the inside of Jamie Stovold at turn 1. And Americans down under will move back up into 14th place, and you see how far back they were. And Bilson and Cameron Jones suffering a huge issue there, way deep at the chase. That's the reason why they are at the back of this pack now. The fight back here from Jamie Stovold, and he gives the space to Philip Kraus, but the camber in the road does not work in the 74's favour, and he flashed the headlights there. I get the feeling he wasn't too happy with that.
Yeah, no, that would seem to be the case. But thankfully, everyone's all still pointing in the right direction and not too much, if any, damage added to any of those cars. So you take what you can get sometimes and just keep on going there, especially when this is the fight in and around 14th place at this stage with Stovold, Hins, Bilson and Kraus. Ideally, they'd like to go and chase down Jordan Severus, but the scrapping here from this four has allowed the 093 to get a bit of a breather. It's the road to itself. Apparently some good news for cars that have definitely been in the wars.
Wow.
But after 34 and a half minutes of pit stop time, Dean Powell brings the Black Hawk Motorsport car out onto the track, 9 laps down on the lead, unfortunately. But they're still going, and also trouble on the exit of the elbow for Brian Borg in the Piff Puff racing car. Didn't quite catch what happened exactly, but he was sideways and pointing towards the inside wall, Reese.
Okay, a little bit of drama for Brian Borg, and that's on the run down to Forest Elbow. Did he lose it by himself? Oh, yeah, looks like it. Just picked up the throttle through the dip, managed to avoid getting into the barriers, so that car is still clean, but yeah, not ideal to have an incident like that at the start of the longest straight on the circuit.
Yeah, not ideal to say the least, because that car is now down in 25th position. Unfortunately for Jason Benz and Brian Borg both, that's not the way they want to be going in this race. As Jared Philsott at the very front of the field, continuing to stretch things out. As message from race control and penalty from race control will be a drive-through for the Accelerate Endurance entry for the contact on that 47. I heard, and that is with the Taipan, the Banter Alliance car. That ended up on its roof. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So, yeah, unfortunately, that's not going to be much of a commiseration for Banter Alliance, but at the very least, justice will be served. Special lap number, by the way, as it's starting to come to an end for car 94. When they cross the line, it will be 100 laps to go in this race.
Indeed, this will be able to finally show 99 laps to go once... oh, no, sorry, my bad. Interesting. Yeah, your interesting overlays there saying 101 to go. My personal timing and such goes, oh yeah, we've got 100 to go here. So when they cross the line exactly right now. So indeed,
yes,
going to prepare to cross the threshold to 99 to go. But there we are, 61 laps in the books here for this running of the Bathurst 1000 here. And lap by lap, Jared Philsott continuing to pull 2 to 3 tenths on the rest of the field here. Definitely making a statement in that 94 machine. We'll check it back in with the leaders later. We've got here Ian Ford trying to find a way past Jamie Stovold for 17th place in the meantime.
Yeah, the 115 has been hobbled with a few difficulties in this race so far. Contact with the Phoenix Racing Team 85, which earned them a penalty, but that's another position made up for them. Ian Ford back in the car after Lachlan Cable drove for the first initial short stint of the race. Fordy's been in the car since lap 25. So we'll see how much longer he stays in there. Remember, can't do more than 80 laps at a time. He needs to do a minimum of 54 to get the driver fair share sorted out. Coming out of the cutting here up towards Reed Park, this is quite a nice pack. It's headed up by Aaron Gilbert in the Jinx Shifters 203, followed by Wallace, Young, Kirby, Whitaker, Miller, Faulkner. It goes all the way down to Ben Christensen down in 35th in car number 9.
Yes, indeed. Well, at this point in the race, it feels like everyone's sort of really getting into a rhythm here. Well, no, that's not the rhythm you want through the dipper. And in fact, two of the Fishing Motorsports cars there, 307 and 063. Dave Kirby and Matt Whitaker's Kirby in deep to the elbow as well. Is there something wrong with that car, perhaps?
I mean, it does have a little bit of damage to the front, but I don't think that would be affecting the handling that much. I think Kirby just a little off rhythm and not having a very good lap, going a bit too deep into the braking zones down the hill. Matt Whitaker decides not to go for the move, and then Chris Miller behind also staying in line. That's a trio of Fishy Motorsports cars there. They obviously want to take care of each other, get the best result for the team. Down into the elbow. Let's see just how difficult that lap was for David Kirby. His last lap was a 2:08.6, and now across the line a 2-minute 10.14. That's obviously not the kind of lap times you would expect from this generation of Australian touring car.
No. As we're going to go to a replay of the Wheelie Bins Mayhem Republic entry at final corner. 091. And waiting for a little bit of a correction there, and indeed, Morris gathering it up before it gets any kind of sideways. The reason for David Kirby doing a 208 and then a 210, he got absolutely freight train turns 1 and 2, end of 61, start of 62, by the three cars that are now ahead of him on the circuit, who are now starting to fight themselves. Aaron Gilbert trying to fend off Justin Wallace there for that position. With Ben Morris Paul Young now aboard the Phase 4 Motorsport car behind as they work their way up and over the mountain here. This pack of cars starts here, and we can look at it as going all the way back to 39th with Jacob O'Reilly, pretty much as an unbroken chain. And this fighting here is allowing cars like Brian Borg, Tim Vaughan, and Brady Baldwin to start continue streaking ahead as a little group as well. So they'll need to be mindful that the more they race each other like this, the less chance they'll get to be able to go catch up to the guys in the mid-20s.
Yeah, for sure. The field is spaced out into a few different packs right now. This is a very long train of cars. There's little separations in it, but at the front of the train, looks like the engine is going to be a new car now, with Justin Wallace making the move on Aaron Gilbert. And it looks like Gilbert a bit compromised out of the chase as well. Might be passed by Paul Young here. Coming down to Murray's corner, but Young loses it on the entry and gives Gilbert a tap. That's very slow there for Paul Young. He gets pincer moved by the Fishy Motorsport cars. Gets back into line though. That's unfortunate. An attempt at moving up one position results in him being down 3.
Yeah, that's the cost that you have here sometimes when you don't get a move right around this circuit. As an incident between Brady Baldwin and Mike Talley has been deemed no further action. And this is what it was here. So Talley looking for a move on Baldwin in the chase. Get down on the brakes here. And Baldwin, a little bit of a turn in to try and cross over. And they banged doors twice there on the exit. And I think, yeah, the first hit, maybe going, oopsies. But yeah, the second and third hits there on the exit of the chase So Ball was keeping it definitely the right side of the middle of the road. So
yeah, seemed like Tally lost the rear end a little bit. I don't know if it was due to the hit or whether or not he just lost traction, but yeah, a bit of an awkward coming together between those two. Of course, not worthy of a penalty. At least race control thinks so. Checking back in here with the Trans-Tasman Racing car in second place. Emily Jones continuing to hold off Job Stewart, who gets a little bit of oversteer on the exit of Murray's Corner. Tell you what, it's been a good run from Dylan O'Shea in the 951 as well, pressuring the back of Richard Hampstead here. Hammer, part of the old guard of V8SCOPS drivers. He's been active in the iRacing V8 community since the very start. And here we go then into turn 2. Is there going to be a move? No, not quite. We're still in that phase of this stint where drivers are trying to sort out whether or not they're going to have a gap to come into when they pit. And pit stops shouldn't be too far away. I'm expecting a lot of drivers to start pitting in the next few laps.
yeah, so a safety car on that 47. Cars have done about on their 21st lap of the stint, so they should get to about 25 or so, with maybe 26 with this safety car period helping extend the fuel range of this one a bit. Yeah, last pitting on lap 45 under the random safety car that came out on lap 44 there. So yeah, with the safety car immediately afterwards as well for the incident in the S's, I would expect at least 25, maybe 26 laps for the drivers here on fuel. So we're looking at pitting somewhere around lap 60, the nice number 69, maybe lap 70 for those who can stretch it.
Right then. So still have to wait a little bit, but maybe we'll see a couple of cars pull a bit of a surprise here. Keeping an eye on the 995, who's been very embattled this weekend. Still behind the Alpha Venturi 093 with Severus at the wheel. Thomas Hinds has managed to work his way through to the front of this pack now, and keeping the 209 nice and clean. Meanwhile, consistent running as well from Philip Kraus and the Americans down undercar. He and Adam Blocker can never be counted out in the midfield, sometimes even in the top 10. Had a really good run in the official iRacing Bathurst 1000 as well. I think they managed to get onto the podium as, oh dear. Yeah, up for second indeed. Have a look at that. Oh, goodness me. Round the outside of Reed Park. The 201 defending there from the Trans-Tasman Racing number 1. Okie dokie.
Taking the place off the TTR number 1.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the replay here. It looks like Emily ran deep coming into the cutting, and Job Stewart was like, okay, cool, I'll just straighten the car up, put the power down, and wow, what a move.
It was an ambitious move, to say the least, because he's out in the marbles too, as Job Stewart, once they got up into exiting the cutting there, so would have lost a bit of grip that he would normally have wanted, but made that work nicely. A little bit of compromise from Emily Jones too, to acknowledge that, okay, Job was going to go for it, and best not to get entangled in an incident and damage their own car at all. So live to fight another day kind of mentality there, which is good to see. As we have a look here, as it's O'Shea's, O'Shea trying to get up the inside of Hampstead, a little bit of contact to the left rear corner to facilitate that pass, and it's going to mean that 51 is vulnerable to both of Dylan Rudd and Robbie Gibbs here into turn 1.
Okay, a little tight here. Oh, and a bit too tight for Robbie Gibbs. It becomes loose on the exit of turn 1. He manages to keep it out of the barrier. That's a shame, though. Lots of positions lost for the car that was in 7th place. They are now down to 10th and looking like 11th, with Thomas Freeman now making the move there. That might need a little bit of extra dissection, that little incident there. So it all started here with Richard Hampstead having to make way for Dylan O'Shea on the inside of Murray's corner, and the cars behind were right and ready to take advantage, and Robbie Gibbs decides to follow Dylan Rudd through, but then gets a little bump from Hampstead on the exit as he comes across the curb. Actually, part of that, I think, was Gibbs running a little bit wide on the exit too.
Trying to use all of the available space on the inside there to maximise his exit speed and challenge Hampstead by the time they got up to turn 2, and unfortunately the contact has knocked that car sideways a bit there, and as I said, put them down the running order now. 11th place in behind Thomas Freeman, so not completely out of it, but definitely not where that car was. It's cost them to the tune of about 10 seconds. Oh dear! The Altus Australia 111 car there in the wall on the exit of the elbow.
Yeah.
Geordie Sini gets it going again, but he almost backed it into Dylan Pereira, who was coming by in the Phoenix Racing Team car, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was the car in 10th, and here's how it happened for him. Geordie gets on the power at Forest Elbow, and the rear just goes on him.
Oh, just like Brian Borg, but then doesn't hit the anchors to stop it from hitting the wall, so it actually does himself some pretty nasty damage. And then watch this reverse. Pereira gets through just in time before that door is shut. Don't know if Race Control's going to look at that one there. And then he's a little slow here on live pitches and going straight for the pit lane.
No surprise there.
Probably at least a lap or two earlier than he would like, as here it is on board with Pereira.
God. I mean, look, honestly, like, if there was contact there, Race Control would definitely have slammed the 111 with a penalty. You've got to be very careful on the re-entry at a track like this. I understand that Cine wanted to get going as soon as possible, but that was a bit too close for comfort.
Just on the right side of too close, though, as we go back to the pit light pitches at the front. There's been a bit of trouble for Benjamin Faulkner in the JTIT race on Ozo 4-2 car at the final corner. Was quite facing the right way and lost a couple of spots for his troubles. As you see there, the 111 in the pits, and Philip Kraus in the 74, 45 degrees sideways, as in front of him you've got Laurie Bilson and Jordan Saberis going at it here. There's a lot of things happening out here on circuit at the moment, it seems, as Bilson apparently not too happy with Saberis here. So let's have a look at this first as they come up into... so Kraus tags the back of Bilson, I think. Don't believe Ian Fort was involved in all of that. There. And right now on live pitches, Ben Christensen way back in the number 9 ANZ car has had a moment at the cutting, and it's now compressed all of these cars in behind the wheelie bins machine.
It's all going on all around the track at the moment. Flashing lights there from Craig Schultz in the WMB Sim Sports car. I think this might be a little bit excessive there. I need to do it a couple of times, mate. Let's see again. Oh, yeah. Kraus did tag the back, and it looks like 40 was right on the brakes there. Let's get a view of what happened to car number 9. Christensen on his own, coming up to Griffin's Bend. Was there a problem here at the exit? No.
Up at the cutting. Wait for the cutting. Because we've just cut from what happened up ahead to here, because it basically was on the same lap, and I thought it was roughly in the same zone.
Too deep. Lost the rear.
So not as bad as I thought, but it caused this entire check-up here. Unfortunately, Craig Schultz, that's just the deal of things sometimes in these situations. And then staying on the replay, Reese down at the chase with Andre Youssef, and I believe Benjamin Smith is still aboard that 947 car.
Oh dear. Round he goes. Almost manages to keep it pointed forward. That fight that Ben Christensen is involved in is still going on here. ended up losing out at Murray's Corner, and oh dear, looks like Schultz is going to try and get past him again. A little bit of room left on the inside. Now Glenn Morris runs... Oh no, Craig Schultz. That's a big slide off the curb. It looked like pretty much a carbon copy of what happened to Robbie Gibbs a little earlier. The fight is not over though.
Yeah, add in a third car side by side.
Oh no!
And there we go.
Colin Warwick! Colin Warwick pushing Benjamin Faulkner out to the outside of turn 2.
Thankfully, no one finds the wall. So we carry on in this race. No one seems to have picked up terminal damage in this one here. But it's getting very interesting here. We're on our... well, some of these cars back here, from this pack of cars, for Christensen, Dan Hall and Colin Warwick, they're only on their 21st lap of the run because they came in under the second. Oh, as Glenn Morris has found the grass over the top of McPhillamy.
Oh, dear.
But the gravel too, but keeps it off the walls or anything. There, that was close. He carries on. It's okay.
Looks like midfield drama is the definition of this phase of the race. That was quite the adventure in the gravel trap there for Glenn Morris, but as you say, he does recover and rejoins just ahead of Ben Faulkner, who had his own little adventure there at turn 2. Back up to the lead though. Synergy Sim Racing WP Concreting, Jared Philsell at the wheel now 5.7 seconds ahead of this battle here, with the Altus Esports 201 starting to gap Emily Jones now after taking second place at this exact location in spectacular fashion. We are seeing our next scheduled pit stops as well from the Piff Puff Racing and Synergy 88 cars. Brady Baldwin jumping into the lane, Brian Borg bringing the 017 in. Now it looks like Jason Bentz is taking the 017 over. For the moment, it looks like Hobson as well is going to be taking the wheel of the 87 back once more. The battle for 5th, meanwhile, Dylan Rudd versus Richard Hamstead. They're a long way behind, relatively, the battle for 3rd place. Still got a bit of effort to exert to get back in touch with the battle for the podium. I'll tell you what, Dylan O'Shea has been dialing up the aggression in the last few laps, Dan. We might see a move for 3rd soon, but we'll see what the 51 can do here to try and get back past car 93. Hamstead not able to make the move for the time being. He's going to wait a little longer.
The thing is, are they coming into the pits anytime soon here in this pack? No. They will go a 27th lap on this stint thanks to the safety cars, and actually, yeah, that 2 safety cars of fuel saving. That does make sense when you think about it. As a little bit further down the field, I've just seen, is that Ray Bilson and Philip Krause side by side into the chase, and it's side by side again. And that finally works out to have Krause back ahead as Robbie Gibbs brings the ERT number 2 car down to the lane here at the end of lap 70. So makes that 26 laps for that car. Might go further in the race at this point. This is now a 4-car fight between Krause, Riley Bilson, Ian Ford and Jamie Stovall in these positions for 12th on back as Bilson finds the dirt on the exit of turn, but a replay for Colin Warwick in the S's. That's looking a bit dicey, Reese.
Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, that is deep for the Pleb Sim Sport car, but ultimately it looks like the move was completed without much fuss. Still, the 995 is not out of the woods. I mean, this car has been involved in a ton of battles throughout this race. Now it's a 3-car fight between an ERT car and 2 Synergy ones. They're trying their best to catch up to the Americans down under entry, and I don't really know if they have what it takes for the time being to really get it done. They're so involved with fighting each other that it's just not quite not as easy as you think to catch up to a car around the mountain in any case. And I'll correct myself again, brain's starting to go crazy. It is actually a three-way team battle. There aren't two Synergy cars. It's a 95 SimSport 995. There's so many cars in this field, Dan. It becomes difficult to keep track of them at times. Oh, hello. 94 in. Our leader pits.
As does the number 1 and the 93, but our leading pack is split here. So some of our cars have got the fuel, they reckon, to go 28 laps in this middle stint, but there's a whole chunk here coming in after 27. So let's hope those cars that have committed to staying out, which includes the number 201 Altus Esports car, the 951 of Dylan O'Shea, the 51 of Richard Hamstead, they've all got the mileage to make this extra lap count, but they've got to negotiate traffic, who've just come out of the pits and are on fresh tyres but full fuel. And from further down in the pack, Lindsay Hobbs and Vincent Skilbeck, 37th and 38th. This is not what these guys here who want to stay out need. This Job Stewart wants to get through, but he can't before the cutting. And Hobbs locks up further ahead in the Excalibur car, so they're going to get stuck in behind the pair of them here. This is going to be a disaster strategy-wise.
Yeah, the 951 has to find a way through too. They end up doing that. Glenn Morris lifts out at Reed Park to let them go. The 51 is still out there as well and losing time. This is going to be a pretty massive change in relative position. Not only is there an undercut on fresh tyres in these cars, but if you're involved in traffic, then you just lose even more time. The 94 is already back out on the track, and James Scott has taken the wheel of that one. We also saw pit stops from the 95 SimSport 93, the 143 Synergy car as well. And it looks like 2 ERT cars as well. The number 2 coming in a lap ago. So we should expect these cars on screen at the moment to come into the lane. Just for reference, the pit time from Jared Filsell and James Scott was 44.1 seconds. 1 minute and 7 seconds from lane start to lane end. Now it is time to pull into the pits here. Now, how much time do you want to try and make up on pit entry, Dylan O'Shea? You don't want to get into the rear of the 201. But my goodness, you're going to go for it there at the inside.
And he actually takes the lead across the line with that one there. Now, they have to get a certain way down the lane before, or move over into the pit boxes before they'll be allowed to cross over each other like they were looking like they wanted to there. So we'll check back in with Emily Jones, but have a look at that margin there between James Scott and Emily Jones, which is relative to the race leader. In fact, well, even just that transition there to show you where James Scott is. That gap was not 10 seconds or thereabouts, which is what my timing says it is when they came. Let me pardon me, actually check this. Yeah, 8.5 seconds. It was not that big when they both came down the lane. So even with the driver change, James Scott and Jared Filson are able to make a really nice time on the in-lap and out-lap both.
Yeah, it's all about nailing the in-lap and out-lap. It's not just your time in the lane or your time in the box that defines how much you gain through a pit cycle. The rest of those cars have come into the lane. Andrew Gilliam back behind the wheel of the 201 car, just coming out now. And they will re-emerge in 5th place. That is effective 4th because the ANZ number 9, currently in 2nd, has yet to come in.
Yeah, and so that shows you there, dropping from ahead of, coming in from ahead, or sorry, staying out ahead of the number 1 and then coming out quite a bit behind the number 1 and losing that spot to the 95 car with number 93 of Griffin Gardner and Dylan Rudd too. Very valuable for that point there as well. So see what Andrew Gilliam can now do after being the pace setter in the opening stint. James Scott amongst the group, and well, not amongst the group anymore. That's the thing. He's 8.5, nearly 9 seconds clear at this point. So that will also be important to watch. Does anyone have a response for that number 94 machine?
I would expect if anyone's going to have a response, it will be Andrew Gilliam. He just needs to make sure that he gets some quick times in and doesn't get too involved with Griffin Gardner, who's just behind Emily Jones here, staying in the Trans-Tasman Racing number 1. 44.9 second stop time for the number 1 car, and it was the same for the 201. 95.93, 44.6 seconds stationary. So it's all looking pretty reasonable, as we expected in terms of pit stop times. There, it's a general full service stop, plus a driver change. Looks to me like the Trans-Tasman Racing 51 has just made its way past the ERT number 2. Either that or there's been a trade for position between the 2 ERT cars.
Trying to figure that out at some point soon. That's a good question you asked there. I get the feeling it might have been 206.3 from Hayden Veld versus 205.5 from Marcelo Rivera. That sounds a bit like a voluntary exchange of positions there, I might suggest. Also important to note is whilst there was a block of race control decisions we've been advised about, including the incident with Dylan O'Shea and Richard Hampstead back on lap 66 at Murray's Corner. 951 was issued a 5-second penalty that they served during their pit stop just then. So that's why the 951 car has come out with Sean McNamara behind the wheel, down in 11th place, and in behind Corey Shepherd, which is is about 11 seconds behind Hampstead. So they also had a longer stop than just the 5-second penalty. It seems they either took some damage repair or just were really conservative on making sure that the penalty was well and truly served. That's why, if you're looking at these pit stop time numbers, the 951 stop does stand out quite a bit there amongst all of those 40-odd second stops.
Yeah, it truly does. It's unfortunate when something like that comes to the fore for a car, but you never know. There's some very quick drivers in that 951 car. They could certainly work their way back up, and another safety car would certainly bring many cars back into contention that are otherwise out of it at the moment. This fight, meanwhile, for effective second place. The ANZ Motorsports number 9, meanwhile, brings it into the pits, so it's going to be the battle for actual second place on track now. Ben Christensen bringing that Jinx Shifters ANZ Motorsports Mustang in, and this battle can truly resume. You see how much Andrew Gilliam has gained on Griffin Gardner in just the last couple of laps, right on the bumper, coming out of Hell Corner. Does he have enough to use the slipstream to vault past at Griffin's Bend? He's going to pull out, and Griffin Gardner lifts off, lets him go. Again, playing the long game at 9.5.
Yep, better to not get involved with too much elbows out racing, especially when for these four cars, if they want to make any inroads on James Scott's time, it looks like Andrew Gilliam might be the one that they want to be doing the leading here, because see there the difference in time between Gilliam and Jones's time is nearly just over 0.4 of a second. Yes, the slipstream helps a little bit around here, but I don't think it's worth 0.4 when he was already pretty close to the back of Griffin Gardner, and probably rolled out a little bit in the straights to help look after that. So see here if Gilliam makes the move down Conrod and tries to then pull these three along to catch up to our race leader. You also have Richard Hampstead in 5th place, about 2 seconds back. See if what he's got. He's matching the pace of, was faster than everyone but James Scott that last lap. That might mean that he could catch up and make it 4 cars in pursuit of our race leader. I guess we'll see here as they come to the chase this time, Reese. And I don't think Gilliam's quite there. This is a lunge under brakes coming. No. Gilliam is happy to hold station and toe the line.
Yeah, still a bit too early in the race for those kinds of moves at the chase, at least for the leaders. We've certainly seen huge moves at the chase in the midfield. also from car 94 as they were climbing their way up to the race lead. Griffin Gardner now on the outside looking in for this battle. And we can't forget about the number 51 behind as well. I'm actually looking at the lap times here. Here we go. Gilliam actually pulling out on Jones. We'll wait for this move to be completed and then I'll make my point. How hard is Jones going to defend this one? Not very. Andrew Gilliam moves on through, but has he gone slightly deep? He was a little wide at the apex there, but there's not going to be any chance for Jones and Gardner to fight back. Now, lap times last time by. 2:05.443 from Andrew Gilliam, 2:05.7 from Emily Jones, 2:05.9 from Griffin Gardner. Richard Hampstead did a 2:05.1. So keep an eye out for the number 51. It's a little bit far behind this pack, but I would expect Hampstead to jet up to them over the next 10 or so laps.
If you can keep that pace difference, particularly to Griffin Gardner at 8/10, yeah, he'll make short work of the 2.5 seconds or thereabouts. It's 2 and a bit seconds, 2.2, 2.3 that he has to make up to P4 at this stage. And look at that there, though, for Andrew Gilliam versus Emily Jones. Now he's been released, as it were, down the mountain. Got a little more comfortable in the car through the S's and Dipper, it seems. See if Gardner chooses to continue to stay in P4 now that it's clear Gilliam's been able to make inroads or make roads forward, as we're going to shift to a replay here. I presume is it Colin Warwick behind the wheel? Yeah, it's still Colin Warwick behind the wheel, the 47. The 111 Alta Australia car, which has Teo Serrano aboard. Got by and then rolled out.
Okay, evidently something going on there in the 111, but they've had a pretty consistent race so far. They had obviously that big spin for Geordie Cini earlier, which has put them on the back foot, but still potential there as, oh, hello, side by side here. The 115 and the 093 together in the chase. And it looks like ERT is going to win that particular battle. Lachlan Capel passing Jordan Saberis, and Adam Blocker looks to make himself a part of the battle too. And the American's down under number 74. He's up the inside. There is overlap. And he gets the exit done nicely as well. Saberis having to recover a little slide there.
Yeah, there you go. Nice moves done. Meanwhile, independent of that, Zach Hanlon has unfortunately, well, he blinked, which didn't help anyone's cases, but then finds himself in the marbles on the entry of the chase, and the car did not turn to the right like he needed it to for the setup there, by the looks of things. Thankfully, Gravel slowing him down before... I'm sorry there for that, whilst I was talking. Gravel slowing him down before he gets to the part where the track would have come across him, compared to his trajectory there. So thankfully, not flying through across the road.
Yeah. Bad news from the Synergy 88 camp. Apparently, according to Brady Baldwin, the rear right tyre didn't change on their last stop, and they had to come in for a second run through the pit lane. The number 88 is all the way back down in, looks like, 37th position. So Brenton Hobson back in that car again, and having to plug away all over again after that car made its way up into, I think, the mid-teens.
Yeah, they did get up towards the teens there, so that's quite unfortunate for Brady and Hobbo. Brady doing a decent job, and I think able to validate some of Hobbo's words when we had a chat with him there earlier. I did see, it was kind of funny, there was one point where we were talking about how Brady was keeping it nice and steady. I think we were just cutting away from him, and I could have sworn I saw that car get a little sideways through one of the corners. So Brady just keeping, I think, a quick reminder there for me visually. That, well, it's a tricky car, but perhaps maybe some basic instincts there for Brady that to let it out sideways there for a sec.
Yes. I do believe it is, it is Brenton Hobson at the wheel of that car. Also, some news from the Altus Australia camp. Zach Hanlon, who we noticed having that big off at the chase, apparently he is suffering screen freezes. So, technical issues abound for Zachary Hanlon. We'll be hoping that something like that doesn't happen across the top or through the S's, because it's been a pretty good run for that car so far. They've kept it consistent. They are one position up from where they started, but they've certainly been up and down the field a little bit, and following Seth Brown in the second Altus Australia Commodore, the number 5. Number 6, Corey Shepherd, meanwhile, the Fishy Motorsport car has been on a bit of a fight back ever since its little appointment with the barrier, thanks to that earlier contact with Robbie Gibbs. And now, looks like Sean McNamara is starting to gain some time on him. You see that McNamara was 0.16 faster than Corey Shepherd on the last lap. Let's keep an eye on this fight.
0.26 actually by those numbers there on screen.
Oh yeah, my
For us.
apologies.
So yeah, let's see if McNamara can keep that up. I don't blame you. Yes, we're only halfway into this one, but you definitely start feeling it when we're talking back and forth like this for an afternoon.
I mean, we've already been broadcasting for something like 9 or 10 hours, even before Bathurst this weekend. It's been a very busy week on SimSpeed TV. We've had support categories on Friday and Saturday nights, and after this is done, if you're interested in watching some more racing and you didn't manage to catch it, you can check V8SCOPS supports broadcast replays on our YouTube channel. Regardless, oh god, I love this shot. Mountain straight. It always boggles me just how much wheel spin you can get across the top of that little hill on Mountain Straight. And you could even see it as the track evolves, as the rubber is put down on the track. There's a very significant patch of rubber at the rise.
We do indeed. And you know what? As we pan up to the mountain, we're just almost at the halfway mark of this race, Reese. We might even just take a short break here from commentating this race as everyone settles into this next stint of the race. We'll keep the pictures rolling here on SimSpeed TV, but we'll be back with the commentary in a couple of minutes' time to press on into this second half of the 2023 edition of the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
You're watching SimSpeed TV. It's the Bathurst 1000, part of the V8SCOPS season for 2023. Seen some very interesting racing over the break there. If you were keeping an eye on the live pictures, Hayden Veld and Sean McNamara currently together after Veld was involved in a little tiff with Corey Shepherd in car number 6. There's fights going on all over the place in this field, all through the race as well. Great beauty of leagues like Scops is that no matter what your pace is, no matter where you are in the field, you have someone to race with. And just a lap ago, Dan, we ended up crossing the 50% covered mark. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the second half of this race brings.
Well, yeah, hoping more of the good stuff that we've had so far this afternoon. As we look here at the 043, it's the Phase 4 Motorsport entry. It's being chased down by the 307. Annoyingly, when I want to find these cars, I just having such a hard time spotting them on my big time towers. Oh dear, that's not ideal at the bottom of the S's there. For the Fishy Motorsports machine. They're back in 25th, 26th. It's Paul Young aboard Phase 4 Motorsport Commodore and Michael Angus in the 307. You've then now got Oliver Pattinson behind there in the Villian Motorsports 026. They've then got some margin back as Paul Warwick in the next to the Fishy Motorsport machines, the 666 for position. That car behind them might just be the SSR machine. Yes, it is. The 269 of Jamie McKnight. It's back on the lead lap, but still down in 41st place. Actually, no, that's definitely a lap down. My timing just is definitely on the skids.
Yeah, quite a few drivers getting on the skids tonight, and looks to me like it could be a bit of a exchange behind Oliver Patterson here. A few cars back, Aaron Gilbert holding off Troy Maguire in the Fishy Motorsports 063. Maguire just sticking in the slipstream for the time being, and we can get another view of something that happened earlier here. That's the Altus Australia number 5 making its way past the next of the Fishy Motorsport Commodores. Did run a tiny bit deep in Griffin's Bend, but manages to keep up the position. Here's the battle at the front, meanwhile. Andrew Gilliam jetting away from Emily Jones, who's, of course, was a late call-up to take the second spot in the Trans-Tasman Racing number 1 car. But still facing a lot of pressure from Griffin Gardner and Richard Hampstead. That is the battle for the top 5 as things stand.
And yeah, with the way things are going, looks like our top 5 fairly static. Gilliam seems to be close to matching James Scott for pace, and pretty much is. And Emily Jones and Griffin Gardner sort of the next level of pace, and that Hampton's arrived on their rear bumpers. See if he continues to maintain his pace or settles in to stick with 3rd and 4th at the moment on the road. We'll check back in with the leaders later because, as always, there's plenty of groups forming up and down the field. We've got this one here starting with Riley Bilson, 17th. Jamie Stovall, in behind. And Seth Brown and Blake
car
Slaney
stopped up the top.
20. And yeah, there is a car.
Warren Davis.
007 Banner Alliance, the second of our Banner Alliance cars there, and it's parked on the racing line down the S's.
Yeah, that's not good.
Oh no, Val!
Oh, goodness me. All right.
That's 2
Big
cars.
lock up there. Yeah, this could be a bigger incident than we expected. Warren Davis lost it all by himself coming down the hill. Rear end just got loose on him, and he got into the tire bundles.
Oh no, moving around.
No.
Oh.
This is difficult. This is really difficult. He has to wait for a proper run here, and everyone's going to have to go wide coming into the dipper. That's not the ideal line, and it's difficult to keep control of the car. if you have to make those last-minute alterations. There hasn't been a tow request from race control yet, though, so I don't think we're going to be seeing a safety car. Veld manages to get going, but the engine is smoking in that Evolution Racing Team car. Davis gets back going, too. A bit of a blip there. Here's how it happened to Davis. Gets on the brakes for the S's and then just loses the rear, tries to recover it, gets into the tyres, and, well, then he rolls backwards across the track, tries to stay off the racing line, and that costs him a rear wing.
Yeah, so it was in a good spot, all things considered there. Stay out of people's way for the most part, and then caution signal call comes out. And actually, no, he's then moved. So he ended up, he was out of the way, and he tried getting...
Yeah, I think he tried to get moving again, got back on the racing line. Having said all of that, Hayden Veld would have been getting a yellow flag. So and Evolution Racing Team is usually really good with you know, having spotters and stuff like that. So I would have presumed that Veld was aware of the stopped car ahead. Maybe wasn't expecting him to move back onto the racing line.
Race control also actually called it in just before he arrived down the S's for all drivers to take caution who were approaching. So unfortunately for him, it's not worked out at all. And yeah, we are now probably down another 2 cars as we're going to go on board. This is the Altus Andrew Gilliam. So the Warren has already moved across there.
Oh,
and,
no!
Oh, right. Okay. Damage
Righto.
to the left front corner of the 201. We saw how that hurt them at Sandown when they had an incident with a lapped car recently. Thanks to a safety car, got it fixed up and carried on. Lost about 3 seconds in the process, but on that last lap there, matching pace still with the race leader. So maybe they're okay for now.
Yeah, that's tough though, as the fight continues on here for 3rd place on track. It looks like Griffin Gardner's gotten the run he needs on Emily Jones, but he's not going for the move just yet. Potentially still banking on a potential safety car later on. Not going for the move, electing to save fuel. He's boxed in a little bit with the TTR cars in front and behind. He's going a little deep there into the cutting. You can tell he's not dialing down the aggression. Emily Jones is feeling the pressure, and for a driver who we didn't even know would be racing until this morning, I've got to say Emily has jumped right in and done a pretty outstanding job.
Indeed, yeah. It is true that in fact that driver swap did happen. It technically happened late last night, yeah, during qualifying. But yeah, to basically get, well, if you're lucky, 12 hours notice in that case, or at least and give 12-hour notice. Yeah, it's not a lot of time to turn around and get back in the car if you've been out for a while, which, at least to my knowledge, in terms of the local leagues and such, is the case for Emily. So, yeah, most certainly doing everything just about right there in that TTR number 1. Was that a little bit of brake lights from Griffin Gardner? I just saw there. Well, either way, he's going to let Richard Hampson go well before we get to the chase. And that does sort of add up with what we've seen from that 9.5 car for the most part of this race already. Race being most happy to yield a position or two to keep the pack of cars here together. And if anyone faster happens to be coming through, there we go, at once. And that's all it took, and maybe a tiny little throttle lift as well to make the intentions clear there of the 93.
Interesting tactics from Griffin Gardner and 9.5 SimSport. Now they have a double draft of 2 Trans-Tasman racing cars. Emily Jones punching the hole in the air. Remember, the whole reason that Trans-Tasman ended up leading after that, was it the first safety car or the random one that happened after, managed to get into the lead with a shorter pit stop thanks to them saving fuel in the slipstream. So potentially Griffin Gardner is hoping for the same kind of fortune for him and his team. Damian Johnstone, meanwhile, facing off against Marcelo Rivera, who has taken over the Evolution Racing team number 2. This looked like a pretty even split between Marcelo and Robert Gibbs. Rivera has been in the car since lap 71. They are now on lap 86. And we know how quick Marcelo is on any given day in GT machinery. Also loves to have a red hot go in V8s as well. Look at how hard he's pushing coming down through the S's. That's some aggressive curb usage, the likes of which I haven't seen often today.
No, definitely been few and far between the curbs here at this track, and at least on the apexes at the very least. Exit curbs, they're all the rage around this place where you can find them and use them. But yeah, apex stuff, not so much. But we'll see here in behind Johnson, got the slipstream and even going to get there at the crest on Conrad. Barely pulls out in time to clear the rear bumper of the 143, but will be ahead through the kink. And yep, no contest from Johnson at this point in the race. Will allow that position to be switched around there for us. And they're about, what's that, 6 seconds behind Griffin Gardner, Emily Jones and Richard Hampson. So we'll see if what they can do is the 995, all kinds of out of shape into
how to
the
keep
elbow.
it out of the wall. Goodness me. That was a recovery. Jeez. So it's fallen behind, it looks like the number 5 Altus Australia entry. Riley Bilson coming out of the dipper. Oh, the car was already loose coming out of there. And it got further unsettled when he got on the brakes for the elbow, almost fired towards the inside wall. I am amazed that that car didn't have a crash.
A little wiggle there, maybe possibly enough just to overheat the rears to the point where it would have needed more blip or less brake to not have that second moment into the elbow itself. But yeah, able to just hang on to it, keep it just away from the walls and not hit anyone else as well. So ticking all the boxes for recovery in that moment there. Good job. Well, it does mean that puts that car down in 18th place now, which is where it started the race, I might add, actually. Still.
Yeah.
Looking up and down the order, I can only see, if I'm counting right, 5 cars that officially haven't moved from their starting spots. That being, if we go from top to bottom, there's a TTR number 1 of Emily Jones and Brady Myers. The number 93 of Griffin Gardner and Dylan Rudd behind them in 5th. Then in P10, the Phoenix Racing Team, number 79 of Rehan Leonage and Dylan Pereira. Bilson and Cameron Jones in that 995 car. And the last one at the moment, apparently being the 777 Altus Australia car of Zach Hanlon currently, and Mike Taliansich down in 22nd place.
See how much the track temperature's dropped recently. It reached its high of about 43 degrees early on in the race, but it has been steadily dropping since then. It's now 2:30 in sim and down to 37 now. So despite the air temperature staying the same, it looks to me like there's been clouds moving over the racetrack from time to time. The sun's position has been changing, and now it feels like there's a little bit more grip out there, and really shows it in terms of lap times as the number 6 car comes into the pits after only 16 laps on that set of tires and on that fuel tank. Looks like Corey Shepard and Thomas Freeman are going to be getting a short fill out of the way and potentially hoping that the rest of their race goes better from here after picking up that slight bit of damage. Freeman taking over the car.
Well, as everyone goes by here, it's 74 laps to go in this race. You factor in perhaps one safety car just to give you some margin, and that there is their third, the start of their third last stint. They only have that stop and 2 more to go to make it home. So we're in the window of drivers who want to come in and make a stop and be pretty comfortable. You might want to go another lap or 2 just in case we don't get safety cars, because if we did, then we'd be looking at wanting to get to at least 72 laps remaining before you pit, and then you have your even 24 lap stints from there, which is about, depending on where they are, who you're looking at and where they are on track. In the case of these guys here, about a lap and a half away for Lockie Capel and Adam Blocker here, 11th and 12th for these two at the moment.
We also saw the Altus Australia 777 in as well. Zach Hanlon remaining at the wheel of that car. 37.9 second stop for him. For the number 6, it was a 32-second stop. They spent 54 seconds in the lane total. So let's see how that works out for them, with everyone else seems for the time being looking to extend this stint out as much as possible. I'm not seeing any signs of pit stop preparations for Synergy Sim Racing Watercraft Performance Center. Of course, I got corrected on the meaning of that acronym. Of course, Synergy Sim Racing has so many sponsors that it can sometimes get confusing, especially when some of them have the same acronyms. It's a good problem to have if you're a sim racing team, but yeah, makes our job as broadcasters a tiny bit harder. Not that we're complaining. More sponsors always really good for the scene. Here is the number 093 Alpha Venturi Racing car. Jake Burton has not been in that car for quite some time. He was there for the start of the race, but after lap 25, it has been Jordan Siberis all the way, and he has seen a lot of action here. It's about to get more so with Jamie Stovall gaining on him in the Synergy Sim Racing 707.
Makes you wonder here if perhaps the play for the 093 is going to be, run Siberis here as long as he can. I mean, you could put Jake Burton in the car any time from now. Siberis will have cleared his minimum lap requirements because we are on lap 89, so it's 25 laps at the start there, that opening stint for Burton. So that'll check them off in terms of making sure that Siberis here has his 54 laps complete. Then there, press on. Although it does have, he's only his 21st lap of a stint, so I presume he'll look to come in about any time in the next 2 to 3 laps, potentially. And then from there, we'll see Jay Burton bring that Alpha Venturi car home to finish. And that will be interesting to watch here is how teams go about this this final stint. Or stints, still definitely multiple stints left in this race. As to if we've got teams with A and B drivers, as it were, how they're going to play things. Moment here at the cutting, it looks like, for the 666 Reese and Paul Warwick. Yeah. Thankfully, not in the wall, but definitely giving the marbles up and close hello.
Yeah, quite close indeed. But Warwick has managed to get started again. Oliver Patterson was right there to take advantage in the Vermilion Motorsports 026 in 26th spot. Jordan Siberis is still at the front of this pack for 14th. And it actually looks to me like Stovall might have made a slight error over the course of that lap. He is right back in the clutches of Seth Brown, Riley Bilson, and potentially Blake Delaney as well, who's in the Fishy Motorsport 025, which is emulating the old HSV dealer team livery from a long while back. I've got some good memories associated with that livery. First season of Australian touring car racing I watched was 2007, when Garth Tander became champion in a car with a livery very similar to that. In any case, let's see if they managed to keep control through Griffin's Bend. It looked like Brown in particular was getting a bit of a slide on in the rear.
Yeah, we've had some trouble down at the chase in the meantime between the Pleb Sim Sport ERT 462 and the third car involved being the second Phoenix Racing Team entry. They've all ended up parked, spun off the road for a moment before getting going once again down there. We have a quick look and see how this has all happened, and the answer is, unfortunately, it's not going to put Chad Lewis in the race control team's good books here, so we might want to focus on the 462 if we can here, or just wait for it to come in frame.
Oh lordy, that was deep. Oh goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're one of the cars that was just trying to make their way through the corner, not much you can do about that. That was completely out of your control.
Yeah, that's putting it mildly, to say the least. Spot given back for the time being, but I would expect that will be a lengthy hold as we're watching here on board with Colin Warwick. And yeah, no, it's never a good look when you suddenly see a car approaching that quickly, because you can try and turn out of that one there, but like, yeah, going to be pretty hard to be able to pull that one off. And instant avoidance there on that one, and you're already sort of half tipped in there as well. Race Control did spot that one, and they will be looking at it in due course.
Right. Back forward to this fight here. It's a poor exit from turn 1 for Jordan Saberis, and a slide as well for Seth Brown in the green and gold Altus car behind. Looks like a tiny bit of a bump draft there that Jamie Stovold is giving Mr. Saberis, but flicks to the inside for Griffin. Saberis a little bit later on the brakes, turns in, but room is given to the inside. On the marbles, there is no grip at all, and that gives the position potentially to Seth Brown. Saberis lifts off into the cutting, and Race Control have just come through with a decision relating to that incident we just saw. The Evolution Racing Team 462 has been given a drive-through penalty for that contact.
Yeah, no surprises there at all. That car will come down the lane and have to take that slap on the wrist for that one there. As Saberis, just in the background, has lost a bit of margin here to Stovold and Brown on this lap. Although, might be a lap or two away from pitting that 093 machine, which would put it at around, well, maybe the leader was 70 laps across once. It will be 70 when they go to go. So maybe it'll be about 69 laps left in the race for Saberis there to, and presumably hand over to Jake Burton to finish things off from there, because that would be 323 lap stints, if my basic math tables work there, as that was the wide line through turn 1, and Stovel having to jump on the anchors for a second, but able to get up the inside here. And see here, yeah, the 093 just actually opts to open that one up and then try and contest around the outside, which is very rarely successful here in a car of this size.
Yeah, and especially when you're halfway through a 1000k enduro, and the tyres have already been flicking loads of marbles onto the outside of a corner that is already difficult to hold the outside at. Meanwhile, checking back in with Jason Bentz in the Piff Puff Racing entry. They've had a few adventures over the course of this one. They managed to start in 11th spot, got up into the top 10 towards the end of the first stint, but through a few problems they've found themselves back in 18th place, but they are gaining, and gaining quite fast. 206.295 for Bentz on the last lap. Compare that to everyone else in this pack. They've been doing mostly mid 207s to low 208s. And even then, he's still got a few tenths over Brown and Stovold at the front of this pack.
You said 206.2, yes?
Yes.
That puts him basically on pace with the race leader. The only cars faster are the leader, and apparently Thomas Hinz at a 205.8 on his last lap in the 209. Actually, wait, hang on. No, sorry, no, I take that back. I was looking at drivers that were in the top 10. I'm just going to pretend I didn't say that. 206.2, though, is as fast as anyone outside the top 6.
It is, definitely. I mean, everyone in the top 6 is doing laps in the 205 bracket. James Scott's still the fastest car on track at the moment, 205.279 on the last lap. let's see what Jason Betts can do to catch up to these guys, as that's another taker to the pits. That's Jordan Saberis in the 093. Let's see if he hands it back to Jake Burton for a stint or continues on the mammoth run he's had so far.
Well, actually, in saying that, where are they again on my entry list? Alpha Venturi 093. But Saberis has completed 67 laps.
Burton's back in.
And yeah, 67 laps in a row. They can only do 80. He would have to do a 13 or 14 lap stint. So there is no value in that car not doing a driver swap. And at 69 laps zero, that's 323 lap stints. I would think for someone like Jay Burton, that would be reasonably, well, should be achievable. You'd think would be achievable, unless perhaps say maybe Burton, who knows, other things outside of scheduling and availability might mean that there has to be a different plan in action.
Maybe, but I definitely know that Jake is capable of driving super long stints. I was teammates with him at one point, and we drove together racing prototypes in the Australian Endurance Championship, and the convention we followed was, especially at the very long races, we would drive for basically 4 hours at a time. That was a while ago. We are both quite a few years older now, so probably not as much energy as we used to have, but I think Jake is still very much capable of pulling off something like that, even in an Australian touring car around Mount Panorama. On board with Troy Maguire, meanwhile. This car has seen lots of action over the course of this race. 26th place at the moment, and they ended up starting in 40th. Almost every midfield incident we've seen, this car has been in the frame somewhere, though never directly involved.
It's been able to play dodgems, indeed, with the ones that we've seen of, at least, and it's still looking in good shape. So hopefully that's a sign of things to go for them. A bit further up the road, P15 here, Riley Bilson now, just passing. Actually, is the Piff Puff car come to the pits here? Piff Puff car to the pits, but the 025 there. Okay, so up loses the rear a little bit on corner entry, all right, and a little wobbly on corner exit 2. Although Blake Delaney there in the Fishy Motorsports 025 not able to capitalise, or choosing instead to play it extra safe and stay tucked in behind the 995 there.
Righto. So eyes on the 94. Do they decide to come into the lane? No, they don't. It's going to be, I think, a fairly reasonable stint here for James Scott. Starting the 24th lap of this stint, we should expect them to come in at the end of this lap, unless they've somehow found a way to save a bit of fuel, which I highly doubt. They've been in the lead for pretty much the entirety of this stint. Burton is back out in the Alpha Venturi car, a bit of a ways behind these guys. And he did have a little bit of a lock up into Hell Corner, but I think just getting used to the car once again. More pit stops from inside the top 10. Meanwhile, Evolution Racing Team 2 coming in. Looks to me like Marcelo Rivera bringing the Mustang in. I don't know if he's going to hand it back to Robbie Gibbs at this point. They might be thinking about the fair share arrangement, as that is the number 5 putting a move on the 995. This is the fight, remember, for 14th. It's a little deep here for Seth Brown, just a slight touch. But tell you what, Riley Bilson, I think, is struggling with rear end grip at the moment. He is going to stay out for another lap, though, as the number 5 comes in, and that's an adventurous entry. He's going to cut across the gravel trap. That's unfortunate.
Lose a couple of seconds there, yes.
Yeah, but he'll go straight into the box and get the tyres changed, the fuel filled up. Andre Youssef drove for quite some time before. I don't know if he's going to get back in the car, but yeah, just lost it there. Caught the grass, I think, on entry as well, and it wasn't much he could do to recover after that.
No, not in the slightest. Well, We'll see what these two out here on track can do now they're separated from Seth Brown. Whether they go much longer.
Leader in.
That makes sense. 24 laps on the tank for James Scott. And this means it'll be 3:20, or could be done in 3:22 lap stints to finish things off. Although we see here that the longer stints of drivers like Gilliam, Hampstead means that all of these cars here will carry on for at least another lap, maybe two. That possibly allowed them to shorten up their final stints by a couple of laps again as well, and maybe that might just help them get back in the game here.
Well, for the time being, it looks like James Scott is staying in the number 94. More cars in the lane. We see that Damien Johnston is in the 143. Phoenix Racing Team comes in as well. Rehan Leonage. Is he going to hand that one back to Dylan Pereira or stay in? Thomas Hins in for Team Jinx Shifters. Lindsay Hobbs in the Excalibur car in too. We haven't seen much of that car today. It's been mostly running in the last few spots on a lap down at least. But still staying out of trouble, which is good to see. Cars staying out include the 115, which remember is still a little bit off sync in terms of strategy, as Bilson stays out again.
Also lets Delaney through.
Yeah, okay. The tyres, I would presume, are way down on that car now. He went deep in Murray's, did he? Yeah, just a little bit. And I think he just conceded the position. They're still trying to prepare for the stop, which I would assume is at the end of this lap for both of these cars.
Let's have a look at where they are again. Yeah, they're on their 25th lap. They should surely be coming in. Gilliam here's current race leader on his 24th. Comes in now. It's 65 laps in, so it's a 22, a 22, and a 21. If you wanted to split them all evenly, and indeed, we'll bring the 201 down to the lane. Now, interesting to know. Here we go. Everyone else following suit from the front of the field. So there you go. Your effective race leader tucked up behind Kurt Stenberg in the Pleb Sim Sport car. And who else is here behind? Glenn Morris, the Wheelie Bins Republic car. Those two back in 33rd and 34th. You watch here on board with your effectively almost 300, not quite though. About 2 kilometres short. There in a straight line. There's Morris a little wide ahead of Stenberg here. Are they going to come to the pits? Neither coming to the pits, so James Scott's going to stay in line.
Oh.
Get awfully close though there to the bumper of Stenberg and Murray's.
Yeah, a little bit held up here. Regardless, he will take the race lead back from the Altus 201, which is now in the hands of Job Stewart. Josh Anderson back in the number 51. Brady Myers gets back in the number 1 car. And Griffin Gardner in the 93 still. That is a large lead for the 94 car now. But he's still getting held up here in this fight. One of them lets him through. The Wheelie Bins car. Now it's just the Pleb car. Is Stenberg going to be quick about letting James Scott through? Not quite. Still behind him out of the cutting, but still, even if James Scott is held up a little here, it isn't going to hurt him much, at least for the time being. Still a long way ahead of Altus 201, 15 seconds behind.
Yeah, and speaking of things, you can see that Job Stewart has gotten back aboard the 201. Get some more laps on the board for him to make sure the minimum lap count is met. Then presumably after that, Andrew Gilliam could get in and take it to the finish. There, in all of this, we still have, we have cars that came in early and have therefore gained places on fresh tyres and an undercut, such as primarily here Thomas Freeman on his 10th lap of the stint, whilst these drivers here getting started on their fresh tyres, has jumped up ahead of Brady Myers for the time being, although I get the feeling Myers, fresh tyres here for him too now, will probably seek to make quick work of the Fishy Motorsports machine here down Conrod.
Yep, and it's looks like, if anything, a little bit of a lift off there for Thomas Freeman. Tyres will be in their prime for about 10 laps or so at a track like this before they start falling off in terms of pace. So I think now for Thomas Freeman it is just about managing the pace of the car from here and making sure it's in a good shape to bring in for the next stop. Americans Down Under pits, so does the SSR Works Racing 707. So Jamie Stovold bringing that one in. It looks like Philip Kraus is going to take over from Adam Blocker in the number 74-2. And it seems like the 94 has managed to finally get past the Pleb Sim Sport 47 as number 51 Trans Tasman passes Blake Delaney, who has been out there for 26 laps now. The tyres will be crying for mercy on that Fishy Motorsports 025.
Yeah, they're looking to go really long here. Pitting on this lap would mean they can do 21 lap stints to the end, which is it's a good couple of laps short of a completely full run. Or fill it all the way up, go long again, and then really stretch the marker. Well, we have really good strong options if a safety car comes out or something eventually, or just really shorten up a safety car stop when everyone piles into the pit lane. Of course, there is still the fact that if we do have any safety cars, Nice, just get a little bit stuck behind. No, I don't think so. Oh yeah, he did. That wasn't a great lift off there from the Banter Alliance car across the top. That's just checked up the number 1 machine a little bit there. But at the very most, it was a bumper tap, so not major harm there, I think.
Rightio. Where we go. Well into the second half of this race. Almost at lap 100 complete. And Griffin Gardner in the number 93 car, managing to keep up with Brady Myers in the number 1 machine. Looking back further at the fights lower down, the number 5 Altus Australia entry of Seth Brown chasing Ben Faulkner in the Vermilion Motorsports black car, which keeps clipping the walls. Looks like that car isn't quite up to scratch in terms of stability. New fastest lap, meanwhile, from Joshua Anderson, 204.3. The track temperature has dropped further to 35 degrees, and now looks like drivers are taking advantage of those cooler temperatures, getting a little bit more out of their tyres. That's significant there. It's a big statement in the run for the podium. Meanwhile, here's a big statement from Seth Brown. He's going to move up into the top 20 again, past Ben Faulkner into the chase, and look who is chasing them. Zach Hanlon and Cam Jones in the 777 and 995 machines. Both cars that have suffered some issues today. It looks like Hanlon's going to go for it here on Faulkner into Murray's. Oh, and Faulkner locks up, runs wide. Both cars through without much issue.
No, they're big squirm under power for Faulkner as well. Also trying to get out of the chase there. So, and a big fight there of the car. He's been out there for only 10 laps and he's really starting to struggle with that thing. Michael Whiting on fresh tyres is going to be able to, as we're being told, to keep eye on things. Yes, and did actually see it in the broadcast chat. Yes, we do have 2 Ben Faulkners in the server this weekend. One of them with Vermilion Motorsports, the other one here with JTIT Race on Oz 042.
I was wondering, I was getting a bit confused.
Whilst we're talking about the Bens, our second safety car for
Second random safety car.
Yeah, random, as it's true, just call it random safety car, so that is what it is called. The race leader has gone through before the safety car could get out. Looks like it's going to hold at pit exit, so we should expect to see all our leaders stay out for another lap at the very least. And again, they're all barely gone into this stint, so I presume they will happily keep their track position at this point, Reese.
Yeah, this has come out at a weird time for everyone who's just completed their stops, because it's not there's not going to be any point to jumping back into the pits because you would lose track position otherwise. I'm wondering about the Fishy Motorsports number 6. They are 12 laps into their stint at the moment.
I would think this is a good time for them to stop.
Yeah, Hanlon at the wheel of the 777 and the first of our Ben Faulkners in the Vermilion Motorsports black car as well. I would think that they might consider coming in too, but everyone else is less than 9 laps into their stint at the very least. Teo Sorono is going to bring the 111 in, and there we go. The Vermilion 228 into the lane.
Well, they need to be careful here, Reese. The race leader is still out on the circuit and just coming into the chase, not too far behind these cars.
Down, yeah.
Yeah, I would have probably thought, whilst the safety car pit is good for them, they need to wait until they know they're not going to get lapped here, potentially, because this means they might have to be mindful of how much fuel is in. Chewy? No.
Okay.
After just 5 laps on the tyres, James Scott will come to the pit lane to top. But again, he's got this margin. If he's literally just doing tyres and a splash of fuel...
Yeah, I mean, he can afford to do it. 15 seconds at the line last time.
Because there we go. Joe Stewart will carry. Damage repaired on the front left corner there of the Altus 201 by the looks of things as well, by the way, in the course of the pit stops.
Still looks a little dented to me.
A little dented, yes, but nowhere near as bad as it was when it took the actual hit. They will take the race lead off of James Scott. And the TTR cars split the strategy here. Number 51 stays out, Reese. Number 1 comes in.
Okay. Right. So here I was thinking we wouldn't see any of the lead pack come in because they'd only just gotten their most recent stops done. Tell you what, this has worked out really well for Fishy Motorsports. They'll be able to hold on to that track position. As the 951 stays out, moves up into 4th. James Scott, with his pit stop completed, has come out in 3rd place. There will be a few waiver rounds to do as well.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to watch here. So, Dylan O'Shea stayed out, but as a result, hasn't been able to jump the race lead. So, yeah, with only 2 cars in Job Stewart and Josh Anderson, who have stayed out and been able to therefore jump the race leader and all this. This is going to be very fascinating to watch as we'll bring up the weather graph once again here as we've crossed past 3 p.m. virtual time. And
another degree.
Yep, down to 34 degrees Celsius. The arc is now very much trending downwards here. And our virtual recreation of Bathurst today. As we watch the field streak on past. So yeah, as you said, have a couple of drivers that we'll need to give waiver rounds to. You can also see what looks like, Robbie Gibbs, the ERT number 2, I think is taking extensive damage repairs to that car because they've been in the pits for over a minute at this point. And yeah, not a lot of takers to the pit lane. James Scott, Brady Myers, Griffin Gardner, Jordan Ross, Corey Shepherd, the only cars in the top 10 that have done so. Lachlan Capel in the ERT 115, though, has also come down to the pits in 19th place. And as I said, the Altus Stretch 777 has come in. And once the ERT number 2 comes back out, they will also have joined the drivers' pitting. So I think, what does that count for? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, actually 10, and then this Australia 111's come back in again after also doing a 1 lap run around. So 11 cars out of our remaining 44 I think that's the numbers we're working with here in terms of those who have decided to take an extra stop here.
Yeah. News for the number 9 as well. We heard very recently from Ben Christensen that Henry King had network issues on the in lap of all times. So Ben Christensen has gotten back in that car, but they are now a lap down. Actually, the first car a lap down, it seems, just ahead of the Piff Puff Racing car. And we're waiting for confirmation that there'll be wave arounds happening for those drivers. They'll be able to get back on the lead lap, fortunately. All cars a lap down at the moment, going down to the Excalibur Esports number 12 in 40th place.
Yeah, so we should expect a wave around procedure to begin soon for those cars that stay out on circuit, that is. Because the Banter Alliance 007 is just going to duck back into the pits. They've actually been out for 16 laps, so actually they do need that stop, although they are on their own 3 laps down, as it were. Is SSR 707, I'm just seeing, is moving.
Yeah, they're coming
They've
back
come into the
into.
pits. Well, that's the thing. They haven't come in under the safety car yet, but they're going to come in now for some reason.
Yeah, they were only out for a couple of laps when the safety car came out. It's only the 4th lap of the stint.
So yeah, they did the green flag stop, but rather than come in with those who chose to came in with the safety car, they've come in now whilst the field's compressed. This does feel like it's quite costly in terms of the track position.
Yeah, and I don't know how this is going to work out for them on fuel strat either, because it's 60 laps to go, and a fuel stint in a car like this would last max around 26 laps if you were very heavy on the fuel save. So they're going to have to make a splash and dash at the end anyway, assuming the race stays green.
Well, yeah. From here, we'll be curious to see here how drivers take this here. If they choose to now even these stints out, or if we run longer on these first stints before proceeding to come in. This is going to be a curious play here. As drivers awaiting a wave around are being moved to the front of the fielders. Oh no!
The 111 smoking. That looks like heavy damage to the front left as well.
Well, that'll explain why they've been in and out of the pits here, it seems. But when did they pick that up?
Geordie Sinney at the wheel of the Altus Australia 111. It looks like the engine went coming out of Forest Elbow. And that damage had already been on the car for some time. There we go. There's the moment that it went.
So it's overheated, potentially, I would suggest then?
Yeah, I'm rewinding to see where they picked that damage up, and it looks like they've had it for quite a few laps at this point.
Yeah.
They've already been into the pits twice under this safety car period.
Yeah, you scroll back and, like, I'm actually just quickly firing through the laps, and I'm like, picked it up on lap 67. That's how long I've had it for.
Yeah, right. So that's obviously long-term damage to the car that's unfortunately come to the fore.
Ah, yeah, 67, the lap where they spun out of the elbow.
So that damage has been increasing to the engine all this time, and finally came to a head and probably blew the headers.
All right, wave around's now complete. Means we have ourselves 39 cars on the lead lap with Stead Miller driving the Excalibur Esports car. That last car on the lead lap means we will wait until the end of lap 103 before we restart this race. So it'll be 58 laps of green flag running potentially here. Should we be unaffected by more yellows to the end of this race. And yes, we start to play the strategy game here now. We've got some different decisions made up and down the field.
Right, so all of these cars now back on the lead lap. Ken Latta back on the lead lap as well after that car suffered a lot of issues with Jamie McKnight, I believe, having network problems. And remember, this was the car that very early on made a huge rise through the field, gaining 30 spots after starting in the back rows. So this is a chance at redemption for car 269. Will they be able to make it potentially into the top 10, considering the pace that Ken Latta has shown in that car?
That would be quite the ask, I suggest. But yeah, who knows? That could possibly be the case. I'm really curious to see here if one of the first cars, no, not Gibbs, not going to come in the pits, could possibly have done so and top off a little bit on fuel, but chooses to stay on the back of the train. And then again, has only just completed his very first lap, so that's probably why not a chance to. Because yeah, with these cars here that are getting their lap back now, I wonder if some of them will choose to potentially come in again to splash some more fuel for those that are on the lead lap, or actually looking at the numbers of the cars that have just been released under the safety car. There's a couple of few of them that have got several laps on their tyres and tanks, and indeed the ANZ Motorsports and Piff Puff Racing entry cars will come in to fill up and bolt on another set of tyres again. Everyone else, though, looks like they're just going to cycle round to make sure they pick up the safety car train here as it heads up between turns 2, halfway between turns 1 and 2, but then also snaking up towards turn 4 as well here, Reese, as it looks like, yep, Craig Schultz there for a second, the last car on the lead lap. Looks like they've come to the pits under the safety car, which has given the Excalibur Esports car another place, and we will be going back to green flag racing at the end here of lap 103.
Rightio. Logitech G safety car will bring itself into the pit lane at the end of this lap, and the field will fall under the control of Job Stewart in the 201. With the extra pit stop taken by James Scott and Jared Filsell in the number 94. They are in third place on this restart. I would expect them to make their way through to the lead fairly quick sharp, because they have been on it all race. They have had to battle their way through to the front of this field. They are truly in contention for the win here. Is there any kind of response that Altus and TTR have for that supremely pacey Synergy number 94?
Yeah, this will be an interesting test of strategy here. James Scott and Jared Filsell have been the pace of the field in this middle phase of the race, and now has a tyre advantage over Josh Anderson and Job Stewart to boot. How aggressively are they willing to defend? That, I think, is going to be interesting to watch, because surely now, with coming into 58 to go, they try and do whatever is reasonable to keep that 94 behind, and basically try and minimize any benefits they may have over them at this stage, because otherwise, it feels like to me, you can almost start potentially start trying to answer the question of who might be in the hot seat to win this race.
All right. Pace car is in the lane now. And Job Stewart decides to go very early. That's at the entry to the chase. That's just about the earliest we've seen anyone go today.
Well, by a long shot, it's early, that's for sure. Earliest was himself earlier on the apex of the chase. So that throws a cat amongst the pigeons. And look at that there. It's completely caught. Is that Corey Shepherd in the Fishy Motorsports car, potentially napping, relatively speaking, because everyone ahead of him has broken away. They cross the line. We go back to fully green flag conditions here. It's a good restart for our top two, at least, because they have pulled a bit of a margin on James Scott to perhaps give them a lap of breathing room here at racing speeds.
So, Job Stewart leading by half a second over Josh Anderson, taking back control of the number 51 car shortly before the safety car period. Already, Anderson is starting to make ground. Look at that. The gap has decreased by a tenth or so on the way up to Reed Park. Through Sulman and now to McPhillamy. Yeah, that 51 car is on the attack. Interesting to see that James Scott hasn't quite gotten up to pace yet. I would have expected him to have been right on the back of these two by this point. I suppose he's waiting for Conrad to get a slipstream and draft up to the back of them coming into the chase. But the slipstream will be definitely on for Josh Anderson here. Getting past Job Stewart, coming down Conrad, or will he stick to the strategy that TTR seem to have had over the course of this race, just sitting in the draft and saving fuel to potentially shorten their final pit stops? Up to the back of the 201 he goes, and, well, there we go. I'm wrong. He's going to go for it, but Stewart, nice and defensive into the chase. A little bit of contact between the two cars. That little bit of side-by-side running has brought James Scott right into the fold of this battle. Need to keep an eye out for Dylan O'Shea and Brady Myers behind in the 951 and 1 cars, respectively. Griffin Gardner is still there in the 93 as well. First lap of racing complete under this green flag period, and there is one of the fishy cars off. That's the 307, going for a tour through the grass.
Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Easy does it. This is a bit of a mess here at Murray's Corner. Find your space and stick to it. Contact. Oh, good. The 777 just avoids getting into the 88 there on the exit, as that is quite the lap from Dylan O'Shea. 204.1 there. We just saw that fastest lap being set. 951 is looking pacey here.
Yep, got the chance to get the run up there after the restart, and let's see here, Ando continuing to try and fight this one here as Fishy 307 just called in whatever happened down there at the chase on radio. So if possible, and it did run on. No, we're going to have a look here. Quick momentary replay here, because, yeah, didn't really talk about that one there, but Job Stewart is certainly not trying to sit around and wait there in the front of the field. Yeah, that little hustle down there. So hopefully we get a replay of what happened to Michael Angus in the Fishy 307 down at the chase on that restart lap. But also, I think, yeah, the reason why Anderson not really saving fuel is, I guess, at this point we're talking two stops left in this race, and they don't need to be full refuels already.
Yeah, exactly.
And I guess there's still a high odd chance of a safety car, as this is what happened to the 307. Ben Morris to the inside there in the phase 4 motorsport car. Reese, I think space was given, and Angus has just run it into the grass a tiny bit and then lost all confidence and grip in the car. But back to live pitches we go. Second attempt for Anderson into the chase. No, there's the lift out that time.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be a bit more difficult to get past Job Stewart than Josh Anderson was anticipating. So the 201 will remain in the lead of the race coming to the end of lap 105. This lead pack is fantastic. All of these cars have been in contention for the win at various points of this race, at the very least for the podium. It's been a great fight for the 951 car. Remember, they started in 12th, up into 4th now, and chasing rapidly. The 9593 was the fastest car on track that time by 204.5 from Griffin Gardner, as the lead is on here side by side. And Josh Anderson gets into the lead of the Bathurst 1000. Can Job Stewart fight back with the over-under on the exit contact? And he's turned around! Josh Anderson into the wall!
Oh, dear me. And now he's going to be careful with the rejoin here, because he's got barely any runoff to work with, and basically stuck waiting here.
Oh, man.
The circuit. Can get a flick spin and use... Oh, we've got
careful of the pack approaching. That was tough.
Sort themselves out just in time.
Wow. just as he'd gotten into the lead of the race. Anderson and Hampstead with damage, very heavy damage, I might add. The front end of that car is looking very substandard. Here's the outside view of it. It was a combination of going over the curb and going to a slide at the exact same moment Job Stewart got into the rear of Josh Anderson.
Yeah, Josh, not too happy with that, to put it mildly. That was quite the...
So the contact happened right there. Yeah, that was definitely Job Stewart making contact and turning him around.
And whilst not not vulgar or anything, quite the extensive opinion laid out on the in-game radio there by Josh Anderson.
The engine's blown for the 51. It's gone wrong.
He just tries to get out of the way of the Black Hawk car, and
this is going to be a safety car. This has to be a safety car. He's wedged on top of the wall. The engine blew coming out of Forest Elbow, and Dean Powell in the Black Hawk Motorsport car had very little time to react. Made contact with Anderson and sent him into the barrier. And in the midst of all of that, the 94 has gotten back into the lead. We completely missed that. Here's another view then. Ando coming out of Forest Elbow. You'll see the engine blow, and then you'll see Dean Powell try to go right and then left, but by then it's simply too late.
Yeah. Ando was, nose to the right there. Had sort of roughly indicated where he was going to try and go there. But unfortunately, Dean had also committed to going the right side of Conrod. As a safety car will be called for the 51, as their race is now done. And if we can get a replay now, or on the safety car perhaps of just when James Scott back to the race lead as well, perhaps. If we pick up where on track that happened would be pretty solid, but I'm getting the feeling could have easily been at the cutting. Nope, just down Conrod, fairly straightforward slipstream past the 201 there.
Yeah, okay, so up the rise, well within the slipstream and side by side on the entry to the chase. Did Stewart fight this? Doesn't look like it. Just a slight bleed out of the throttle and back into line for the turn in for the chicane. So now that the safety car has come out, we have plenty of cars in the field right now who are 10 laps or more into their stint. Now, no surprise to see that our leaders have not come into the pits here under safety car. Everyone's still at a very rapid rate of pace, as, well, it turns out that's an onboard view from Josh Anderson's stricken number 51. No way he is getting it off the barrier from that position. But here we go then. So Phoenix Racing Team, Americans Down Under, both race on Oz Gutter Night cars, and the Phase 4 Motorsport car into the lane. Those cars were 10 laps or more into their stint. I think it makes sense that they'll get it fueled back up potentially for 2 fuel save stints to the end maybe, but it would be borderline for those cars.
Yeah, it's true, but yeah, if you can stretch the fuel here with this safety car stint and go 26, 20, or you would need to go probably 27 laps or more.
Yeah.
Or really be hedging your bets on another safety car again at some point, either during this stint or in a stint after your pit, to be thinking about making this a 2-stop race. But we're only about 4 laps away from comfortably making it home on a 2-stopper.
Yeah, once again, safety car comes at a weird time for a lot of the field. In any case, it is going to come down to, well, yeah, everyone at the front of the field was definitely going to make 2 stops to the end. I don't know. I think if I was in the position of someone like James Scott, also the Trans-Tasman Racing and 9.5 cars there in the top 5, I would still stay out. But the second and third place cars, Altus and 951, They've been out there for 11 and a half laps now. Of course, one of those laps being under safety car. This is the view on board from Dean Powell. You see the engine go for Ando, and I suppose he was expecting Anderson to stick to the left side of Conrod Straight, but Ando tried to get out of the way to the right. Unfortunately, that's just racing sometimes. You have to make a split-second decision, and it doesn't always work out.
No, indeed, that doesn't work for them at all. I'm just trying to get a read on here who is left as lap traffic in this race and who might be eligible for a waiver round under this safety car. Looking like possibly the Banter Alliance 007 could be given a lap back here. Actually, just run through the field and try and pick them up. On relative and such, Banter Alliance 007 is 2 laps down in 40th place. Presumably, they might get a lap back here. You've got Phoenix Racing Team 85, 3 laps down and circulating in 41st. And then Alpha Venturi 57, 5 laps down and circulating. And then the Black Hawk Motorsport car is 12 laps down, but still circulating here. So, could see those cars all stand to get a waiver around here. As the 51 is cleared to return to the pit lane and end its race there on lap 106.
That's such a shame to see, because Josh Anderson and Richard Hampstead, in my opinion, one of the prime driver pairings of the field. Plenty of experience both in the real life and sim racing worlds, and some supremely fast drivers in that car. They will be taking no further part today. And for a car that was in contention for the win pretty much from the start of this race, I mean, it's Bathurst, right? It's going to end in heartbreak for someone.
Yeah. As we've seen, either the track bites, or you can easily get yourself entangled in another car and have an incident that bites, and it's going to hurt. Either way, you look at it here. As just seeing the Altus Australia 777 come back down the lane, Mike Taliansich 8 laps since he last pitted, which puts him as pitting under the last safety car there. But going to come down the lane again, potentially try and set himself up for this stretch, try and make it to the end of the race on only one more stop.
Looks like Anthony Visma in the Accelerate Endurance car also bringing it into the lane. That looked like a very short stop on the tyres. Visma only having just gotten into the car. It looks like they're just filling the tank back up and trying to get themselves an extra lap or so of fuel for the next stint. Looks like the waiver rounds are active now as well. The Black Hawk Motorsport machine being let through on the rest of the field.
So yeah, the process for the waiver rounds here being that they're getting all the lap cars to group up in the order they currently sit in the train in the safety car. So let's assume this sort of almost double file formation, although our leaders often here you see James Scott back right off to allow these lapped cars to cycle all the way up to the front, effectively past the leader. And should expect, where's P40?
P40 is officially at the moment the Trans-Tasman Racing 51, which is in the pits and not coming back out.
Yeah, there you go. I was expecting 4 cars, and I got 4 cars when the Banter Alliance 007 made their way past the leaders. And so that replay, or that wave round process should be basically done here with that one. And so that means we would go green with 51 laps remaining in this race. That's only 3 laps of fuel you need to stretch if you choose to come in and top up here at the end of this one. So we're gonna actually rewind the clock here, Reese, all the way back to the most impressive wreck of the race, as it were. But lap 3, for those who weren't here earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, that's the Vermilion Motorsports car going for a huge series of flips and feeling very dizzy after that one. That car managed to escape race-ending damage and get back out there.
Only for a handful of laps before it shows.
Yeah, unfortunately, their race came to an end shortly after, but at the very least, that didn't cause a safety car. We had to wait quite a few laps before we had our first appearance there of the Logitech G Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, I almost kind of wish we had a compilation of our safety car. Apparently we do have a compilation of safety car incidents queued up. We'll be able to show them here for you all. So I believe, well, I don't know which one we're going to go back to. I don't know if we're going back to Brad Newman and Richie Stanaway, or if we're going to go back to the big one.
We are.
We are going to go back. So we're going to. So basically, an anthology of all the safety cars we've had today. So this was the first safety car of the race, when all of a sudden the Rucci's Dock Shop number 62 gave up on Brad Newman there on lap 24 as he came out of the cutting. So that would bring out the first safety car of the day. We would then stay green all the way through to lap 44 with a random safety car brought out on track. However, 47, Reese, things did not stay green for too long after that random safety car was brought back in for a restart.
No, certainly not. Here is the view. It was the number 24 car. Different incident. The Altus Australia car getting hard into the barriers. They were able to keep going from this one despite that very heavy contact. Unfortunately, the race very quickly ended soon after for the car of Ruben Goodall and Rob Carmichael. 79 laps down on everyone at the moment, and that's going to only increase as that car will take no further part in this race.
And then
Meanwhile,
a little further up the road, this is what brought out the safety car after the random one on the restart lap here, lap 47 race, and too wide into Skyline does not go.
No, certainly doesn't. Banter Alliance 427 and the Accelerate Endurance car with Damien Cairns at the wheel coming together down into the S's. It was very tough to see that happen. And it's a place that we don't usually see huge incidents like that. It certainly has happened in the past, but not as often as at places like the Chase or the exit of Turn 2. Still, it's difficult at the best of times. Banter Alliance Racing, full stop, hasn't had a good run so far. Loss on their own for the 007, and then the 201 was coming through. Initially, the 007 was off the racing line, but as Andrew Gilliam came through, the car moved back onto the racing line, and then no choice but to hold, and Gilliam came in and just grazed them and got a hit to the wall for his troubles as well.
And then, yeah, as the warning was given just as then here Hayden Veld driving the Evolution Racing Team machine here, a warning given as they came over McPhillamy Park, not able to get it pulled up in time, and speared over the top of the hill into the stricken car. It did technically clear the racing line, as it were, but messy, to say the least. That didn't trigger a safety car, those two down in the S's. They were both able to get going eventually, once everyone got through and the track was clear and safe to turn around and get going again. And from there, we would basically run unhindered until that, once again, a second random safety car coming out and mixing up strategy in this particular occasion, which then triggered an actual safety car there which is this one here out on track right now. As unfortunately we lose the 51 of Josh Anderson and Richard Hampstead from this race.
And the safety car period is ending. So now it's all down to James Scott to call the start of this race, at least from this point. And remember, Job Stewart went right here at the entry to the chase. Is James Scott going to repeat that or throw up a little surprise? The field compresses, and officially safety car in pit lane. The start is now under James Scott's control. A lot of dirt on the front of that Synergy car, and he gets the power down at the apex of the chase. Stewart didn't quite get the best of starts there. Little bit of a wiggle under acceleration. And so the number 94 has a car length or two's lead across the line as racing begins once more. 52 laps to go, 51 to go in the Bathurst 1000. And Job Stewart under massive pressure from Dylan O'Shea.
Indeed. For all of your front runners, they're going to have to make 2 more stops. In fact, everyone back to 27th place. So 2 stops left in this race. Just on fuel. Behind 27th place. We might be able to make this a 1-stop race to finish up. Whether those drivers back can save fuel now and manage the car and then get into the window to push on home, or if they all save the cars, gives you a chance to push now and then stay a bit later in the race. We'll see, but it's not really important now. The first question for us at the moment is can anyone catch James Scott and Jared Fulself? So far the answer has been, well, once they're clear, no.
Yeah, an emphatic no at that. Looking quite close to second, down 3 aces. I've just noticed that the Altus 201 has a slightly off-kilter rear wing. There's been a bit of damage gained to the right rear at some point for that car. I don't know if that's damage that's carried over from the brush with the Banter Alliance car earlier in the race. And actually, I think that might tell the story. No? Isn't it between... Oh, yeah, under review. No, that's the incident that brought out the... Well, didn't bring out the safety car, but started the sequence of events that brought it out. The contact with Job Stewart getting into the back of Josh Anderson at Griffin's Bend. Let's keep that in mind as we check out moves into the chase. Brenton Hobson in the Synergy Sim Racing 88. That car is back into the top 20, and it's got the battle scars to prove it. That car has looked fast all afternoon. And that looks a bit messy behind as the ERT number 2, Robbie Gibbs, up the inside of Michael Angus in the Fishy 307. A poor run, meanwhile, for Oliver Patterson in the Vermilion 026. 3 wide almost on the way into turn 1 here. Kurt Stenberg is in the midst of it as well in car 47. Everywhere you look, someone's boxed in somewhere.
Apologies if I can even be understood at this moment. Apparently some audio problems on the broadcast outgoing, which is difficult for us to know what to do with, because as far as we're concerned, it sounds perfectly fine for us at this moment. I can hear Reese perfectly fine.
Here we go, contact. That's the 091 Wheelie Bins car getting tapped by Stenny in the Pleb Simsport 47, but Stenny does complete the move, coming up through Reed Park. And we are hearing that the audio issues have been fixed. Also, Jared Filsell very helpfully pointing out in the chat that the damage on the rear wing of the 201 has been there since lap 30-ish, so they have been carrying that damage for some time. All things considered, it hasn't really affected the pace of the car that much over the course of the mid-phase. Right then, into the elbow with this pack now, headed up by Glenn Morris in the 091, and have a look at that. The second place battle shows no signs of slowing down either. Job Stewart just manages to pull it up for the chase, but Dylan O'Shea has been looking quick ever since the last safety car restart, and there was a bit of contact on the way into there as well.
Well, yeah. Not what we want to see, but yeah, elbow's starting to get out now as we're really getting into the back
here we
end
go.
of the race.
Here we go. 201. 201 penalty. Drive through for car 201 for the contact with Josh Anderson back on lap 106. That, I think, is going to destroy the pole positions car run for the win today.
With just 49 to go here when they were back at the line, I think that would indeed good. Well, put any chance at a strong result to bed. It would require multiple safety cars and a chance to go on to a different strategy whilst maintaining pace here and not losing track position beyond the penalty itself. That will now have to be served. And I mean, yeah, you lose another potential race contender, which is not great. But given the fact that they did, Stewart was the one was pushing on the bumper of Anderson there in the exit of turn 2. Was a situation that potentially, Race Control clearly must think could have been avoided.
Yeah, well, I mean, the whole damage situation for the 51 that came to a head out of Forest Elbow was started by the contact that Job Stewart made on Josh Anderson at turn 2. That put him heavy into the wall, and I think, yeah, rear end contact in any case is worthy of some kind of look from Race Control. The news, I think, will have just gotten to Job Stewart, and Dylan O'Shea sees the opportunity to make the move, but it's defensive for Stewart into the chase. He's going to have to pull that car into the pits at some time within the next few laps. Does he do it right now? Peeling off? Yes, he does. There we are. Drive-through penalty being taken now for the car that started on pole position. What heartbreak. And this is where they actually got that damage to the rear wing. Yeah, it was when they brushed the stricken 007 a long, long time ago. So, 9.5 SimSport now into second. Dylan O'Shea is going to have to do the laps of his life if he wants to catch up to James Scott. That little tussle with Job Stewart at the chase has ballooned the gap out to over 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, it's probably looking pretty good at the front there. A bit of trouble further on back for Glenn Morris in the wheelie bins 091. Tagged by the 79 Phoenix Racing Team car on entry to the chase there. Set that car around. Looks like thankfully neither car's involved in that incident, which has now put the 091 back in 37th place. As we keep our eyes on this fight for second here. I would say the fight for the lead, but well, no, your leader has shown every time they get clear, they will happily pull away and keep pulling away over the course of the stint. You know, that I haven't seen them anywhere near the front of the field all day. As I just check in here with Job Stewart back in 22nd place now. It's going to be one heck of an ask to even make the top 10, it feels like, Reese. But have a look who's in P5 at the moment.
Yes, HJR 209, Team Jinx Shifters, Brett Loxton and Thomas Hens. You can always count on the Jinx Shifters cars to be somewhere in the final stages of the races. Oh, have a look at that. That's a move for second. That's Brady Myers getting past Dylan O'Shea up into the second spot on the podium. And that looked like a move that Dylan O'Shea wasn't that interested in fighting. Remember, all these cars at the front of the field are going to be making it 2 stops to the end. And yeah, that was a very clear lift out by O'Shea. I think just letting Myers be the car punching the hole in the air all the time being.
Yeah, if Myers wants to lead, I think O'Shea would be more than happy to give it to him. And I think realistically, yeah, these guys here, Myers, O'Shea, Gardner, that's the three that are currently nose to tail for second. If one of them is going to make a move, as long as it's not holding up, not a really dumb move that costs them all time, just let it happen and then keep in the flow, take the draft that you then get, and try and close the margin down with whatever tools you've got in hand. Realistically, this battle for second will always particularly mention Myers, O'Shea and Garner. You can easily add in Thomas Hinds, Jordan Ross, you see there, Jake Burton bringing the Alpha Venturi 093 into P7 at the moment, and easily could make that P5, but at the same time, we've got Corey Shepherd and Cameron Jones not too far back, as that is sort of our battle groups, because then there's a massive hole back to Seth Brown and P10. At this stage, it's just as we're checking further on down the field, the Excalibur esports car with Stead Miller's now going to get freight train up the mountain as he's found the wall.
Manages to keep it going. This is going to be awkward, though, coming up through Sulman and McPhillamy. He manages to defend the position from the race on Oscar, but gets into the wall again. Oh, dear. All right, this has been a stressful lap so far for Stead Miller. I think he's just managed to recover it. As they go through the dipper, I want to point out, you mentioned the 093, the Alpha Venturi racing car with Jake Burton at the wheel, as Miller once again gets crossed up out of the dipper, has to let the Mustang through. The issue started for him all the way back at turn 2. He went a little deep there, and unfortunately you make a mistake at one corner in a compressed field at Bathurst, and pretty much by the end of the lap you're going to be something like 5 or 6 positions down, and the issues didn't stop there. So car 093, and people have been pointing it out, they only need 3 laps extra on fuel. They look like they're one of the best placed cars in the top 10 to have a go at this. Burton is 24 laps now, lap 24 of his stint. Could pit now. It's going to be an easy one stop to the end after that. And if there's a safety car, then that car could be in contention.
Yeah, the big thing is what is the raw pace of the 093 going to be like?
Yeah.
And whether it can be in contention, because it is now in the hands of its A driver, so we can now see what it's got, as we're going to go to onboard with the Fishy 307 and Michael Angus to look at. There's the Altus 201 tried to get by there. That would have been Ben Faulkner, I think, in the Vermilion Motorsports black car, who then runs wide on the live feed here as we come back to it, allowing Kurt Stenberg to slip past on the inside of the cutting there as well. I suppose it's a good point. Yeah, we're calling it that all of these cars here at the front of the field have 2 stops to do. One of them will be a partial stop. Actually, this is the thing. Is actually, yeah, the Alpha Venturi car only gets back into this race if a safety car comes out, because if there's no safety cars, they've got practically 2 full stints to do. Everyone else here, well, they've got about 7 or 8 laps advantage on fuel there, which means that they're going to be stuck with more time in the pits as a result, although still happily riding with the group here in P7. Corey Shepherd not too far behind, though, in P8.
Yeah, and just ahead of them now is Dylan O'Shea, because he went straight on at the S's, got a slowdown for his troubles. He's trying to get back past Thomas Hinds in the Jinx Shifters 209, but looks like the 951's run at the podium is over for now. But can he get up the inside of turn 1? Well, Hinsey saw him coming and decided, yeah, okay, I'll let you have that, mate. We've still got 45 laps to go. So this was how the move was made. The slowdown that had yet to be cleared from the S's completed there for the 951 machine, and things are getting leery here in the battle for 5th. The battle for 4th even, with O'Shea in that position. Looks to me like Jordan Ross is facing off against Jake Burton here. It was almost a move through there. Look at this move here from Dylan O'Shea, clearing that slowdown and getting right back on it.
Yeah, indeed. Continue to watch this group here work their way across the top. See what O'Shea can do in terms of trying to get back up to teammate Griffin Garner, perhaps, who has lost touch with Brady Myers, who is still dropping back, but only about a 10th lap off of James Scott at this stage. So close, but not quite, whereas So it looks like at this stage of the race, it comes down to it, it's maybe a 2-horse race. Unless we've got these drivers and teams here saving something a little special for the absolute end of the race. We'll have to wait and see. Jordan Ross not going to be under threat from Burton this time by into the chase until he runs a tiny bit wide, although gets a more square exit and drives away as well. So yeah, okay, everyone's holds position in this group for now. We're all catching up to Griffin Gardner in the process by the looks of things too.
There's Kurt Stenberg still racing hard with the Fishy Motorsports 063 of Matt Whitaker. Looking a bit further back, Rehan Leonage in the Phoenix Racing Team car. Remember, they were in the top 10 for some time. Oh yeah, there's a problem there for Ben Christensen at the chase. ANZ number 9, careful on the re-entry, has to wait, and then the track's clear, he can get back going again. What happened to him? Oh, it just looks like he was a little too deep. He could have made the apex, but looks like space was not envisaged there. So a very simple spin around for number 9, which has had a lot of trials this race. O'Shea, after clearing that slowdown, has gotten right back on the pace and is rapidly starting to chase down the sister 9.5 car of Griffin Gardner. Took a 10th out of him on the last lap. So podium's still possible for the 9.51.
Definitely possible, that is true. Just waiting to see what the pace is. I have to say, at this stage of the race, O'Shea definitely looking stronger than Griffin Gardner over the course of the run here. And that's with older tyres as well, actually, as we can see our last pit stop laps on screen with you here at the moment. So lap 101 for the 94 of James Scott, Jared Filsell, and same for the Trans-Tasman car of Freddie Myers and the Jones, and Griffin Gardner and Dylan Rudd in the number 93. They all came down to the pits under, that would have been the Anderson safety car, as Jordan Ross trying to eye off Hinz's spot there, but not able to find the inside or get ahead through the chase. But he's going to try and look for it down at Murray's. Meanwhile, for a moment there, the 88 of Brenton Hobson now behind the wheel, up into P12 ahead of Lachlan Capel in the ERT 115. Interesting to see Ian Ford. We'll see if he gets back in the car at the end of the race there or not. How the drivers ERT choose to go about that one here, but looks like to me they're starting to get stacked up behind the 209. O'Shea making a bit of a gap here, and I get the feeling J. Ross, I presume Burton too, at this point, be looking to go with when they get the chance.
Aaron Gilbert bringing the 203 into the lane. That will be the second last pit stop for that car, as the fighting is still happening further down. This is the number 13 Gutter Night Race on Oz entry of Luke Mitchinson. It looks like Kenneth Latter putting a move on him. Looked like a bit of a kerfuffle going on in turn 1 there. And Latter is eyeing up Michael Angus now on the Fishy 307. The climb through the field, trying to get started here for the 269, as Angus was sent slightly wide there. Relatively minor contact, and now Race on Oz looks for a go at him here. A little bit of a tap there. Well recovered from Michael Angus. He's had a bit of a stressful afternoon, that's for sure.
307, there's definitely a couple of ups and definitely a couple of downs. Meanwhile, Corey Shepherd on Jake Burton at the elbow. Can't quite make the move stick. And despite the contact, neither car finds the wall or goes around. So they carry on here. But that gives an indication perhaps of what's to happen. Burton on his 27th lap of this stint. So we'll have to let's get an outside look of it here, Reese. Because I barely got a hint of it whilst looking at it from my angles. But there, shows the nose just enough space available on the inside there for Shepherd to have a go at it without causing any troubles. Burton is going to go 28 laps now, apparently, on this tank of fuel.
He's trying to extend it as much as possible here.
I mean, shorten everything up as long as you can, because, yeah, he is as I said, he owes everyone about 8 laps of fuel. That is the biggest problem that the 093 has here at this race. And if he can keep going here, I guess, yeah. If he's lucky, safety car gets called, everyone will bail into the pits. And that way, strategy is equalised and he is still in the race. Of course, if the race stays green, then he's in trouble somewhat, unless the safety car comes out shortly afterwards.
Well, if Burton pits now, it will be 2 solid 21 lap stints to the end. And, I mean, the longer he can extend it, the shorter those final 2 stints will be, and he'll only have to fill up a little bit of the way. It's all, oh man, like there's so many numbers flying around in my head now. I don't know whether to make head or tail of anything. One number that I can make sense of is the pace of the 94 up ahead, 204.6 on the last lap. And looks like Trans-Tasman Racing 1 is keeping them honest, only a 10th behind, as the lap times are the last thing on the minds of these guys further back in the field. Looks like the 017 is in the midst of all of this as well. Piff Puff Racing chasing down Craig Schultz and Ben Morris in the Phase 4 motorsport car up the head of this train. Benjamin Smith and Benjamin Faulkner in the 2 Race on Oz cars up ahead too. They'll try to keep out of each other's way. Down through the S's, Brian Borg trying his best to preserve some kind of result for the 017 Mustang there. That car had top 10 pace, but various issues across the line as there we go. Hins and Burton both in.
So 25 laps from the 209 of Hins, and yeah, 28 from Jay Burton in the Alpha Venturi 093. Their race now reliant on a safety car soon to basically bring everyone into the pits to even up the strategy. Otherwise, they're going, well, I suppose, not necessarily even. The safety car could come later in the race, I guess, too. Also, that's Ben Faulkner in the 042 JTIT Racing Oscar. It's just pitted whilst we look at Ben Faulkner on track in the Vermilion 228. Yeah, do not get those two crossed up. As Faulkner on track is defending from Race on Oz, Faulkner's teammate or stablemate. There, the 13 has Luke Mitchinson behind the wheel at the moment there at this stage. So inside has been opened up. Looking to see what Mitchinson does alongside. Will probably commit. Faulkner tries to hang around the outside and yeah, just runs straight up into the marbles. No chance of defending that one there, Reece.
No. It's always tough at turn 2 here. It does defend into the cutting and oh boy, once again moves up the inside. It looks like they've worked themselves out. Chris Miller defending well from Ben Smith, but oh, that's a tap to the wall there. Yeah, he did. Just caught the inside wall there at Reed Park. It's unfortunate. Oh, and I've just noticed the number 6 has dropped. Corey Shepherd in the Fishing Motorsports number 6 car. It's oh no!
It's not just a drop.
Oh,
and it's been sucked. It's been
sucked into the void.
Yeah, it's not over the wall. It's a void.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. That was one of the cars that we expected to have top 10 pace as well. So that's a real shame there. For Corey Shepherd and Thomas Freeman, their race is over now too.
Yeah, there's basically no way back for that one there. Scheduled pit stop for Cameron Jones in the 995. After 25 laps, he'll bring that car into the lane. As we watch here, still in this pack of cars just outside the 20 now. Chris Miller holding off Ben Morris, which brings Craig Schultz into the equation, but he can't get that move done. Oh, but Morris in way too hot the final corner. It's going to allow Brian Ball to take 2 for 1, and Chris Miller has been given a serve of the door. Now we're 3 wide with Miller, Schultz, and Teo Serrano, who's lapsed down, but still brought the 111 back out to the circuit here in all of this happening, Reece. And have a look at the replay again of what's happened here. So this is Jordan Ross and Corey Shepherd at Forest Elbow, and J. Ross there just moving off
Was
the
that
wall.
Yeah.
And,
Don't know if that was a
into
little
the-
slide or something.
Yeah, I might go have another look at that one there. Try and take a closer look at the angles and such.
All right, we'll keep our eyes peeled here on Chris Miller, who went deep into the cutting, and that allows Anthony Visma by. It's another position up there for the Accelerate Endurance car, or probably not. A little bit of a better run for the 666, and they try to hold the outside coming up to McPhillamy. Unsuccessful though. Took a few corners more for Anthony Visma to get it done, but he did get it done in the end.
Just having a look at that, that moment there. It was, on board with Jordan Ross for a moment, and did gas it up. As, Schultz has found the wall on the exit of the dip up. He's going to find the wall a couple of times as we go back to the 143 on board here. You'll hear in the marbles, does light it up a little bit, and the car he has the car angled towards the middle of the road where Shepherd was there, causing the contact as loses a spot to Tom Freer. That's coming to the pit lane is the SSR 143 for their penultimate stop of the race here. As just as we went to the replay, Craig Schultz getting all kinds of crossed up and finding the wall a couple of times on the exit of the dipper, which is not ideal for the 105 here. Fighting over a seal. Look at that there.
Ugh.
Hefty slap on the right side and the left twice.
Yeah, positions lost and potentially some pace lost as well. More pitters. It looks like Jordan Ross has brought the 143 in, and Vermilion Motorsports Black 228 in as well. The Wheelie Bin 091 coming into the pits too. Job Stewart, after having taken that drive-through penalty, back up into the top 10 in the 201. But I think once the final pit cycles go through, that 201 will still be some ways off. Real shame for that car. Regardless, battle's still happening out on track. Michael Whiting in the Fishing Motorsports 025 chasing down Lachlan Capel here. Capel and Ford, we haven't given them much attention recently, but they have been quietly working their way through, haven't they? It's been nice to see that car's rise back up through the field after their penalty early on.
Yep, trying the ultimate strategy early in the race, and unfortunately not working out for them when they stumbled across the car towards the back of the field, running a more conventional opening stint strategy there, punting the Phoenix Racing Team 85 machine, which, as I said, cost them 10 seconds at their next pit stop as a penalty. Well and truly cleared that now. We actually have had a couple of cars in the top 10 pit, but knocking on the door at worst of the top 10 here today at this stage in the race. And they still do
115
pardon me, as indeed, as you call it there, they make their way to the pit lane here with 38 to go. So they could make that 2:19 lap stint if they want to split that one evenly.
There should be a nice short final stop for Lachlan Capel. And it looks like Ian Ford's going to be jumping back into that car for the final two stints of the race. More cars coming in then. It looks like one of the Fishy Motorsports cars. The 307 is already in the lane. And the 666 with Chris Miller on pit road now as well. A little bit of a defense for the ERT number 462, Chad Lewis at the wheel of that one, battling hard for last couple of positions outside the top 20 in effect, with Craig Schultz, who's still carrying the damage from his appointments with the wall earlier. It will be defensive for Chad Lewis here coming into Griffin's Bend. And the Phase 4 Motorsport car of Ben Morris has been involved in quite a few slaps and bangs over the course of this race, but I think that they're sitting pretty at the moment. Nice calm bit of track there. It's all going on behind.
Yeah, it sure is. Just waiting on this pit cycle now. file out there. O'Shea's going to make it 28 laps in the 951 machine, by the way, up towards the front of the field. So surely he's about to pull in to the pits. The leaders are continuing on, and indeed the 951 will box now. As we check out these drivers here, once again, in the mid-20s or so. Actually, pardon me, Craig Schultz is exactly P20 at this stage in the 105. Trying to get past Chad Lewis in the ERT 462 with Mike Taliancic behind there in the Alphas Australia 777. It's currently our best placed of the Alphas Australia cars, as it looks like Job's... Oh, is Job's just saying else here? No, Job's has been come into the pits. So there we go, penultimate stop for 201 is underway. Just of course, yeah, with the way the pit entry works.
Turns out there was another victim in that incident for the number 6 car, and it looks like it was the 995. Let's keep an eye on the front right-hand corner of this car here. So there's the contact ahead between Shepherd and Ross, and oh, okay. Yeah, little bit of a whack. They have been in the pits ever since. It looks like there's a huge problem there for the 995. That looked like heavy contact, even though the cars were a little bit distanced from each other. So I think we've lost the 995 as well in the midst of all of this.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to say the least. Minding their business when the incident happens ahead of them there on the exit of the elbow, and just picking up damage of that's not their fault and not their making. And choosing an apparently substantial after there to end their race too. That's also pretty brutal, to say the least. As we check back in here with Brian Borg, it's currently 12th on the road, but and also the car behind is not for position directly, because that is Teo Sorono, who's driving the Alphas Australia there at 111. But the gutter light race on Oz 947 of Benjamin J. Smith, that definitely is for position, as Ben Christensen slow on the exit of turn 2. Has he found the wall at Griffin's? I'll just double check that before I... side by side, we might want to replay this one if we can, please.
Okay, well, while that's getting sorted, you see up the top there, no further action on the incident between Jordan Ross and Corey Shepherd that involved Riley Bilson as well. So here's what happened to Ben Christensen. Oh, just 2 into 1 at Griffin's Bend. Heavy contact with the wall.
Yeah. That's, didn't look like there was anything wrong there from the Vermilion Black car from that angle. It's Jacob O'Reilly apparently behind the wheel at the moment of that one now, presumably to the end for O'Reilly in that car, which is kind of interesting to see. I happen to randomly know. Oh, that's slow.
Oh, yeah. Andrew Gilliam back in the 201. That is not the speed that car should be going down, Conrad. What has happened there?
It's had multiple notes on my event loggers. Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, the engine's silent. I think the engine's gone on the 201.
Yeah, I've just gone back to it. He was slow across the top of the mountain. And another case of damage just accumulating over time and not being repairable, apparently. He will get back to the pits under his own power, but I would suspect, therefore, that motor is not going to give him what he needs, and we will lose another. We will now fully lose another of our potential race winning contenders in that one. Some might call that karma race. Unfortunate, all the same, to lose a car that could have potentially been in it to win it.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I didn't see any puff of smoke.
We didn't see. I don't remember seeing one from Newman and Stanaway's car earlier, unless I just completely miss it. Being told I may have missed it, so don't take my word as gospel.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Job did take the drive-through earlier. Stewart brought it in, and yeah, it seems like it happened somewhere, but yeah. Oh no, it might not have been an engine issue. They might have forgotten to refuel the car, because Gilliam's just come out of the pits. I think he might have just been coasting around the lap.
Oh, that'll do it.
I was thinking that because usually when an engine blows, there's at least a telltale puff of smoke. It might not last the whole time the car's going back to the pits, but there's usually a crunching sound as the engine goes. That didn't happen for Andrew Gilliam. They didn't put the fuel they needed in the car.
Yeah, the car came off the jack super quick in the pit stop after Gilliam jumped in the car. So there's something has gone wrong for them when it comes to configuring and executing that pit stop. So, yeah, actually a little bit more simple of a answer there, but end result is just as brutal. They will now go a lap down on the race leaders and be entirely reliant on some a safety car and a lot of good fortune to swing things around.
Yeah, that car is now down in 36th place. Well, the battle for 11th. Ryan Borg being chased by Benjamin Smith. These cars have been up and down the field all through the course of the race. Of course, they've got Teo Sorono for company as well, but he is 8 laps down, in fact, in 42nd position. Do these cars owe us a pit stop? They likely will in the next few laps. Speaking of pit stops, we have 2 Synergy cars into the lane, the 88 and the 707. Brenton Hobson and Tom Freer will bring those cars in. Don't know if there's going to be any driver changes in either of those cars. I would expect that Hobson stays in the 88, and it looks like Freer is going to be staying in the 707.
Yeah, that would make sense to me in terms of who to expect in the cars to finish their races off. We are still waiting on our race leaders. They're also going to go 28 laps with this safety car. The safety car stops and periods, allowing them to stretch this tank of fuel. So it'll be down to just 33 laps once they finally pit here in a second. Because Jared Filsell already... Oh, sorry, not Jared Filsell. James Scott, apologies, in the car. And Jared's probably watching along at this stage. And I believe there's no reason for him to need to get back in the car. Chance, have a quick look. Yeah, James Scott's been in since lap 72.
And he's going into the pits now. Jared has only done 51 laps in the car so far, so he'll have to get in for this final stop.
Yeah, that was the easy check right there, and I proceeded to go the complicated check of how many laps in a row has James Scott done. That's actually not relevant to this discussion at this point. Indeed, that is the slightly more important one. So, crucially, then, are there any other cars still racing that need to check off compulsory laps? Well, Brady Myers, we expect to bring the Trans-Tasman number 1 home, and it looks to be doing so. Does only have 51 laps completed to his name. Evolution Racing Team, Marcelo Rivera will need to bring home the number 2, I think, unless they can stretch a couple more laps. Actually, no, they've just pitted 8 laps ago, so they will probably leave Marcelo in to finish. Yeah, I think that's the main players to keep in mind at this point that haven't quite crossed the minimums required.
Well, another driver change for car 93, Dylan Rudd in that car, replacing Griffin Gardner. News of a 5-second time penalty for the 043 machine. That is the Phase 4 motorsport car of Ben Morris and Paul Young, evidently for an earlier incident. And at the moment, seeing that Philip Kraus and Rehan Lienage are just looking to extend this final stint a little bit longer, complete their final stop, and then we have the field just about cleansed. We have we're still owed pit stops from quite a few cars. Trans-Tasman Racing 1, Brady Myers at the wheel, coming into the pits after making it a 29-lap stint. That is fairly good fuel mileage there for the number 1, and we'll bring it in.
Brings it down to 32 laps left in this race in doing so. Here's Phil Sell now up behind Benjamin Smith and Brian Borg. Looking to clear these cars quickly enough, as Smith's going to pick the left side of Conrod to stay on. So I presume that will, yep, Phil Sell will move to the right to take that spot away. And yes, Smith will roll here into the chase. This is not his race, so he chooses not to get mixed up in it. Meanwhile, yeah, Kraus and Lienage. So based on the lap mileage, well, the fuel mileage we've seen from other cars so far in this stint, I'll be saying these guys... Oh, trouble.
Oh, dear.
Ben Faulkner, is he behind the... Jacob O'Reilly, sorry, parked up.
Oh.
Reparked. Does this trigger?
Oh.
Another requested tow has been made.
Oh, here we go. It is on. This is how it happened. Oh, contact with the number 9 up through Reed Park. That was a huge hit. Looks like he absolutely broadsided the concrete there to Jacob O'Reilly. Well.
And there goes the motor.
Yeah. That's definitely going to be a safety car. Have to call that there. It's a dangerous spot of the track. There we go. Confirmed from race control, safety car out, and oh boy, what does this do for the cars here that have yet to make a pit stop? They will be trying to get to the pits as quickly as they possibly can.
What it kind of does is it screws up over the top 4. They're the 4 that haven't come in yet, but have some form of track position at this stage, because they could have probably done at least another 2 or 3 laps, but they now are going to have to cut that short. And with 31 to go at the line, we're still a good 4, I'd probably say at least 5 laps away from being able to say people can make it home without stopping.
Yeah.
So the question is there anyone towards the middle / the back of the field who just comes in a lot under this safety car and top the tank off? Lienage going to stay out.
Staying out. Okay, that's interesting. There's potential that they'll pit on the last lap under safety car, because, well, considering safety cars have lasted around 3-4 laps, that'll make their last pit stop lap with about 28 laps to go at the most. And if they fuel save in the final stint, hey, they could make it home from there and elevate themselves up. But pit lane is a hive of activity now. Everyone trying to make their way in here. The 017 makes its way in. That was 21 laps completed on that stint. I think they'll have to definitely fuel save in the final stint if they want to make it to the end there. But we also see the SSR 269 and 143. Americans down under, just making their way out of the lane. Evolution Racing Team 115 back in as well, after only 7 laps completed before the safety car came out. Both Team Jinx Shifters cars are in. Altus Australia 777, Vermilion 026, and ERT 462 as well. Okay, get ready for everything to be jumbled up once again.
Yeah. This is interesting. See what I ask, how many safety cars? If I can count based on lap times of some of the cars, such as the 94. This would be safety car number 6 of the race today. Have had 2 randoms and then 4 safety cars, 4 incidences. Unfortunately, see there the avatar of Jacob O'Reilly. That will be, unfortunately, the end of the Familiar Motorsport Blacks entry into the race. And so, yeah, we've got a host of drivers from Adam Blocker, currently P14 in the queue, having just pitted. Yeah, waiting to see what drivers like how drivers like Leonardo and Mitchelson choose to go about this safety car period, stretching the field. Drivers here like Andrew Gilliam, having just pitted and going a lap down, having to pit twice, get their lap back and then come in again. Possibility there. Because we'll be at 30 laps to go here at the end of this one. We've now seen stints of up to 28 laps in length today. The question marks over who might gamble on the fuel strategy race still up in the air.
That they are. One last break here on SimSpeed TV under safety car. Who's going to come away with the win here? It's all going to come down to fuel mileage at the end, I would presume, with a couple of extra splash and dashes all throughout the field. Stay with us here on SimSpeed TV. The 2023 V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 is yet to come to an end.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Watching SimSpeed TV. 30 laps to go in the 2023 V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. And thanks to a couple of small issues with the wave around procedure, it seems that we are getting an extra lap here under safety car, which could certainly benefit cars like the 201 and the number 79. Pole position car is going to get back on the lead lap, and if there is another safety car before the end of the race, then there's a potential that they might be able to get back in it if they take their stop very shortly after the green flag. Reese Gardner here with Dan Yeaman in the comms box, and Jay Kennedy behind the scenes bringing you these live pictures as the safety car is going to be out for at least one more lap. The number 79 Phoenix Racing Team entry currently leading the way, 25 laps into their fuel stint at the moment. Gutter Night Race on Oz just behind is on the same strategy. Jared Filsell, the effective race leader, just behind in the Synergy Sim Racing number 94. Well, Dan, this is what some will be hoping is the final safety car of the race, but knowing how this race has gone, there's loads of potential for another safety car right before the end.
Yeah, I mean, all of these questions as to how this race plays. I mean, still got Rehan Leonardi leading the race, but is on lap 26 of a stint, so maybe got another lap or two left in this car. But crucially, that puts him on the cusp of making it home. Although we'd probably need some massive conservation or another safety car to make it comfortable. We are going green next time round, lap 134. It'll be 28 to go. So the cars have just been sent around on a wave, on their wave rounds. They will need to dip into the pits now and fill up. So we've got Leonardi and Mitchinson, the two cars that are on the same strategy, need to pit. And they're on the bubble of potentially making it. They're also joined on a similar strategy by Benjamin Smith in the 947, although Smith has got 2 extra laps on our top 2, Reese, so he might be more comfortable to make it home in that car with one final stop. Also, Ben Morris, currently P6 in the 043, same as our leading 2.
Yeah, indeed. Cars that we are expecting to take a pit stop sometime within the next 10 or so laps. Evolution Racing Team 2 with Marcelo Rivera at the wheel, and also the Altus Australia number 5 with Mr. Youssef at the wheel of that one. Aside from that, just about everybody has taken their pit stop under this safety car period, and they're all touring around at as low revs as possible, keeping the foot on the clutch pedal when going downhill. And it's all about just making sure you can go that little bit longer if you need to.
The biggest premiere for the cars that are coming out now, that, like for example, like Altus 201 have just got their lap back on the field, and they've just taken a pit stop here, obviously, to fill up and potentially make home. But the biggest one is that here, Andrew Gilliam's got to go basically flat out to try and make sure he catches the train before the leader restarts the race. So the odds are that the amount of fuel saving Gilliam can do here is pretty minimal here, because you can see leaders are now heading down Conrod with the safety car heading back to the lane. Although Gilliam is now at Sulman Park, Reed Park, so he should just make it. And then again, with a lot of time here on Conrod for Rehan Leonage to make the call as to when he guns it. Might be a little too early for Gilliam, might be a little too late. We'll have to wait and see, I guess.
Well, the safety car's already pulled away from the rest of the field, and it is time now for Rehan Leonage to assume control of the start. Safety car in pit lane now. And when does Leonage decide to go? That is the question. Anytime from here on out, he is able to do it. And we've seen cars go as early as that apex. They just went past there. But usually the gear up has happened from this point on. Apex of the chase up towards the run down to Murray's. But it looks like Leonage is going to be leaving it pretty late here. Everyone's gearing up behind him. Eyes fixed on the 79 to see when he puts the power down. Looks like it might be the apex of Murray's corner for the youngest driver in the field. And he is away. There we go. Green flag flies. We are back to racing with 28 laps remaining in the Bathurst 1000. Leonage from Mitchinson from Full Cell. And I would expect that Jared is going to make short work of getting past these cars. Remember, we're expecting Leonage and Mitchinson to come in very shortly in a lap or so's time. Slowish start from the ERT number 2. Seen side by side now between Ben Morris and Sean McNamara and the 95 SimSport 951. McNamara not able to get past Morris. And that also brings Dylan Rudd back into contention too, with Synergy Sim Racing 88 rounding out the top 10 right now. Amazing to see that car is up there, considering the ups and downs that they have had over the course of this long and grueling event.
Yeah, it's been mostly up for the SSR 88, and now with Holway back behind the wheel, looks like they're hoping to keep their run forward going. Dylan Rudd, Sean McNamara, and Ben Morris directly ahead of those cars. It is Morris, of course, who's trying to go the distance. He will try and go a couple more laps, potentially then make a green flag stop here, but not need to stop again to the end of the race. But that'll be filling a tank all the way up and then draining it all the way back out for the 043. Everyone else behind him on fresh tyres will be full of fuel right now and be looking to try and find a way to clear that car, because we've got drivers here like James Scott or Jared Philson. How have I screwed this up like 3 times in the past little while? It is definitely Phil Sell in the car now. I'm sure James is watching along for Jared and just keeping an eye on things. And though there, I thought Phil Sell might have had an easy run on Mitchinson. Chooses not to go for it there at the chase that time at this stage. So waiting to see. Top 2 stay out. They'll go a 28th lap. Morris also stays out as Hobo actually up the inside of McNamara 4 positions. That's now P9 for the 88.
Yeah, good run up through the field for that Synergy Commodore. It looks to me like McNamara lost a further position to Tom Freer in the Synergy 707 too. He is now ahead. Andre Youssef in the Altus Australia number 5, another one of the cars that we're expecting has to take their final stop in the next 10 or so laps. Things just calm for the time being, everyone getting into the rhythm as Phil Sell was right on the back of Mitchinson. Let's have a listen here to the car as he makes his way across the top of the hill. Is he saving fuel? Wait for the braking zone down into the S's. Oh, looks like Ben Morris has caught the wall at Reed Park. Phase 4 car, slow, offline. But they do keep going. Unfortunately, that is going to be positions way down for them. He stays way off the circuit. They've got to try and make their way around him. like it's a mechanical black flag for that car. Going to have to make their way to the pits quick, sharp, try and let everyone go through here. Drivers battling hard at the rear of this field. Here's how it happened. Bit of contact with the 9.5
he's been escorted
car.
into the wall.
Ah.
I'm going to have to say I call that one as that looks like he's just been pushed into the wall there by Dylan Rudd. On the run out of the cutting.
Yusuf. No, it's Taliancic.
On the exit here at the
Taliancic
elbow.
777. Yeah, he's going to have to wait for everyone to get going here.
I should reserve judgment on saying that that was being completely pushed into the wall there, but from that angle there, that's not a good look for Dylan Rudd on the 9.5. I wish you go on board here to have a look at it.
Oh.
Yeah, push once, and then he's trying to gather it up and just gets pushed twice. There's just no consideration, it feels like, there from that angle that Dylan Rudd's dealing with a car that's on old tyres, low fuel, and you've just made his car a right handful. And made it worse.
Yeah. Oh, well, into the pits for that car as Phil Selt has made his way past Mitchinson and up into second spot. Now Mitchinson having to fend off against his teammate Benjamin Smith in the Mustang. Remember, they've still got the Trans-Tasman number 1 and Evolution Racing Team number 2 in the fight here as well for the podium places. Remember, Evolution Racing Team 2 will be coming in very soon themselves.
About 10 or so laps.
Yeah.
They are.
Very, very soon is relative. This is a 161 lap race. So, thinking about it in terms of the entire day, I mean, we've been broadcasting for coming up to 6 hours at this point. For just on 6 hours. Yeah, 10 laps here at Bathurst. It does take a bit, about 20 minutes in these cars, but that's practically nothing in the grand scheme of things. That's a good run there from Rivera, but he's not getting past Myers easy.
No, Myers wants first crack at the race on Oscars, I would think, at this point, but he's not had a great run off the elbow there. Because I was going to say, if you could have a good run through the back half of the lap and take one of these spots away, that'd be good here, but it looks like it's not really going well at all. Yeah, as there you go, both the race on Oscars will take, Leonage and one of them.
Dylan Rudd coming into the pits. This is a drive-through penalty for the 93. Just been awarded by race control for that contact earlier with Ben Morris. So that is
chase as well.
Yeah.
105.
Yeah, that's even more damage now for the 105 car. And also got an iRacing issued black flag for the Wheelie Bin 091 for exceeding the incident limit. It's a 30 incident limit here in the Bathurst 1000, and then once you exceed that, every 20 more incidents thereafter earns you another drive-through. Here's what happened down at the chase for car 105, involved in the fighting here, just lost it by himself. And that, see the contact there? That was the 091. That's what tipped him over the incident limit.
That is unfortunate for them, to say the least. As we now see here, Brady Myers, our top three now all released. With all our guys, Leonage, Mitchinson and Smith, all coming into the pits for what they will hope will be their final stops of the race. But then again, maybe one of them needs to say, well, if safety car comes out, they're all good. If they're happy with the tyres and want to stick with the tyres all the way to the end of the race, maybe come in if the safety car comes out and splash a tiny bit more fuel in the car to be absolutely certain, but also critically bang on fresh rubber at some point. Who knows? There is still plenty of options still up in the air for this race. So that's a good point in the chat, which is great. No surprises there that we've got 3 Synergy cars currently sitting in the top 5 with Full Cell leading, and then Quentin Hobson there 4th, and Tom Free here in P5. The 707 as Jake Burton's just cleared Adam Blocker down Conrod apparently there, and indeed we can see that 74 has Jordan Ross behind the 143 as well as the 093 now ahead. And that there was a 93 just going on past a couple of cars, including Ian Ford. So trying to make their way back towards the front, but Dylan Rudd currently sitting down in 20th place with that drive-through penalty.
Yeah, also getting news for 9.5 have not been looked kindly upon in the last few laps. The 9.95 has been black flagged as well for contact 3 laps ago. That was further back in the field, I presume. It looks like the Altus Esports 201 is in the pits now once more. Andrew Gilliam brings the pole position car in. Remember, they're on the back foot after being awarded a drive-through penalty for contact with the Trans-Tasman 51, and then when they made their last pit stop, they forgot to put the fuel in the car. So they have been way down the order, but they got back on the lead lap under safety car, and well, if there is another caution, they will likely get back in it to some extent. Let's see what ends up happening here. So this is the penalty for the 9.95. Yeah, we saw Talyancic spun around. That is the reason why. 9.95 getting into him in a big way down at Forest Elbow.
Yep, the door open, but not far, anywhere near far enough up the inside to be able to claim that corner as theirs, whilst we jump on board with Jay Burton. This is full position with Andre Youssef here in 7th. Burton here just to have the measure of the number 5 as they head on up Conrod Straight, and indeed will clear with the crest there. And yeah, looks like Youssef, I think, might have backed out a fraction there to help us facilitate that. As for pace at the front, just going to call it for one of our viewers along. Just going to watch here for what the last lap is. Well, I can tell you of the top 2 on the last lap, Brady Myers slightly faster, but unfortunately for what it was half a tenth is up. 025 and 995 both going to go more knowing. Chase.
And the number 9 comes in once more to the lane. There goes the 9.95 to serve that penalty they've just been given. And Fishy 025 continuing on with minimal damage. I'm amazed considering how much that car has been through. It still looks incredibly clean compared to some of the cars in this field. Okay, so the Race on Oz 042 has come into the lane as well. Looks like Joe Mahoney giving over to Benjamin Faulkner for the final 22 laps of the race. Closer to 23, I believe. Aside from that, I'm just waiting to see what the top 10 does, because Jared Filsell is currently on his 11th lap. Trans-Tasman Racing number 1, Brady Myers, on their 10th lap right now. The Evolution Racing Team 2 car with Rivera at the wheel is now on the 19th lap of its stint. The 2 Synergy Sim Racing cars in 4th and 5th on the 12th lap of their stint. So we're expecting pretty much all of those cars to have to come in for at least a splash of fuel.
There's no doubt about it. Everyone to about position number 25. Actually, no, 25. Mind you, when you're going that far back, it's not really bad. Anyways, all the front runners, stop. Yes. There's just questions. Potentially Leonage, Benjamin Smith looking to maybe they make it home, but they're back in 32nd, 33rd, 34th. And like there are some cars that have come in, but yeah, they are all way back in the field. So yeah, our front runners, they all owe us a stop. They're all pretty much on the same strategy. Myers has a lap of fuel on fuel cell because they came in a lap later. So that should be a slightly shorter stop there, and that should be, given the fuel flow rates, that would actually be about 2 seconds in fuel stationary difference. Unless fuel cell goes aggressive here on the fuel safe, on that last lap, once again, another half a tenth in favour of Brady Myers versus Jaron Philsell at the front of the field.
And another incident limit drive through there awarded to the Pleb Simsport car. Kurt Stenberg brings it through the lane. I believe they still owe us an actual full service stop as well. more cars in the lane. We saw the Altus Australia number 5 of Seth Brown. Also, Jinx Shifters 203 bringing it in. And they're back out on track at the moment. The Altus Esports 201 is now up to 28th place as drivers cycle through. You're definitely in the window of, if you pit now, you can easily make it to the end. But do the drivers want to pit that early for their final stop? You've got to remember the way tyres work in these cars out on track. The tyres obviously are at their best for about 10 laps or so before they start dropping off in pace. So ideally, you'd want that prime phase of the tyres as late as possible. Brenton Hobson, meanwhile, up to 4th in the SSR number 88. We've got the Works Racing 707 behind, and have a look at that. That track temperature graph is looking decidedly wavy as the sun dips below the sky. No, dips lower in the sky. What am I saying? We're down below 30 degrees Celsius track temperature. So I guess that gives a little bit of a reprieve to the tyres. They can last a bit longer as the ERT number 2 comes in for its final stop.
Thing is, does this trigger Brady Myers to come in, and does this then potentially trigger Jared Philsall? Because Marcelo Rivera was on the back bumper. Well, actually, no, it really should. My apologies, because no, Rivera about 9 laps short on fuel compared to the top 2.
He's going to be in for a while longer.
Yeah, a fair bit longer. So yeah, this shouldn't trigger Myers or Philsall to come down the lane, because they won't be under threat from Rivera. Should have checked that before starting to speak. The random words out my mouth. Crucially for Brady Myers, 2/10 gained on that lap. So that's now a bit more of a meaningful swing. Madison down in the YouTube chat for the broadcast just pointing out that Brady not far off, picking up a toe potentially up mountain and down Conrod Straits here off Philsall. And yeah, by my math that I've worked out doing various pre-race broadcasts, 1 lap of fuel here, that's worth about 2 seconds in the pits race. So we might just see, unless Philsall is aggressively saving to try and minimise the deficit in the pit lane, which I don't really think he is. But yeah, given the pace differential is only about 2/10 at the moment, that's the first time it's gone above a 10th second difference. But yeah, whilst the 94 has looked very strong once it's gotten to the front of the field, I would be saying you do not count out number 1, and whilst, of course, you want the tyres fresh at the end, if there is a gap that Brady can bring the number 1 in and out and have a bit of clean track, that's a possibility. Although looking at the track right now, I don't think there's a window for him, space on track for him to come in and attempt that undercut that would potentially allow him to leapfrog Philsall with fresh tyres and pace.
Yeah, and even if you get that undercut, there's every chance that Philsall will just draft back past you when the time comes. You can never count out Jared Philsall. He always seems to find a little bit more in terms of pace when it really counts. I mean, you know, just for reference, that car's rise up through the field in the early stages of the race after their pit lane start. Well, battle's still going on further down the field. We'll keep an eye on the lead fight when they come in, but still on for the America's Down Under entry. All of these cars are on the same strategy right now. On the 12th lap of their stint, they are all going to owe us a pit stop. It's been a fantastic run from the likes of Adam Blocker and Philip Kraus. Also Ken Latta, driving with Jamie McKnight in car 269. Have a look at this, the 007 Banter Alliance car. That was the 203 going by. Bit of a slow run down Conrod Straight here. Either that or the slipstream was just that massive, but I think they might have had a problem at Forest Elbow from that.
Yeah, definitely letting cars go there down the straight. Well, yeah, having a moment to find them again. They are currently 26th. Yeah, and they let everyone go even though it was for positions there in that one. Let's check back in here with Ladder, Walker, Ladder and Loxton here, 8th, 9th and 10th on the road at this point in the race as Yeah, this could be a good fight here because they're all on the same strategy, these cars. So this is going to come down to just pure pace and who pulls the pin first on the pit stop and maybe gets a benefit from there. Again, insane though, they all come into the pits. I just don't think there's a gap.
Oh, here comes Ladder.
We've got 105 parked up in the S's.
Oh no! Ladder just got into blockers. Yes, that is the 105 parked. That's on the run down to the dipper. The car's still running. So it won't be a safety car for the time being at least. Careful on the re-entry. Manages to get it slowed up just in time to let other cars through. Oh dear. Even with 19 laps to go in the race, there's still plenty of potential for incidents like this one that we just missed. Kenneth Ladder going for the move at the chase and just too deep. Got into blocker and sent him off the circuit. And that now has put the Americans down undercar to the rear of this train, which now includes the Piff Puff Racing entry, Brian Borg and Jason Bentz. Car 105 looks like just lost the rear on the direction change and hard into the wall.
Yeah, thankfully, it was backwards on the note. Almost blocked the circuit and they're able to drive it back up to the runoff on the S's, thankfully, without getting disqualified by iRacing and flip it around just off the line there. As the 007 for Banter Alliance Racing will take its final stop of the race. It's an issue there, getting the tyres and the fuel done. That's not ideal. Just hanging on to the lead lap of the race. And trouble for the 85 at the cutting momentarily, but they're going once again. That's going to cause, again, a bit of a gap. So there are gaps now opening in the track. If I could roughly remember, if I knew like the pit delta wasn't such here. So you're also looking at the fact that, say, Phil Sell has done 14 laps on his 15th now with coming up to 18 to go. And that's what's happened to the 85 car. That's unfortunately entirely self-inflicted, race.
Yeah, just losing the rear in the cutting. Very easy to do with the curved braking zone. So Thomas Hinz and Brett Loxton in car 209 have had a great time of it in the latter half of this race. They are well in contention for a position in the top 10, and just outside of that, we see Dylan Rudd at the front of that train, the 95 SimSport 93. They're recovering from the penalty that they were given a short while ago. David Kirby, meanwhile, brings the Fishy Motorsports 307 into the pit lane. That's going to be that car's final stop, at least I'm presuming. And Latter still fending off Miss DeLoxton in the 209 machine. Mechanical black flag, meanwhile, for car 85. So that contact with the wall we saw at the cutting was enough to almost terminally damage the car.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there, as I'm just going on board with the race leader, who's actually now on your screen there. Because, yeah, look at the margin that's coming down here.
It is coming down. Myers has been taking a few tenths out of Phil Sell per lap.
I know, that's what I was... For a bit there, I said Phil Sell isn't saving, but now with 3 tenths pulled in a single lap, unless we're starting to see, just at this particular part of the race, Brady Myers just found a little something in the TTR number 1 that we haven't seen yet. In the mid-phase. I'm going to be on board here with Jared Philsell and just see what his throttles like at the end of the straight here. It's pinned as far as I can tell. Spectating on board. Well, I am very intrigued because if this is an indication of what's to come here in this race, we are on for whilst it's a 1v1 showdown that might potentially go all the way to the line here.
Yeah, and that's what we love to see when it does happen here. That's another 3 tenths faster for Brady Myers, 204.304 on that lap versus a 204.6 for Phil Sell. And there's only 1 lap's difference in the stint length so far between these cars. Phil Sell pitted 16 laps ago. Myers pitted 15 laps ago, but there's more to it than tyre life at this stage, I think.
I mean, yeah, just sort of, yeah, just looking at things here, trying to figure out just looking at where are the gaps on the track. If I knew roughly how long, I could probably figure out roughly how, well, if they run this out, actually, no, I don't even need that, I just need to know. They're on lap 17 and 16 of the stint, so it's, say, conservatively. Some extra information here, Reese.
Yep. Battle for sixth place will be on the bottom of your screen in just a couple of moments, and we'll keep an eye on the battle for the lead as well. Kenneth Latter, despite the contact with the Americans Down Under car, I'm not too sure if that's been submitted to race control yet. Latter is now getting chased down by the 9.5 SimSport 951. Sorry, looking at the wrong car. It's the 143 Synergy car we're looking at in sixth spot with Jordan Ross at the wheel. And that car's been involved in a few incidents besides. Phil Sell and Myers both avoiding the pit lane for the time being. The fight back still on for Sean McNamara in the 951. He does go slightly wide of the apex at the chase. The incident between cars 269 and the 74, Americans Down Under, deemed no further action by race control. So, evidently, racing incident or thereabouts between those two. Keeping an eye on the lap times in the battle for sixth, it was a 206.2 from Sean McNamara, 205.0 for Jordan Ross. So, that's quite the big difference between those cars as more teams make their way into the lane. It's the final pit stops for the HJR 209 and the Fishing Motorsports 063. And starting to deal with a little bit of traffic there is Jordan Ross. That's Peter Biancucci in car 105, who we've already seen in the wall a few times to date. It's been a tough race for the 105 car, and the track temp is continuing to drop here. It's down to 28 degrees Celsius. Remember, air temp is 26. As we are approaching 5 p.m. in sim time, certainly looking like it's getting pretty cool out there.
Yep, it's favourable conditions in terms of pure pace time out here on the circuit. So it will be 15 to go here at the line for our top two. They've been out for 18 and 17 laps respectively. It's again 0.4 of a second pulled now by Brady Myers, comfortably in the slipstream of Jared Filsell. I'm just left wondering here, Reese. 94 has been so strong all day long. When it's been out in front. Is this Filsell taking it easy? Is this Brady Myers having a car that is primed for the end of the race? Is it somewhere in between and a bit of both?
Plenty of options, none of which we know to be true. I mean, you can see he's well within slipstream range now. 204.6 again from Phil Sell. It was a 204.4 from Myers. That gap has just been chipped away little by little every single lap. Myers has been doing a fantastic job here in the last few... Oh, yeah, righto. Wasn't... I'm sorry. I didn't even realize that was Brady Myers' helmet. Sean McNamara brings it into the lane. Dylan Rudd, 9.5 stablemate, comes in as well. Ian Ford will likely be one of the cars gaining positions out of this one. Car 203 with them as well, one of the jig shifters machines. Oh no! Dear me. Ian Ford hard into the tyre bundles at Murray's corner. The 201 is going to vault past them. That is just another problem for the 115 to deal with after a race that has been full of problems for them, despite the pace and the attempts at flipping the strategy around early on. Have a look at this for the lead, though. Myers versus Philsell. Both of these drivers, when the conditions are right, when the cars are truly equal, they have got barely anything between them. It's been a slow build-up to this one over the course of this race. And yeah, I mean, I honestly don't know what's going on in the 94 because, yeah, their relative pace to everyone else was supreme for the majority of the race. And now, it feels like something is missing from that car. I mean, it does have a tiny bit of damage to the right-hand side, a fair scrape. I'm not too sure where they picked that up, but that's been on the car for a while. Might that be affecting the handling?
I don't think so. But I don't know enough. I don't drive these cars enough. I spend too much time talking about them rather than driving them to really know for certain. As Jordan Ross will bring the 143 in from what was P6, and Ken Latta will bring the 269 in from what was P8 for their final stops of the race, as will Adam Blocker, as will they got Damien Kent, who's got the Accelerate Endurance car to P10. I mean, they will lose spots here with this pit stop cycle in green flag conditions. Sorry, not safe car cycle. We haven't had one of those called on us here at this point. Dan Hall also. Dan Hall? This is Dan Hall behind the wheel. I saw Hall on the door and didn't. And said that could have been Chad Lewis, but no.
You've got a 50-50 chance of getting it right.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Good odds.
Yeah, take my chances when I get them. Yeah. Still got a bunch of drivers who are going to go long, it seems, apparently, yeah. And rather than gamble on an undercut, instead choose to have themselves the fresh tyres at the end of the race. As you suggested might be the play here in this one. It will be 13 to go once they reach the start-finish line. Gap at the front still around 0.8 of a second. It's stabilised, it seems, in the past sort of lap or two. Myers with the slipstream. Philsell looks a little more up to pace over the top of the mountain now as we focus on Brenton Hobson and Tom Freer. They both owe us stops as well. And also to note, Brenton Hobson got his position here by short filling the car slightly, Reese. So that's why he will pull off here after just 21 laps.
Yeah, it'll be a very short stint to the end for Sergi 88. We should expect the 707 in as well in the next few laps. This has been quite the fight going on further back. This is Australia 77. They still owe us a pit stop with the 951 catching up. Only on the second lap out of the pits there for Sean McNamara. Don't forget that car is looking for a place potentially in the top 5, so he just needs to keep it clean. And that's the difference on fresh tyres. Only 2 laps old versus the 777 coming up to the end of the 17th lap of this stint. Let's see if the move is made at turns 1 or 2. McNamara decides to stay behind. Best to focus on self-preservation for the final couple of laps. Hobson, meanwhile, brings the 88 out of the pits. Just ahead, Robbie Gibbs in the ERT number 2. That car is on the 9th lap of its stint. So, I mean, they could keep going to the end. Probably won't be able to fight on tyres, though. Defensive, the 77. It seems that McNamara is having a tough time getting past. Reminder for those asking, the top 2 will still need to pit at some point. The most we've seen a car go is 29 laps on a stint, and that was with safety cars. Currently, Philsell coming up to the end of his 21st lap. Myers up to the end of his 20th. Neither of them have come to the pits yet. Actually, no. There we go. The 94 is coming into the lane. Race leader in.
Can't help but feel that this might just be what gives them the win now. Myers not opting to follow in. We know how powerful undercuts are. What does Myers think he can do here with clean air and older tyres, though, as Tom Freer, Jake Burton will follow in. This will just leave, well, if Brian Borg doesn't come to the lane as well, and he does, this should pretty much cleanse the field. And you know who might just benefit? Kat Stenberg's on track for a top 5 potentially here, depending on exactly where drivers like Freer, Burton and Borg file out of the pits.
Yeah, pit stop complete for the 94, by the way. Yes, Stenberg is only 10 laps into his stint.
It's been 10 laps since he took a drive-through.
Oh, yeah, took a drive-through, yes. So, that car still owes us a stop.
That probably still owes us a stop, that's true.
All right, excitement over.
Burton undercut Bodgy, short stop, is able to get out ahead of Tom Freer and take a spot there.
Yeah, good stuff. Burton and Severus could be looking at a solid top 3, maybe even finish, depending on how things go for them. Myers coming out of the dipper down to Forest Elbow. Phil Sell now out of the pits and up to Reed and Solomon Parks. The pit stop time for Phil Sell was 15 seconds, 37.5 seconds lane time. So those are the numbers that the TTR car will be looking for. They'll probably have to spend a bit less time in the pits fueling, having pitted later. So does that mean that they'll come out equal with Phil Sell? Or is the undercut still strong in these cooler conditions?
The undercut should still be strong regardless, because Myers, 21 laps on these tyres. It's going to be a bit interesting here, but with 11 to go, the number 1 will be 11 to go once the number 1 is in the lane proper. Aggressive but controlled from Brady Myers onto pit lane. We know that he came in a lap later last stop before this cycle. He should owe 1 lap less fuel. By my understanding of the fuel fill rate in this car, that's about 2 seconds stationary time difference. Can Jared Filsell make that up here on the outlap with fresh tyres, given that Myers was about 8/10 back when this pit stop cycle here for our leading 2 began? Eyes on the 94 as it led the race before. The number 1 away here. This is going to be a drag race up Mountain Straight, Reese.
Here we go. Myers re-emerges back onto the racetrack just ahead of Phil Sell, but Jared's got the better run out of turn 1, more momentum. I think, though, the gap is just big enough that Phil Sell is not going to be able to even really be in slipstream range coming up to turn 2. So, new race leader, Trans-Tasman Racing, number 1.
And he was 4 seconds shorter on the stationary time in the pit box.
Wow, that's insane.
I will admit, I'm a little concerned that might mean that he's potentially short, but the question is the track position that valuable for someone like Brady Myers at this point? And has he gone for track position over ensuring he's got fuel to race? Are we about to have a Win Cup versus Mostert 2014 redux here in 2023 on the sim?
Maybe. If anyone from Trans-Tasman Racing is in the chat and can confirm if Brady Myers is good on fuel to the end, that would be much appreciated. Only an 11-second stop for Brady Myers, and I think, that's enough time to get tyres on the car. So I think, there's all fresh rubber on that number 1 as well. Here we go, already on the headlight flash as he's coming up to some traffic down Conroe. Fighting still going on through the rest of the field. The 209 Jinx Shifters car still fending off Robert Gibbs, who's taken over the Evolution Racing Team number 2 from Marcelo Rivera, and Kenneth Latta in the Synergy Sim Racing 269. Those are the last 3 positions in the top 10 right now, and it looks like Loxton is slow coming out of Forest Elbow. Might be a change for position here. Momentum for Gibbs is enough that he should be just past Loxton when they get to the chase, but Loxton starts to come back at him here. They give each other a good amount of space. Loxton lifts out and the position is exchanged. Jared Filsell, the first 203 of the race. Yeah, okay. He's chasing. He sees the carrot dangling from the fishing rod, and he wants to get his 5 serves of veggies. Oh my God.
you know, that gap didn't really move on that lap.
Yeah, it didn't.
Which means that Brady Myers, if
Myers'
we take
out lap was really good.
If we take the 30 seconds off for the out lap, or 29 or thereabouts, I'd be wagering that Brady Myers' time in the same sectors was fairly close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, with the 4 second longer pit stop time, Phil Sell's out lap was 2 minutes 35 seconds. Myers was 2 minutes 32.
Yeah. So does say a bit there, and yeah, 1 second or thereabouts still across the top of the mountain. So yeah, who's kept something? Is there something kept in reserve at this point? Has someone been waiting to deploy something here? Either way, this could easily be a showstopper finish here. One-on-one here for the race today, and for the weekend here between two cars that looked strong in qualifying until Andrew Gilliam was able to get the shootout lap together. But no surprise again. Trans-Tasman Racing, simracing, two of our biggest teams have been a part of the series, and TTI not part of V8SCOPS regularly this year. Will return for these endurance races, though, and looking like they're here to mean business.
Myers responds to Phil Sell with a 203.6. So now these guys are just doing qualifying laps to the end. Phil Sell doing a 203.7, so he smashed in that fastest lap. Hasn't quite been able to match it this time, as Fishy 025 is a little bit slow there going into the chase. The battling's still going on here. That looks like the Altus 201 still battling and plugging away further down in this field. They're in 14th position, looking at 13th now versus Adam Blocker and the Americans Down Under car. Brenton Hobson is in P6. For those of you who have been following SimSpeed and V8SCOPS for a while, you know what that means. Let's see then whether or not he'll be able to jet up to the back of the 143 and try and fight for position with his teammates. 203 versus 201. Andrew Gilliam holding off there. And Altus might be looking at a top 10 towards the end of this race, but they might. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, that's the Americans Down Under car on the wall at the cutting. Adam Blocker. That was contact with the 203 of Chris Coxhead. Blocker's going to try and get this thing going again, and it looks like he's just going to manage to do it.
Right in time for more cars to arrive on the scene!
No, 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 no!
Back on its wheels, back on its wheels.
Yeah, but, okay, but is it able to be restarted? Yes, it is. Okay. All right. We almost had a super late race safety car there. Oh, dear. On the other side of the track, the leaders are about to cross the line again. 203.9 from Myers, 203.8 from Phil Sell. There is nothing in between these two.
It's a 10th here, a 10th there, because on lap prior it was Myers with the extra 10th here. As we'll start with the replay here. Once or two taps of contact, which is what unfortunately puts the 74 around, and then we'll focus on the number 5 Altus Australia car, and unfortunately ran into them here. Seth Brown back up behind the wheel. So we'll see here, Blocker behind the wheel of 74 gets going, and then tries to go to the outside of the 063 Fishy car and gets absolutely clobbered into the wall as the gap shuts. As who was aboard the 063 there? Troy Maguire there, who's just called into race control about something else, I presume. They're crabbing the 063.
Oh dear. Yeah, so that Fishy Motorsports car that we saw in and around plenty of incidents early on has finally been involved in an incident that resulted in a big crash, and we're being told, wait till you see who they've been involved with here. Altus 111. Oh, they got through all right. That car was already crabbing, so that was
on top of the mountain. It's because they were in this one at the cutting, it looks like they've picked up damage when Seth Brown sort of phased. They've actually phased through each other. And unfortunately, that seems to have done it for the 063. It's finally taken substantive damage from an incident here tonight. Meanwhile, with almost 7 to go here at the front of the field, Phil Sells just cutting into this margin again by about another 1/10 or so. Reese, at this rate, he'll be, well, it'll be nose to side by side across the line on the final lap. This could definitely get interesting.
Lap 154 comes to an end. 204.1 from Myers. Phil Sells still in the 203s. 2/10 more taken out of Myers that time by. Yeah, at the rate they're catching. I mean, yeah, Phil Sells probably driving the wheels off that thing and burning through the tires, but will he have enough to fight with right at the very end? We still have 7 laps to go, 7 transits of the Mount Panorama circuit in conditions that are steadily getting darker as the sun dips lower in the sky.
And also a message that we're allowed to pass on here, Reese. And then it's lap 155. We are clear of any random safety cars to the end of this race. It would take a pretty substantial incident to, I feel, to actually bring out a safety car here on the circuit. So odds are we go green to the end and we get to watch this one play out here between Brady Myers and Jared Filsell for race win here in 2023 V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. As down the mountain on this particular occasion, the gap goes from 8/10 to inside 7 and almost gets down under 6.
Yeah, Phil Sells pushing. You could see that the car was almost sideways on the way down to Forest Elbow. And I mean, it's enough of a gap now that Phil Sells will be getting a good amount of slipstream from Brady Myers, who stays middle of the road on the way up to the chase. Did I hear a slight lift from Brady Myers on the entry to the chase? He wasn't keeping it flat.
That wouldn't surprise me.
All right.
We're still pressing to the corners.
Yeah.
That much is clear.
Gap now down to 0.4 of a second coming into turn 1, and Phil Sells is smelling blood.
That is just what Phil Sell wants to see, knowing that he's making Brady Myers push all the way here to the end of this race.
Listen in.
No. Okay, I wish I could. I probably need to go back and listen at some point else.
That did sound like a slight lift, didn't it, from Brady Myers? So there's a chance that the Trans-Tasman number 1 might have slightly underfueled it. Look at the last lap time as well.
Yeah, I'm calling it. That was a lift because he was already losing speed through the kink at the chase. And I did think the difference in fuel, stationary time and pit should have only been about 2 seconds. The fact it was 4 seconds just to me smelled like Brady was really desperate to get that track position over the number 94 machine. Confirmation at the top of your screen, the incident with Troy Maguire, Seth Brown, Adam Blocker, and Chris Hogshead even at the cutting. I believe both of the separate incidents, indeed, been deemed lag netcode incidents that therefore will have no further action taken from them here as we watch for the run down Conrod. Now, I don't know if it's due to the fact that we've got the timing updating every couple of seconds only, but you see there the initial takeoff of Forest Elbow, that the gap obviously shoots up. That's what makes me think it is. It's that Reese, not the fact that Brady's always getting a better exit off the corner. Well, they're certainly still doing more than enough to keep him behind, but again, Phil Sell closes substantially, and we've now got lap traffic as we're coming to 5 laps to go here for our 2023 edition. The V8SCOPS back to 1000, and again Myers almost over the curb there at Murray's on exit.
All right, view from Tim Mulford. Locks up on the way into turn 1 and immediately moves out of the way to let our leaders go through. Phil Sell snatching the slipstream off Myers. The draft is broken for just a moment, but he gets right back into it over the rise at Mountain Straight. Hard on the brakes coming into Griffin's Bend. Phil Sell makes up even more time on the way into the corner. Myers probably just lifting a tad to conserve a bit of fuel for the final lap. Only 5 to go here. And there's a lock up ahead for Warren Davis, who gets swiftly out of the way of our leaders. Next lapped car isn't for a while. It's Vincent Skilbeck in the Wheelie Bins 091. So these guys are free to race for the rest of this lap.
Should be free for the rest of the race, I would even. Let's see. Last lap for Skilbeck at 2:06. He's about 2 seconds a lap slower. What's the margin? 17 seconds. They should not encounter any more lap traffic in this race, as that is how close they pushed it to the wall there through the apex. But the exit 2 there for Phil Solris, and he's not afraid to let the rear end step out as he puts the power down.
Here we are then. Exit of Forest Elbow. Both of them pushing hard. Tiny slides on the way out of one of the slower corners on the lap here. I'm listening into Myers to see how much he lifts into the chase this time. Yeah, it's just a little. Jared Filsell keeping it flat out through the kink and carrying that momentum under brakes right on the rear bumper of the number 1 car out of the chase. 4 laps to go now. Phil Sell can just bide his time at this point. All he needs to do is sit close behind Myers, and he could potentially wait until the last lap to make the move. But will he want to do that?
Oh, this is going to be very interesting indeed. I mean, if he'll know now that Myers is having to lift into the chase. As you see on the timing tower, 209, and Brett Loxton moving ahead of 269 Ken Lader. That was a race control issued redress for an incident off screen on the last lap, apparently. If I heard 157 correctly, so it literally happened whilst we were watching the leaders here, which of course we will need to do. In fact, that's them there now, I believe, having tried to sort things out. We've also got Brian Borg and Dylan Rudd fighting with those two cars. So it's a 4-way fight for 8th. In fact, we'll put it there on the bottom of the screen whilst keeping our eyes on the leaders. There go Rudd, still trying to carve his way back through after that drive-through penalty for the contact with the Vermilion 228. It's now P10 for the 93.
Yeah, it's been a good fight back after their penalty. Shout out to the 093 as well. Remember, there was talk earlier of them being pretty good on strategy towards the end. It looks like they're reasonably safe in 3rd for the time being. The 707 is still chasing them for the last spot on the podium, but we'll keep our eye here on the battle for the lead. Phil Sell sliding it out of Forest Elbow once again. Bit less of a power slide for Brady Myers. But now, the slipstream will be at its full effect. Phil Sell, he's not making up as much ground as I thought he would at the end of the straight, but look forward in the braking zone. Myers lifts, Phil Sell gets closer. Oh, a little bit wide of the curb. Yeah, I feel like Phil Sell's just waiting. Here we go. There it is, Murray's. And that's it. It's done. Move for the lead complete there for Jared Phil Sell. Now, question is, does Myers have anything left to fight with in these last 3 laps? Can he stick in the draft and Phil Sell save a bit of fuel, bit of contact there through turn 1? Phil Sell recovers, and Myers now has to sit in the slipstream.
Oh, hello there in the background. The
righto.
007. As here we go, Myers with a toe. Tries to get to the inside of Phil Sell. He covers it all the way to the white line. Going to try to run the outside of turn 2. There's Myers trying the outside of Griffin's. Cannot force Phil Sell down. And that causes a big gap to open up there. As a result, as you call it over, it is probably a fair description of things. Guess we'll have to be here in a bit with 2.5 to go. As we switch our attention there, this fight here in the back half of the top 10. Brian Borg trying to get into the top 10, I should say, here at Reese. It was also a good point that, the gap between Jake Burton and Tom Freer is one to keep an eye on for a moment here. We'll look
He
at it one
tried
more
to
time.
fight it, but yeah, it looked like it was a combination of just being too hot into the corner and turning in with Jared Filsell still fully alongside. I mean, there's only one way it's going to go at that section of the circuit.
Filsell also able just to wait on the turn in there a tiniest amount as well, which means that when Myers tries to force him down to the corner, he just bumps off the outside of the 94 there. And helps to secure that one there. Battle for 8th still raging. Gilliam trying to get 12th off of Sean McNamara, we just see there as well. So minor placings, but plenty. Burton's also got the gap up to 2 seconds over Tom Freer. So yeah, you said that Tom Freer was closing. It looks like that might have just started to swing the other way in this race. As watch here as Rudd tries to set up Brett Loxton. Surely a rundown Conrod here is for the taking for the 93.
Yeah, let's see then. Into the slipstream. Penultimate lap has begun for our leaders. Myers is still there, only just, but I feel like it's not quite enough. Now that Filsell's in the lead, he's probably going to drive the wheels off that car in the last couple of laps, and car number 93 gets the move done on Brett Loxton, moves themselves up into 8th spot. Still a fair gap to the Evolution Racing Team number 2 in 7th. I don't know if that position's going to be up for grabs by the very end, but this is it. Myers versus Filsell. I mean, I said it was over a lap ago. Might not be, depending on if Myers has something left in the tank, figuratively and literally. I mean, it was really close to potentially race ending for Myers. You know, it was a very, very aggressive turn in coming into turn 2. But you know, if I was in Myers' position, I probably would have fought it.
Yeah, the only way you want to challenge on the outside is that you've got to force the car on the inside to somehow really pitch it in early and give a little bit of that camber away from the crown to you. And yeah, Filsell able to hang it up a little bit on the outside of the turn. Myers is getting a bit of a draft down Conrod here. It's picked up about a 1/10 of a second to the crest here on the straightaway. Oh, yeah, listen again and watch the speed. Yeah, still having a roll as Brady Myers. So this margin is about a 1/10 only gained there for the number 1 machine, as we've got 1 lap and 1 corner left to negotiate. As we have a look here, they came out of the cutting there. Both drivers not afraid to be using all of the road available to them there, Reese. They come round Murray's corner and they will see the white flag there at the stand with Barney. We have ourselves 1 lap of the mountain left for this race here today.
Jared Filsell and James Scott came into this weekend as the pace setters. There was an infringement in qualifying that netted them a pit lane start for this race, despite running a lap good enough for 3rd in the top 15 shootout today. And they're still facing pressure from the Trans-Tasman Racing 1 car that started in 4th. And it's been a long fight for Brady Myers and Emily Jones, who 24 hours ago wasn't even supposed to be competing in this race, but was brought into the number 1 car at the last minute. Filsell still pushing as hard as he possibly can. He knows that Myers is still within striking distance if he so desires. And with Myers now spending a couple of laps in the slipstream of Filsell, has he saved enough fuel to have a go at it, coming down Conrod Straight? Down through the S's for the final time tonight. Hard on the throttle. Keep it going and get the exit right onto Conrod, and you should be home free. Myers was a little bit slower down the hill that time around. Filsell sliding the car out of the final hairpin of the lap. Now it's just the run down to the chase. And it looks like Myers is a little bit too far back to get it done. He should at least make it to the finish. It was a tough fight between these two in the final stint of the race. But on the exit of the chase, it is just one more turn to go for Jared Filsell and James Scott, already celebrating. They're going to come across the line.
Almost.
And it's going to be a win on the board at the Bathurst 1000 for Jared Filsell and James Scott. An incredible drive from an incredible duo. Myers and Jones will come across the line in second place. I think they might have just had enough fuel to make it. And Jake Burton and Jordan Siberis will complete the podium here with a great strategy call in the final few stints. Worked it out with an awesome fuel strategy to the end, securing third. Still on for 7th place here between Robbie Gibbs and Dylan Rudd. It's going to come down to the final corner. Gibbs goes defensive. Dylan Rudd in car 93 will have to try and go the long way around Murray's corner. Pushes hard, and it's going to be side by side. Big slide for both of them. Looks like Gibbs and Rivera will take that position over Rudd and Gardner.
They will indeed, and whilst our leaders have finished the race, there is a little bit more battling still to go here. 20th place currently held by Adam Blocker there in the 74, but he's got Ben Christensen trying to find that spot away. Side by side through the apex of the chase, and Christensen runs off the road there in the number 9. But he does get back on in front of Paul Rowe, but surely a slowdown will need to be served.
Oh, no!
He'll try and take the spot away, though. Contact with the 666, both cars lighting it up, and then more sideways action there. The number 9 will finish 21st at the line. It's 666, yeah, particularly happy with that, and not particularly happy with that one bit at all.
No, evidently not. And I don't blame him, but still. That is the margin that Filsell and Myers were playing with at the very end. Filsell always likes to add a bit of flair and style to his driving. Maybe pushed it a little on that last lap, but at the end of the day, still came across the line in first place. That's going to be all of our finishers coming to the line now. So it's Filsell, 2 seconds ahead of Myers. Just an incredible battle to the end there, and they were miles ahead of everyone else. Burton and Siberis take third. Tom Freer finishing in 4th place, driving with Jamie Stovald. In 5th place, the SSR 143, Jordan Ross and Damian Johnstone taking that one to a top 5 from 15th. The 88 car of Brenton Hobson and Brady Baldwin started 49th and dead last. They end up finishing 6th with an incredible run through the field. Evolution Racing Team 2, Rivera and Gibbs finish where they started in 7th place. Griffin Gardner and Dylan Rudd will come home in 8th. It's another great fight up for the 269 machine of Latter and McKnight, starting 46th and getting into the top 10, which is rounded out by the Team Jinx Shifters HJR 209 car, Brett Loxton and Thomas Hinds. What a drive from them too.
Yeah, there's a lot of great drives there in the top 10. And then when you go over the page, we find ourselves with the first car. Pardon me, not the first car, because the first car that didn't move a spot was the ERT number 2. The second car that didn't move a spot. Here, the Piff Puff Racing 017 of Brian Borg and Jason Benz start 11th, and they're able to finish 11th here today. The 201 Altus Esports car, Andrew Gillian able to get it back to P12. After that drive-through penalty and the pit stop errors for them, they'll be ruining the end of their race. Sean McNamara in behind for 13th place in the 9.5 SimSport 951. The other Jinx Shifters HAR car, number 203, up from 25th to finish 14th there at the line today. Damien Cairns bringing the Accelerate sim racing car up from 48th place to 15th as well. Another great race of being able to climb through the order and look after their car today for the most part. Up 8 spots, Fishy Motorsports 025 there with Blake Delaney bringing it across the line. Rehan Leonage will make up, fell back out of the top 10 to 17th. Behind him was Kurt Stenberg bringing it up a spot to 18th place. 34th to 19th for the Gullah Night Race on Oz number 13 there with Luke Mitchinson at the line. And the Americans down under, unfortunately, lose a couple of spots, but they'll still finish in the top 20 here today.
21st ANZ Motorsports, number 9, Henry King and Ben Christensen, with a big old lunge by Christensen at the final corner. The Fishy Motorsports 666 car of Paul Warwick and Chris Miller will come across the line in 22nd after starting 45th. That's a great fight up through from them. The 307 car of David Kirby and Michael Angus in 23rd. Gutter Night Race on Oz 947, Benjamin Smith and Tyler Blackburn in 24th place, followed by the Altus Australia 777 entry of Zach Hanlon and Michael Taliancic. In 26th spot, Evolution Racing Team 462, Chad Lewis and Daniel Hall putting on a good drive to get up from 41st. The 115, meanwhile, could have gone a little better for Ian Ford and Lachlan Capel from 13th place down to 27th, with Vermilion Motorsports 026, Oliver Patterson and Timothy Vaughan up to 28th place. Altus Australia number 5, Brown and Youssef in 29th. The top 30 rounded out by the 042 Race on Oz car of Benjamin Faulkner and Joe Mahoney.
Behind them, it's going to be, 31st. Interesting there. My timing says something a little different. 31st on my end, apparently, is the Willie Bins Mayhem Republic car of Vincent Schoolbeck and Glenn Morris. Although that's there, says Lindsay Hobbs, who on my screens finished behind in 32nd. May have gone the other way there. Not quite sure exactly which is which. Then again, they were over 2 minutes behind the leader on my screen, so that might be the case there for them. But they are the final cars to finish on the lead lap, with then Warren Davis bringing the Banter Alliance 007 car home, along with Peter Biancucci in the WMB SimSport car a lap down here today. And then we get into our cars, unfortunately. Really having a bit of a tough one of it here, Reese. Tim Mulford ahead of Zach Velasbom, the 85 Phoenix Racing Team MHD and the 57 Alpha Venturi Racing cars will finish this race 4 laps down, but at least sticking out to the end. Troy Maguire classified as, on my end, 7 laps down, along with the Alpha Australia 111. Troy Maguire and Teo Serrano, which is definitely unfortunate for the 063, a car that was close to but not in trouble most of the race. Unfortunately, late incident there would do it for them. Justin McLean, I think, actually able to get that Black Hawk Motorsport car home at the end of the race, despite being 13 laps down on everyone there today, with, I believe, what would therefore be our first retirement in Paul Young, 20 laps shy of the finish there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the retirements list just continues. The 95 SimSport 995 of Jones and Bilson behind them. 33 laps down, it's the Vermilion Motorsports black car of the other Ben Faulkner in the field, driving with Jacob O'Reilly. Fishy Motorsports number 6, Shepherd and Freeman. Could have been a great result for them starting in 6th spot, but they were teleported into the ether after contact with the 143. Trans-Tasman Racing 51, that is the big heartbreak story of the race for me. Richard Hampstead and Josh Anderson, they were right with everybody and in contention for the win until that unfortunate contact with the 201 machine. Evolution Racing Team 12, Matthew Bowler and Hayden Veld involved in an incident early on. Same goes for the Banter Alliance Racing 427, Ritchie and Shastanerf bending up on their roof in the S's. Altus Australia 24 out very early, only 29 laps in. Didn't get much mileage in for Ruben Goodall and Rob Carmichael. The Rutchie's Dock Shop number 62 entry of Stanaway and Newman blew the engine coming out of the cutting. Stanaway barely managed to get a lap in, if at all. And our first retirement was the Vermilion Motorsports number 168 with Matty Jones and Connor Nixon. Their race ended very early, rolling in the gravel trap at the Chase. That is your 49 car field. And now we get to talk to the pairing that finished in first place. Jared Filsell and James Scott are with us in the commentary box now. Last to first challenge, Jared. How do you like it?
Oh, yeah. 2 years in a row. Not ideal, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, it definitely looked like the focus was on, once again, avoiding the chaos early on. Just trying to make your way up through that field. Both you and James seemed primed with that car. You've obviously put a lot of effort into the settings for that one.
Yeah, it's a bit pretty much plug and play from last year with a few alterations. But yeah, James trusted me to carve through the field safely like I did last year. So yeah, it worked 2 years in a row, so it's cool. Just put him in a good spot to do his thing in the middle of the race.
James, you were in the car for much of the mid phase, and with the safety cars coming out one after the other, it must have been pretty difficult to work out strategy, especially early on.
It was. It was mainly just staying out of trouble though. I knew there was a few different strategies going on up and down the field. But I think most of the safety cars we were either equal with everyone around us, or we had a little bit in hand with some fuel in one of those safety cars there. So no, it was just mainly about staying out of trouble, not getting any damage or anything like that, and just having a good spot for the last bit.
Yeah, for sure. Did you feel any stress watching Jared gradually catching up to Brady Myers and then making the move, especially turn 2, just a few laps to go?
Oh yeah, it was edge of the seat stuff. You know, it was a good race. I wasn't sure. We had a little bit of damage on the car. You probably saw it on the broadcast. We were down a bit on straight line speed, so I thought it was going to be tough. Once we got to the back, I didn't know if we were going to be able to sort of draft past on the straights or whatever, like we probably could have done if we had no damage. But that was a great move, nice instinctive move. So that's what you need to do when you're making a move like that with only a couple laps to go. So, and yeah, no, turn 2 was just get to the inside and not let him get back past again.
Well, the 10th V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 goes to you two and to Synergy Sim Racing. Throw it back to Jared. The floor is yours. Any partners, sponsors that you'd like to thank, or anyone involved before we let you go?
Yeah, obviously the guys at SSR. A few of them had some mixed results. Hobbo and P6, that seems like a given, which is cool. Obviously,
Nice.
the main sponsors on our cars, Jordan with his Watercraft Performance Center. We should probably alter the team name for that so you guys can pronounce it a bit better, I heard. But yeah, other than that, obviously Parramatta Isuzu with Jamie. He's an old man in the team now. He's sticking around for a little while. And Works Racing Components as well. That's another one of Jordan's little off ventures with his jet ski stuff, so it's cool. Yeah, thanks to you guys for the broadcast and OSR for the race administration.
Well, Jared Filsell and James Scott can celebrate their victory here. The 10th running of the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 going to them, and what a drive it was from them. An excellent drive as well, Dan, from Brady Myers and Emily Jones. You stood by with them for the second place interview.
Indeed, well, thanks, Reese. Well, Brady, I think start with you and maybe work our way backwards here this evening. Obviously, for the longest part there, we kind of looked like we thought the 94 had everyone kind of covered there today, but some fantastic work to chase them down and then to get ahead there with the final pit stop. But then we noticed you were having to lift into the chase, and just sort of, what was the decision there sort of to go? Was it a little short there on fuel to get that track position ahead of Jared for the final stint?
Yeah, that's exactly right. We had to take a punt and on fuel and see if we could get track position, because pretty much if you got track position, you can pretty much command the race. So yeah, we took a punt on it and it didn't really work out. Took maybe a liter, half a liter too short, and yeah, that's the brakes. And but aside from that, it was good fun with Jared, good race, and yeah, be happy overall.
I mean, all in all, yeah, I hope you guys are fairly happy with the result. I mean, yeah, the car came home clean. The pace looked absolutely great in the final couple of stints as the track seemed to cool down. The car came back to you there, it felt like, towards the end?
Yeah, absolutely. When I was chasing down Jared, the car just suddenly came alive, and yeah, was able to punch out some good laps, and yeah, managed to reel him in to basically the front of my bumper. So yeah, I was really happy with the car speed, the way it flowed and balanced. Yeah, just didn't expect Jared to go so early in the last stop, but yeah, otherwise probably would have saved a bit more, but you know, woulda, coulda, shoulda, didn't.
Indeed, yeah. It turns out it was a little bit past the halfway mark left in that stint, based on where you guys all came in last. And for you, Emily, we heard that you were jumping in the car basically late last night. I presume that's about as much notice as you also got, but a good job to start the car out there and keep it clean for Brady in the opening stint, and also throughout the middle of the race too.
Yeah, I was having dinner and drinks with my sister, and then it was like, Maloney's computer's blown up. Can anybody do the race tomorrow? And then I was like, yes. And then I woke up this morning and I had a banh mi, and then I did some laps, and yeah, it was good. I drove like a bit of a flamingo in the first stint, but then I got good, and then yeah, the car was like pretty intergalactic in the next stint, and honestly, Brady was insanely fast, so it was really good.
I mean, sure, you say things are a bit interesting, getting yourself back in the rhythm to start the race off, but looking back through the lap times, the variation there, for the most part, is maybe half a second at most. I think there's plenty to be happy with, and despite the fact that, as far as I know, you've been away from the car for a bit and racing it regularly, but nevertheless still able to deliver the goods when it came to being out here on track today.
Yeah, for sure. It's yeah, it's been good like to do Sandown and now this. I enjoy being a co-driver because you just get to get carried by someone really good. It's fantastic. And yeah, I feel like I drove okay. I was pretty happy with the second stint. I got to like lead a safety car restart, which I've never done before, so that was kind of a bit scary. But otherwise, yeah, no, it was fun. Pretty happy.
Indeed, yeah, that restart there, that undercut, you guys were able to get there, and good to see, able to lead a couple of laps there as well. Well, one race left for V8SCOPS Enduros, but we're heading to the streets of Long Beach. Brady, hopefully we'll see you there to wrap things up, and whether it's with Jake again or whether Jake will be out of action still fixing things up and maybe bring Emily back in, I guess. Fingers also hopefully see you guys have a good crack at that one there.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe Maloney and Emily can box over who gets the second seat. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, thank you very much, guys. Before we let you go, who else or who do you want to thank for the result here today?
Just big thank you to Emily. Obviously, very short notice, and plugged herself in and drove the wheels off it. Led the race, and yeah, really happy, really stoked with her performance. So yeah, big thank you. Commiserations to Maloney's PC. To everyone at TTR, been working together quite well this week, and yeah, put in some big hours and a lot of effort back and forth. Virtual Racing School, to my sponsor Extreme Motor Trimming and Smeaton Grange, Card Effects Model Cars, Leos Designs, and TP Race Design, and to you guys for the broadcast.
Thank you very much there. Brady Myers, Emily Jones, second place today here for the Bathurst 1000 in V8SCOPS for 2023. And that just leaves us with one final pair to interview and hand back to you, Reese, as we welcome Jake Burton and Jordan Saberis to the commentary box.
Yeah, what a drive from you guys. Just incredible stuff. Part of the Alpha Venturi Racing crew for this one. Jake, you were obviously looking for an enduro drive and the door opened.
Yeah, that's it. Well, Jordan was kind enough to drive with me last season in another V8 series that we race in, and I assured him that I would repay the favour when SCOPS Enduros come around. So obviously our Sandown race probably didn't go all that well. But this was awesome to get on the podium. I think no one was going to catch those first two cars, but yeah, really stoked to have made the most of what we had and sling that thing on the podium.
Yeah, absolutely. Go to Jordan for the next question. Obviously, strategy really came to the fore in those last couple of safety car periods. At what point did you guys realize that you had a car that was going to be good on fuel on one of the best possible strategies?
Oh, look, to be honest, I don't think it was a realization as much as Jake putting his brain into it and picking the right time to duck in, trading some track position for some tank. I think that really came to us in the end in that last stop where we weren't stationary for as long. And without that, I mean, we might have held track position a little bit longer. I don't think it was, we dropped back to what, 18 or something. But yeah, I mean, Jake's a machine behind the wheel and pulled those spots off, and then the last two that we needed for the podium came our way in the stop.
Yeah, that they did. And, well, I suppose, Jake, looking forward, we've got one more round of SCOPS Enduros to go, as Dan mentioned a short while ago. Go to the streets of Long Beach for the next round. You and Jordan going to be pairing up for that one too?
I don't think so, unfortunately. I think I'm going to be overseas on a work trip, and I think Jordan might also be overseas on a work trip. So, yeah, unfortunately we'll miss that one. But it's been fun. Really cool to do these first two races of the Enduro Cup. They were quite professionally run, having not done Scops all year. It was nice to see. So yeah, really thankful to Jordan as well. Like this time last year when we did a Bathurst 1000 together, he put the car 5 laps down. And you know, this week he did all the qualifying. He pre-qualified the car, he qualified at mid-pack, and honestly kept it between sort of 10th and 20th genuinely on pace. So it was really impressive to see the improvement over the year, and I guess next year we might come back and see if we can see some more.
Excellent stuff. Well, Jordan, I suppose you have a few partners to thank as part of the Alpha Venturi squad.
Yeah, firstly, just a big shout out to Greenie. AVR is a young team, been pretty solid in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Really exciting to see what they're coming over here and doing in iRacing, and a big thank you to them for putting their trust in me to represent the brand. Greenie manages all the socials, go check all that out. Also a big thanks to Preach Designs, our partner in the livery. Thanks for giving us the best looking car on the grid, and sorry I couldn't keep it looking as factory fresh as it did when it rolled out, but it still looks pretty cool, so big up Preach Designs. Thanks guys.
Yeah, definitely that livery is one of the highlights of the grid here. Jake Burton and Jordan Saberis on the podium for the Bathurst 1000. Big congratulations to them both. That's going to bring to an end proceedings for tonight, Dan. The next round of V8 SCOPS is going to be in November. We've got quite a long break here, but my goodness, it is going to be one heck of a comeback to the streets of Long Beach for two 300k races. My apologies, it looks like the graphic isn't quite correct. It's going to be on October the 15th. Regardless, it's going to be a fun round. Definitely going to be some chaos there on the streets.
Yeah, I believe, at least in the time that I've been covering, it's the first time we're going to be doing an endurance race on a street circuit for V8 SCOPS. So yeah, and well, actually I shouldn't say endurance race, that's a bit of a lie. It's endurance races. I'll leave it at that, and we can discuss that when the time comes on the weekend of October the 15th.
Indeed, we can. Well, thank you very much to everyone who stuck with us through this broadcast, and a big thanks to the crew at Oceanic Sim Racing for putting this event on. It's honestly been fantastic to see that we've been doing these V8 SCOPS Enduros now for 10 years. It's just, it boggles the mind. And here's to the next 10 years. I'm really hoping that it just keeps going from strength to strength. The highlight of the year. If you want to follow SimSpeed TV and all of our activities, you can subscribe to us on YouTube. You can follow us on social media. We're on Facebook as SimSpeed Esports Network. We're on X as SimSpeed TV. And of course, we also stream on Kick as well. So if you're active on that platform, chuck us a follow over there. I'm Reese Gardner, Dan Yaman with me in the comms box, and Jay Kennedy on the production duties. Jared Filsell and James Scott winning the 10th V8 SCOPS Bathurst 1000 in 6 hours, 16 minutes, 16.666 seconds. Incredible stuff. We'll see you guys next time.